to all the dignitaries and honorable guests. A hearty and a warm welcome to this momentous occasion as we gather to commemorate the centenary of the remarkable life and legacy of late Professor Arcot Ramachandran. It's both an honor and a privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you as we come together not only to celebrate the professor's contributions, but also delve into the topic of heat transfer and energy systems. Organized by Indian Society for Heat and Mass Transfer in association with the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Madras. The symposium chairs are Professor C. Balaji and Professor Arvind Patamatta from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. As we navigate through the symposium, exploring the realms of heat transfer and energy systems, let us carry forward the spirit of inquiry and dedication that late Professor Arcot Ramachandran has embodied. Let us engage in thoughtful discourse, exchange diverse perspectives, and pay homage to his enduring influence on our lives and the academic landscape. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each one of you. May our deliberations today honor the memory of late Professor Arcot Ramachandran and pave way for the future, brimming with intellectual vibrancy and innovation. To start the event, I take the privilege of inviting our honorable chief guest, Dr. T. Ramasamy, former Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, onto the stage. Now, I take the privilege of inviting onto the stage our respected Professor Mahesh Panchagnula, Dean, Alumni and Corporate Relations, IIT Madras. Next, I cordially invite respected Professor Chandramouli, Head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Madras. I now take the privilege of inviting onto the stage respected Professor C. Balaji, TT Narendran Chair Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering. I cordially invite respected Professor Arvind Patamatta, Secretary of ISHMT and Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Madras. Now, let us begin the symposium by invoking Tamil Thai Valthu followed by Vande Mataram.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே. வந்தே மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் சுஜலாம் சுஃபலாம் மலயஜ ஷீதலாம் சஸ்யஷ்யாமலாம் மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் शुभ्रज्योत्स्नां पुलकितयामिनीं फुल्लकुसुमितद्रुमदलशोभिनीं सुहासिनीं सुमधुरभाषिनीं सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्.
Thank you. Now, I request Professor C. Balaji to explain the background of the symposium.
Good morning. Respected Professor Ramaswamy, Professor Chandramouli, Professor Anand, Professor Srinivas Murthy, Professor T. Sundarajan, Professor S.P. Venkatesan, Professor Pradeep Datta, Professor P.K. Das, Professor S.K. Das. So, distinguished colleagues, students and friends, very good morning to you. Chennai is now back to its salubrious climes in December after a terrible last week of mid jam. So, it created a lot of jam and log jams. So, slowly we are recovering. So, it's a nice weather outside, as is what is expected in December. There is a nip in the air, that's what they say. So, Margari season is just around the corner. So, today we have all assembled here to celebrate a legend, a visionary, and one of our very own, Professor Arcot Ramachandran. So, as you're all aware, Professor AR was the director of IITM from 1967 to 1973. And we'll hear more about him from his family members, colleagues, well-wishers, and so on. And we'll also present his life briefly through audio-visual AV, which we have prepared especially for this occasion. So, sometime in 1994, when I was just a 24-year-old research scholar attending the ISHMT conference in Bombay. So, I was just 24 years, and everybody was talking about professor. I was just asking somebody, everybody is a professor, who is a professor? Then I figured out that everybody was referring to Professor Arcot Ramachandran, so he was the professor, right? So the heat transfer lab owes its existence. All of us are Sishyas, grand Sishyas of Professor AR's legacy. So you've seen that so many people have come out of the heat transfer and thermal power laboratory and were doing were stalwarts in their whole field, and then succeeding generations of students who have done exceedingly well in all marks of life. So let's come quickly to the genesis of the symposium. So, as you know, he was born in 1923, and April is the month of his birth. Professor Srinivas Murthy called me sometime in February, and along with Pradeep Datta, we had a phone meeting. So he said, can we do something about it? But every 2 years, we have this ISHMT conference. So on 14th, we have the biennial ISHMT conference is coming up in Patna. Okay, so Professor Rishi Raj is the coordinator. So we were in 3 minds, whether to have it in Patna or whether to have it in Bangalore, where Professor AR served as head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, or in IIT Madras, where he served as the director of the institute. So we thought it will be fitting if this is celebrated here. And so we finally zeroed in on Chennai. We also decided on the date. So April was difficult because the semester was on and difficult to organize in such a short time. Therefore, we said we'll have it in December 11th, so that people who are coming here could just fly out to Patna and attend the conference on 14th. That is how we have fixed it on December 11th. Now, Professor Srinivas Murthy made a visit to Chennai. So we met the director, we met the dean, ICSR, then slowly the preparation started. Then since Arvind, my colleague, is the secretary of the ISHMT, we also decided that this should be ISHMT along with the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Therefore, we consulted Professor Chandramouli. Professor Babu was also briefly the head in charge. And we finally decided that under the auspices of ISHMT, Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Madras will conduct it. And then we thought, what will be the format of this? Will it be just reminiscences? Okay. Now, Professor AR was instrumental in changing the direction of IIT Madras from largely an undergraduate-driven institution to, he sowed the seeds of research in this place. Therefore, we thought that the most fitting way to respect him and to celebrate his life is to organizing symposium where we'll mix and match reminiscences along with plenary talks and a panel discussion on the future of heat transfer and energy systems. So you can see the program brochure. So we have organized 3 plenary lectures. One is from Professor Karyani is from the Brunel University, UK. So he will come online at 4 o'clock because now they just reset the clock. The GMT UTC is now minus 5.5 hours. So 4 o'clock is more suitable for him. And I think the sunset is now 3:50 in the United Kingdom and the sunrise is 8 a.m. in the United Kingdom, right? So you can see the one plenary is by Professor S.K. Das. Okay, so who was the senior professor, the senior most professor in the heat transfer lab now, and who was the dean of academic research, who was also the director of IIT Ropar. So one more plenary is from my dear friend Sunil Kumar, who is part of what we call as the SPV mafia. Okay, so we are all buddies, and we have a lot of stories to. So we we did PhD at the same time. I am N-1. So he graduated in 93, I graduated in 94. And so he's a long friend for 30 years. And I think ISRO has done remarkably well in the recent past. And then its success all the way for ISRO. So I'm sure Sunil has something exciting to share about the present and also the future projects and exciting things which are going to happen in ISRO. All right, so we also have a panel discussion in the afternoon. I only hope more research scholars join. So because I think, originally heat, Professor Anand is an authority in thermodynamics. So anyway, I dare to speak. So heat was always considered as a poor cousin or an inferior cousin, because work was considered as a very superior form of energy, and heat was something in all our thermodynamics papers. A heat of 1500 kilojoule will give, and what will be the efficiency of the engine? So so for long people didn't ask the question, how will you remove? How will you give the 1500 kilojoule? There is a whole technology behind it, and so on. So therefore, and a lot of people tried their very best to see, so when you teach power plant or thermodynamics, the first question a student asks is, sir, why waste 33%? Let's bypass the condenser, sir. Right? Let's bypass the condenser. So it takes a long time for them to figure out that it's not possible. It's not possible to set up a power plant where there is no condenser and so on. So then it says, so there is no hope. Okay, fine. So then what is the best you could do? Then even the best you cannot do because there are irreversibilities. Then this idea that heat cannot be completely converted to work, the torture for 40 hours or 80 hours, thermodynamics 1 and thermodynamics 2, finally to drive home the point that heat cannot be completely converted into work. That said, so heat transfer basically started as basically something which supports the human endeavor because work reduced human toil, and work could be transported over long distances, and then came electrical technology, AC, DC, Tesla, all those things and so on. So now we are at crossroads where the fundamental idea of converting heat to work may not be there. There are you got electric vehicles, that technology for propulsion, technology for IC engines is shifting. But then, so obviously students who come to thermal sciences have that lurking fear in their mind, whether heat transfer will lose its primacy and this thing, or whether everybody will do only AI, ChatGPT, whatever, right? So this basically it's AI for everything. So it's called AI plus X now. It's called AI plus X, that X could be anything from medicine to this thing, robotic surgery or whatever. But I think fundamentally, my point of view is heat transfer is an inevitable byproduct of any human enterprise. Any human enterprise, there is an associated irreversibility. I think that comes basically, it is like God-given. I think it is a fundamental property of nature where it is inevitable. As we talk in this room, we generate heat, the heat has to be dissipated, right? So even whatever happens, the ultimate source of energy, which is responsible for all those renewables, basically there is a thermonuclear reaction which is taking place in the sun and so on. Even a solar photovoltaics, I think Professor Pradeep will agree with me that if you reduce the temperatures, the efficiency increases. Therefore, now we are at the crossroads where there's plenty of heat transfer in electronic cooling, data center cooling, plenty of heat transfer in lithium-ion batteries and so on. Therefore, heat transfer will continue to flourish. However, the basic dilemma is whether heat transfer is a fundamental discipline or heat transfer is such a sophisticated tool which can be used to solve a lot of problems in energy systems and energy technologies. Right. I don't want to get into a long lecture on heat transfer. No, I welcome all of you. So I think it is interesting times. So I feel that whatever seeds have been sown by Professor AR will blossom, are blossoming, and then the heat transfer as a discipline will continue to rule the roost, not only in India but in the world. And at Heat Transfer Lab, we ensure that the Heat Transfer Lab at Chennai 36 is prominent in the world map of heat transfer. Thank you all. Welcome once again.
Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Chandramouli to address the gathering.
So very good morning to all of you. Professor Dr. Ramasamy, we welcome on behalf of Mechanical Engineering Department lovely to see so many thermal people. The temperature is rising here, So I am balancing that being a non-thermal man. So maybe some R&AC people are here, then they can cool the thermal people. Professor Srinivasamurthy is here. So very happy to see many of the senior colleagues with whom we have had interaction. Many of them are from the heat transfer lab. So I just recall as a student, that thermal power I was pondering. As a student, I have actually seen the power plant that used to sit. I think it was fired up only for the BTech lab, if I am not mistaken. It has been removed. That is evolution, right? So when I was a student, the thermal power really had. There was a mini power plant sitting in there. I think I forget the professor. I think I forget his name, but he was the one in charge of this, and we used to have an experiment where it was fired, and then it was lovely to see actually a thermal power plant being run right in front of our eyes. And of course, as Balaji pointed out, we have evolved to the point that Balaji is now looking upwards. So he is into atmospheric science. He has said nothing to do with all these mechanical fellows. Let me do atmospheric science. And of course, Professor Sarit Das and I think a few others have said biological sciences. So I was thinking when he said, heat will never go, we have to look at us. Till we are around, humans are around, heat transfer will be there. It cannot go. Combustion and heat transfer is part and parcel of our existence, right? So anyway, it is wonderful. I think although we are a little delayed, but Balaji did give a lecture in April, I think under the Chennai Science chapter, and of course Arvind was trying to remind me that I pulled out from the IISc website an anecdote of Professor Ramachandran, how his student went to Georgia Tech without a degree, and while the registrar said nothing doing, we cannot start your graduate study without that, when they realized that he was Professor Ramachandran's student, then they said, okay, no problem, you can start your work and then let the degree come at a later time. So this is posted on a IISc website. I don't know if it is true or whatever, but I guess since it is on an IISc website, it must be true. So such is the legacy of Professor Ramachandran. So I am very happy that the department is part of this one-day symposium. I'm sure a lot of deliberations. This is primarily for the research scholars. You have to apart from it's good that we are mixing things, because I think we need to build one thing that is lacking in our system is that we don't have a memory, a history. Of course, Professor Kolar is here. I shouldn't say that. He will be upset that having started a heritage center, but that heritage is more generally for IIT heritage, which is good. But individually, I think the department should build a memory. Many of us, of course, personally, I have not known, obviously, he was way ahead. I was probably in 1967 to 73 means I was a school kid in first or second standard. So obviously, I have no personal meeting with him. But I think somewhere we have to document, such stalwarts who have been responsible for this institution to be where it is today. I mean, that includes some of these stalwarts who are now retired, but we need to kind of build. I think maybe as a HOD, I can take the initiative and say we'll do it for mechanical engineering. Look at all the past faculty who have been there, and then put out a little historical document that we can refer to, because as we go along, we will not have a memory of this. And the other thing that it was running through my mind, the institute of course has its own distinguished alumnus awards. So we could actually have at a department level, something like this. We'll think about, for example, there could be a Professor Arcot Ramachandran award for someone in thermal engineering or alumnus. We could, not best thesis, we go a little above, so a lifetime achievement, something which is the department will do it as part of the, rather than the institute, of course, has its DAA, but we could say we will also have specific things that as a department we could honor. So I think that would kind of make it everlasting, that there is a a distinguished or lifetime achievement in thermal engineering, the department can possibly think about this. We'll anyway brainstorm and possibly come up with this. So I think these are some ways that we remember the legacy of such stalwarts. So, and as I said, once again, let me welcome you. A lot of familiar faces here. I'm very happy. It's more like a reunion. So in that sense, and remember him. So I hope we'll have very fruitful discussions. And I think the opening batsman for the thing is Professor Sarit Das, right? The plenary talk will be by Professor Sarit. So once again, warm welcome. And we hope we have an enjoyable day, both technically as well as from a interaction, personal interaction that we will have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor C. Balaji to hand over a gift to Professor as a token of appreciation. Next, let us witness a recorded message sent by Professor P.K. Vijayan, who could not attend the event in person.
Good morning and welcome to you all. At the outset, my sincere apologies for not being able to attend this one-day symposium in person. I am extremely delighted and happy that the Indian Society for Heat and Mass Transfer, in collaboration with the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Madras, is organizing this special one-day symposium. As you all know, this symposium is dedicated to the exemplary legacy of Professor Arcot Ramachandran, who was the guiding spirit in establishing the Indian Society for Heat and Mass Transfer, as well as to commemorate his birth centenary year. Since its inception, the ISHMT has been the nodal agency for stimulating and promoting research in the area by conducting biennial conferences. The first conference was organized at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, under the mentorship of Professor Arcot Ramachandran himself in the year 1971. Ever since, the biennial conference has been organized regularly in various parts of the country and has grown in stature in terms of quality and quantity of papers as well as participation of the delegates. In the past, ISHMT had conducted 11 conferences in collaboration with the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. Besides, the last 4 conferences, including this year's at IIT Patna, is in collaboration with the American Society of Thermal and Fluids Engineers and International Center for Heat and Mass Transfer, which shows the global interest in this premier event. Clearly, these collaborations have enhanced the character, reputation and stature of the ISHMT. This one-day symposium is the time to pay tributes to its mentor and first president, Professor Arcot Ramachandran, and we are immensely pleased that the Mechanical Engineering Department of IIT Madras has taken the initiative to organize this, where it all originated in the year 1971. On behalf of all the members of the Executive Council, members of the Society, and on my own behalf, I wish this one-day symposium a great success. Thank you and wish you all a great day. Good morning and welcome to you all.
Now, I request Professor Mahesh Panchagnula to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning, everybody. Professor Ramasamy and several of my teachers, friends. It's a distinct honor to be here to talk about a man who created institutions in many different places, Professor Arcot Ramachandran. My first introduction, so to say, to Professor Ramachandran was somewhat serendipitous. I finished my undergrad studies here and landed at Purdue for my graduate studies. And in the month of August 1992, there was a seminar that was held in what was called in the Mechanical Engineering Department, the Ford Seminar Hall. And I go there, and by the way, I had already been there for about a week or so, and there was no brown-skinned Indian face in sight. There were 2 or 3 of us that had come together, that had gone from here, but the Mechanical Engineering Department was not particularly Indianized by then. And here I see in the seminar hall at the back a picture of a man, exactly, there was a picture somewhat like that of Professor Ramachandran. And I asked my professor, who is that gentleman, an Indian-looking man? And he told me that he was he was a distinguished alumnus at that time of the Mechanical Engineering Department. And so his portrait was up there to acknowledge his contributions and his achievements. And later on I found out, obviously he is a graduate of Purdue University as well. And so I feel doubly kindled and proud of this association. The legacy of Professor Ramachandran begins well before he joined IIT Madras as the director. Obviously, he came here as a very accomplished man. His tenure at IIT Madras changed IIT Madras in many different ways. Balaji talked about a few things he did here, including starting ISHMT and introducing heat and mass transfer to India as a research topic broadly. But institutionally, he was responsible for bringing in a central compute facility. So any of you research scholars that use our compute facility today, he was the first person to bring the IBM 370 to IIT Madras. Chris Gopalakrishnan recently wrote a book about the early years of computing in India. Chris, in fact, remarked that BARC, about a decade before the 370 landed, both here in Madras and in Kanpur, India had built a supercomputer thanks to Dr. Homi Bhabha. And it was the world's most powerful supercomputer at that time. So for a very long time, India was home to the best compute facilities, the best computer in the world. Somewhere along we let that legacy slip, that we had to import an IBM 370. But Chris's book also talks of the story of how the IBM 370 was transported to IIT Kanpur, the last mile being conveyed by a bullock cart, primarily because that was the least or the best shock absorbing way of transporting the computer. The IBM 370 here in Chennai didn't need a bullock cart, I'm sure, but it made a difference to research at IIT Madras in a big way. From my vantage point, being the Dean of Alumni and Corporate Relations, I hear stories and stories of those punch cards and how students would both play pranks and be pranked with the compute facility that was here on campus. It was certainly a gold standard for many, and it was the reason why the research at IIT Madras, especially numerical computing driven research, took off in a big way. I remember seeing papers as early as 1971 with the titles Finite Element Methods Applied to Navier-Stokes Equations. A title of that could appear today in the Journal of Heat and Mass Transfer, it wouldn't be out of place. For the kind of research that happened here, I would attribute Professor Ramachandran to be a significant driving force. He came from a very privileged family. His father, Dr. Lakshmanaswamy Mudaliar, was a gynecologist in Chennai, and Dr. Lakshmanaswamy Mudaliar's brother, Ramaswamy Mudaliar, was a very accomplished scientist and professor. What India at that time, I think, really needed was more of these privileged families that knew the ways of Delhi, so to say, that knew the ways of government to step up and set up systems. When India needed these families by the hundreds, there were probably only a few dozen that stepped up to make that bold transition to letting go of lucrative careers for themselves, but instead helping create systems that will endure. Dr. Lakshmanaswamy Mudaliar himself was involved in a big way in creating the IIT Madras that we know today. He was the first chairman of the board when Dr. Sengupta was the director here at IIT Madras. One of my memories that brought a chuckle to my face when I was at the Heritage Center a few months ago was a picture of the July 1968 convocation with Dr. Lakshmanaswamy Mudaliar as the chairman of the board, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai as the chief guest, and Dr. Arcot Ramachandran as the director. I don't think we will ever see a father and son chairman and director at any IIT or any institution of this kind ever again. That picture where each of them had their own credible accomplishment lists to earn them that seat on that dais that day is something that each of us should hold on a bar that would be aspirational to all of us. Among the many systems that this family created for us in India include CSIR, some parts of ISRO, DRDO, the sort of the DST, the funding mechanisms that we all now enjoy are all due to the seeds that were sown by either the twin brothers or Dr. Arcot Ramachandran. Very often we tend to ignore these extremely significant contributions. Our history books are rife with statements that ask a simple question: who built Taj Mahal? Shah Jahan would be the answer. We have a lot of Shah Jahans in our memory, but we forget the real architects and the engineers that actually built the Taj Mahals that we enjoy today. Dr. Ramachandran and the Mudaliar duo probably require and deserve far more visibility than they have been given in the textbooks of history, in the recent history of India. People like Arcot Ramachandran stand as an example to each of us, not just because of what they did under the extremely difficult situation that they worked in, but simply because of what they did. It is hard to believe that one person in one lifetime could have accomplished so much, let alone under the circumstance when you had to mail 3 copies of a paper to some foreign university and just wait for the reviews to come back. Even not accounting for the difficulties of the situation, what they have accomplished and what they have built for all of us to enjoy today is remarkable. And events like this should be held more often, commemorating more people who are responsible for the systems that we enjoy today. Thank you all for giving me this small opportunity. I would actually like to thank Professor Kamakoti, because of whose absence I'm able to enjoy this morning here with all of you. He is held up in a selection committee that he has to chair. a faculty selection committee that he has to chair this morning. So it's my privilege and honor that I am able to share this day with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Arvind Patamatta to hand over the gift to Professor Mahesh Panchagnula as a token of appreciation. Now, I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. T. Ramasamy, to address the gathering.
Very good morning. Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Balaji, Dr. Chandramouli, Dr. Aravind, Dr. Balakrishnan, and I think the entire family of Arcot Ramachandran extended family members. Very good morning. It was said that somebody said I am a non-thermal man. I think I am under the category of a non-man itself. Therefore, I don't necessarily belong in the community of heat transfer specialists. Although all of us truly suffer because of the problems of heat transfer, mass transfer under our feet when the shoe is ill-fitted. Because the comfort of a shoe is very closely controlled by heat transfer, mass transfer problem. The amount of perspiration we have 25 ml per day, and the kind of heat that it dissipates is very high. So we understand the heat transfer, mass transfer problem as a shoemaker, which is what I was. And the reality of heat transfer, mass transfer in real life situations, all of us come to appreciate, but we rarely understand. And what Dr. Arcot Ramachandran tried to do is to ensure that we understand the process. Very many of us don't recognize that our body temperature is constant when outside temperature is changing because of the heat transfer, mass transfer is associated with the skin itself. We are all beneficiaries of these processes. But very rarely some of us have a vision to look beyond and carve out something that will sustain the systems in future. And I always talk about the differences among administrators, managers, and leaders. Administrators tend to focus the past and correct the errors of the past in the present and concerned about the future. Managers correct the past, focus on the present, and connect to future. Leaders learn from the past, connect the present, but always focus on the future. I think Arcot Ramachandran comes in the category of leader who foresaw many things well ahead of time. I am here only by the qualification that I held the Department of Science and Technology as secretary many years after he left the seat. He was the first secretary of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Since somebody mentioned about the memory problem, the organizational memory, I retired as a bureaucrat, so I had to have some memory issues to be brought back. In the independent India, there was no Ministry of Science and Technology until 1971. Okay? And there was the reason why there was no ministry. That also I'll tell you later on. Pandit loved science. He had a romance with science, but he didn't form a ministry for science. There was a reason for this. Those of you who are in the present regime might not have known the kind of difficulties we had with respect to the food problems in the 50s and 60s. When we required 59 million tons of food grains, we were producing 39. We had problems. We were depending on the Americans for food. And some two Americans wrote that India is overpopulating and therefore we should not give aid from wheat and all to this country. And Green Revolution was set up. and it succeeded. When the Green Revolution succeeded, Swaminathan, Subramaniam, and Shivaraman did all this. In 5 years, India became self-sufficient. First thing they did was to build the science ministry. It was built in 1971. First time Indian budget had allocation for science for 4 crores, 6th plan. 1971, they decided to form the ministry. And it was located in what we today call Vigyan Bhavan. And Mrs. Gandhi and C. Subramaniam decided to locate this Ministry of Science and Technology in a place where the PL 480 food grains used to be stored. So the present Department of Science and Technology was a godown. So both of them went personally to this godown and selected that as a site. And Mrs. Gandhi removed the words Vigyan Bhavan, they call it Technology Bhavan. They said it was, the Ministry of Science was located in that place to constantly remind ourselves that the science, for its beauty of knowledge, is fantastic, but must solve problems in technological space. So that was 1971. And the first secretary for science and technology, until that time the ministry was getting formed, the building was built up. One IAS officer, Mr. Kadwai, was handling them as officer on special duty. The first secretary for science and technology was Arcot Ramachandran. He went from here in 1973, the same year in which I went for a PhD in Leeds. So I have seen him here as a director of Anand and I were students in opposite campus. So we saw the IIT building the research culture in the process. So I will now pick up 5 examples of what Arcot Ramachandran did in Delhi in the Department of Science and Technology, which had undergone metamorphosis subsequently and contributed to what it is contributing today, science today. Department of Science and Technology was the first, he is the first one to start National Remote Sensing Agency, NRSA, as a part of the Department of Science and Technology, National Remote Sensing Agency, which was not part of the space. He built it up, and when it became mature, handed it over to space. Majority of the leaders, when they build something, they become so possessive, they don't want to share with anything. And what it conveys to you, not only identify the need, find the vacuum and fill it, but enrich it and hand it over to the concerned agency that needs to take from there. It is not, today National Remote Sensing Agency is a part of the space, but the kind of further developments in that area, talking about today GPS, and a kind of remote sensing operations that come to us, not only defense, even civil society, all that started from his vision in the 1973-78. I'm not giving years specifically for it because it's the period of time. 5 years he spent from 70 to 78. And he set up something called Science Engineering Research Council, SCRC. Department of Science and Technology, somebody said about my friend Mahesh was talking about his being here because Dr. Kamakuri could not come by the absence. When I went and joined DST in 2006 as secretary, I said DST is like air, the essentiality of which is recognized by its absence. And I believe SCRC is that particular air for the science departments. He created a mechanism through which R&D funding became possible within the confines of the Department of Science and Technology. I will also tell you that in terms of historical space, majority of the scientists in this country, at least in my generation, have the cultural DNA unfortunately set up somewhere in the Western Europe, somewhere in Europe, US. So they come here and they use the same terminologies like some other place. And they want to have, no, we need to have a competitive ground. And Dr. Ramachandran said, the competition is all right, but we need a sufficient base for the competition to take place. So he set up this Science and Research Council. He to chair himself. The council chairman was a secretary himself. And it was set up in 1974. And when I became the secretary in 2006, I used to chair that committee myself. And the processes set up at that time, 74 to 2006, with improvements, remains so intact. It is not about creating something, but creating a process by which the integrity is maintained throughout, set up during this period of time. In 2008, we converted that into SERB, Science and Research Board. Somebody is going to ask, "Arey, C comes after B, why now B precedes C?" You can ask the question, what was the difference? Why was SERB created when the SERC was working very well? It so happened when SERC was operating as a council of the Department of Science and Technology, as a ministry, every financial release had to be controlled by the Department of Expenditure, Finance Ministry. Either I give you 5,000 rupee sanction or a 55 crore sanction, it had 12 signatures, with signatures coming from the Ministry of Expenditure. Now, science funding cannot be so bureaucratic. So, debureaucratization was essential. So, what we did, whenever there is no special parliamentary provision, all the government procedures will apply as per revisions. So, what we did was SERB is essentially a parliament approved body with its own bylaws and rules. Therefore, DST had to give one financial sanction to the Department of Science and Technology from the SERB. We were at that time giving something, Department of Science and Technology issues about 18,000 sanctions a year, maybe 20. Now, these 20,000 sanctions, something like 8 or 9,000 will be towards projects. And every sanction required 12 signatures. Now, SERB required 1 signature. Fund goes and the fund is not lapsed. So, the bylaws are specially written like export promotion zones in the country. SERB is one such provision in the government. For the finance, the funds don't lapse, they can continue beyond, and the financial provisions don't go, every sanction need not go to the finance ministry. All that was done. SERB was created in 2008. At that time, once again, this question of competition grant came. Right? The total number of scientists who were submitting proposals in SERC in 2006 was 625 per year. And we were submitting 125. Supporting. Country India cannot depend on 125 projects for research money. And today, we are receiving 20,000 proposals. And there are about 2,500 proposals, all that are being done. The scaled up deprioritization happened. So, SERC went to SERB. And at that time, I came back and said the total number of scientists in this country was 1.34 lakhs. If we take on comparing about America and China, America's 14.7 lakh is the full-time equivalent scientists. China's 22 lakhs. India was 1.34 lakhs when I went to Delhi. Now, we have targeted something, it became 3.3 lakhs. Fundamentally, the SERC seeded the idea of debureaucratizing R&D funding. We instrumented it through the SERB. Now it has transformed itself into what we call a National Research Foundation, that NRF. You can ask the question, what is it NRF which is going to be different from SERB? India's research cannot depend only on what we do in the laboratory. Translation research, industry needs to participate in the natural migration of the research outputs to social endeavors become important. So, NRF really will have the private sector money flowing into that sector and create a truly integral system. So, SERC of 1974, of envisioned by Dr. Ramachandran, became SCRB in 2008 through the parliamentary body. Now it is becoming National Research Foundation, which will have the private sector participating in the process. All that, in my opinion, was seeded by Arcot. All that transformation that has happened, you must give the credit to Dr. Ramachandran. Lo behold, at that time, he set up something called Ocean Science and Technology Agency. Okay? I don't think anybody in the country talked about oceans. He set up something called Ocean Science and Technology Agency in the Department of Science and Technology. Okay? That has then become Ocean Science Development, Department of Ocean Development, the DOD. The Department of Ocean Development became Ministry of Science and Technology, Earth Sciences. So it so happened, what he started, I was the eighth secretary, or the first secretary. In between there were seven of them. So whatever he did, I had to go and do some scaling up. So the Ministry of Earth Science Formation happened during my time. I transferred most of my activities to that activity. Then he set up something called National Information System for Science and Technology, way back. And I can go on narrating many activities that he did in DST in 73, 74, which has scaled up, diversified, enriched in the course of time. But all that, the seed was sown by Dr. Ramachandran. And then he set up something called Central Electronics Limited, a public set up company. Okay? And they make solar energy panels. Okay? Solar energy system, when did it start? He also brought fiscal incentives, concept of fiscal incentives for R&D investments. If a private sector were to invest into R&D, the money they invest into R&D will be eligible for income tax exemption. It was his idea. And when he did this, was 150, I raised it to 200%. So these are what I'm trying to communicate to you. I followed the path of Dr. Ramachandran, and the seed was sown by him. It's interesting that we are commemorating the centenary year of Dr. Ramachandran. It so happened Dr. Nayadamma and Ramachandran were separated by a year. Nayadamma was born in 1922, September 10th, and is 6th April 1923. So Nayadamma and Ladda was also Purdue University. CNR was Purdue University. So Purdue has too many alumni. And Dr. Ramachandran and Ladda were roommates or something in Purdue. And one of the reasons why AC College had the benefit of Ladda was because of the relationships. They knew each other very well. I'm talking about much earlier times. And what we did was, last year there were 6 centenarians in 22, 4 from Chennai, which was Nayadamma, Ladda, Dr. J. N. Ramachandran, and B. Ramamurthy. So I had a centenarian celebration program launched in Delhi by Vigyan Prashar through the Department of Science and Technology. At that time, the Vice President of India came and inaugurated this. It was then decided that every year the centenarians will be for this process being done. 1923 is a very interesting year. 23 fellows of the academy, by coincidence 23, I didn't create it, 23 fellows of the Indian Academy of Sciences were born in 1923. So the 23 to 23 was inaugurated last year on December 22nd. Because 22nd December happens to be Ramanujan's birthday. So we National Mathematics Day. So that 23 included Arcot Ramachandran at national level. And another pride for Chennai, out of the 23, 8 are Chennai related. 8 of the 8 people were Chennai group people. It is very special. And I am very thankful that IIT Madras chose to observe this commemorative event in honor of Dr. Ramachandran. We are not doing either the family or Ramachandran a favor. We are reminding ourselves of the legacies, not the legacies, but the contributions, what they have done to us. By this process, hopefully the younger people who are here will get motivated to something similar in the course of time. So I can talk about 2-3 key issues, not only at the level of this country and the IIT and DST. From here he went as Undersecretary General at the UN level. And he was probably the first person for that also. And today the buzzword is sustainable development, sustainable energy. It's interesting that you guys are talking about heat transfer. I was in class 7 in my Ramanathapuram. I studied in 21 schools. So there was a teacher in the Industrial Revolution. History teacher was teaching Industrial Revolution in Ramanathapuram. I asked what was the energy efficiency of James Watt's steam engine. And she didn't have an answer. She said that on the next day I went to the class and she took me to the science teacher also didn't know the answer. They took me to the principal. Raja, our maths teacher, he said 15%. How do you get 15%? You are boiling at the room temperature 10 to 100 degrees, put 70 calories, then you calories, then you take it to latent heat. How do you get 15%? He said, I also don't know. Finally, they sent somebody to teach. But the sustainable energy argument, he talked about work and energy relationship, poor cousins and rich cousins and all that. But you see, the foundations are never seen. Because the foundation is in the building is collapse. And the energy is the foundation, work is a superstructure. Therefore, you are, it's not a poor cousin, it's a root. Now, the energy management and the energy efficiency, atom efficiency is all about sustainability. Okay? Now, thermodynamics will always overrule everything else. It turns out Dr. Arcot Ramachandran set up on the UN protocols for sustainable cities in 1990. So the man foresaw things well ahead of time. And it's some people like me foresee but don't do anything about them. But he is not a guy who will keep quiet. It turns out, well, I was a secretary, we set up something called Solar Energy Research Initiative. And Arcot Ramachandran was the chairman of this group. And today, we have a big solar energy mission. And India talks about having 60 gigawatt of solar energy being created in the process. It was one of the topmost. All that was conceived by him, and he set up a national project for research on renewable source of energy as a part of the DSC outfit. I'm talking about 70, 78. Therefore, people of that kind are very rare. Now that the mention was made about Dr. A.L. Mudaliar, and I'll also tell you, because I was a director of CLRI, therefore I must close this story with this for you to remember how things happened. As Dr. Ramasamy Mudaliar proposed to the British government that be a Council for Scientific Industrial Research akin to Board of Scientific Industrial Research in the United Kingdom, 1942, before independence. And he was made the chairman of the BSIR, governing body. And they decided to set up a Central Leather Research Institute. Okay? And therefore, Ramasamy Mudaliar convened the meeting and invited his twin brother, Lakshanami Mudaliar, to represent Chennai. So, the meeting took place. 1945, the governing body resolved that be a Central Leather Research Institute in India, located in a place which had a vibrant university, good trade center, and a place which can give you land. 3 conditions. And A.L. Mudaliar proposed Chennai for the formation of CLRI, and came back and made sure that the local government gave 83 acres of land for 1 rupee for setting up this CLRI within a week. Therefore, they bet Calcutta to it by giving land quickly, and got CLRI earmarked for Chennai in 1945. 1948, CLRI was established. That Dr. Mudaliar suggested that CLRI will be a part of the University of Madras. Leather Technology Department will be the CLRI, and so they started this institute in a house in Coral Merchant Street, 1948 April. E.L. Miller visited the place. National Institute cannot operate from a house. He shifted it to a hostel in Madras University, AC College. And from 1948, Madras University and CLRI worked under teachings and undergraduate course. Today, 60% of the industry is manned by the alumni of this great relationship. So, while we talk about Dr. Arcot Ramachandran, he reminded me of the value contributed by the family itself, both Dr. Mudaliar's. And it so happened he was the Vice Chancellor for 25 years. All the 25 years, the chief guest for the convocation was President of India. Therefore, they brought nation building into the process, and Dr. Ramachandran is to be remembered not just for setting up IITs or DST or whatever. They are nation builders, and they make defining change agents. I think when we recall them on the centenary year, we are actually not paying tribute to them. We are honoring ourselves by honoring them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor C. Balaji to hand over the gift to our chief guest. Thank you all for your valuable words. Now I request the dignitaries on stage to kindly occupy the seats in the front row. The organizers have prepared an audio-visual presentation showcasing the remarkable life of late Professor Arcot Ramachandran and his distinguished association with science and technology in our country.
In a world driven by intellect and passion, one man stood at the intersection of science and social commitment, a brilliant mind in heat transfer, and advocate for sustainable development, a visionary who was not only the director of IIT Madras, but also a key influencer in the global progress. Join us on this journey into the life of a true visionary, where brilliance meets passion, and where a single name encapsulates a profound legacy, Arcot Ramachandran. Professor Arcot Ramachandran, 1923 to 2018, was an Indian scientist, anthropologist, author, and former Under-Secretary General of the United Nations Center for Human Settlements. Professor Arcot Ramachandran was born in Karnataka, India on 6th April 1923. He finished his undergraduate education at Madras University and went to Purdue University, USA. There, he obtained an MS in engineering and subsequently a PhD.
In 1949, he completed his PhD in Purdue University and came back. And along with his close friend, Professor Ladda, they were both unemployed. And shortly thereafter, something terrible happened. I was on the way. So then he went to Bangalore, met the then director of IISc Bangalore, Professor Thacker, and he offered him a job. People say he joined the mechanical engineering department at the Institute of Science. At that point in time, in 1950, the Indian Institute of Science did not have a department of mechanical engineering. It had a department of power engineering, which was mostly electrical engineers. For power engineering, you do need mechanical engineers, so there was a division of mechanical engineering and was headed by an expatriate professor, Professor Clarence Kent. In 1957, the Department of Mechanical Engineering was founded, and my father was appointed professor and head of the department at the age of 34.
He returned to India and started his career as a faculty of the Department of Power Engineering at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. In 1950, he rose to the rank of assistant professor in the institute. 4 years later, in 1954, he took a break from his teaching career and joined Babcock and Wilcox, Renfrew, Scotland as a research engineer. The year 1955 saw Professor A. Ramachandran resume his education at Purdue University at a postdoctoral level this time and went to become a postdoctoral research fellow at Columbia University. It was in the year 1957 that Professor A. Ramachandran's association with IIT Madras began when he attended a summer course at the institute. A decade later, he would become the second director of the institute. Subsequent to the summer program at IIT Madras, Professor A. Ramachandran was invited by the Indian Institute of Science, IISc Bangalore, to head the Department of Mechanical Engineering and was eventually transferred as the head of the Department of Industrial Management in 1965. Professor A. Ramachandran was appointed as the second director of IIT Madras in the year 1967 at the age of 44 and took over from the first director of the institute, Professor B. Sengupta, on 11 December that year. During his tenure, 1967 to 1973, he made immense contributions to the institute. The current day research focus of the institute can be rightly attributed to his vision at the time. He met the education and managerial aspects of his duties with utmost efficiency.
Our hydroelectric schemes are not taking shape because of various protests. The real problem is not that the people are protesting against large dams, but the people are protesting against not being rehabilitated and provide livelihoods when they are displaced. Whether Mehta Patkar or Arundhati Roy protests against large dams, it's not against large dams per se, but the neglect of the people involved in the displacement. I think this is a problem not confined to engineers, but also for our administrators and our politicians to sort it out.
In terms of academics, his personal interest in science and technology research was evident as he found and brought some of the best professors to teach at the institute from all across the world. He helped to procure the IBM 370 computer for the institute, a major facility at that time and probably the first computer on the campus. Later, when he assumed the role of the first secretary of the DST, the Department of Science and Technology, a department within the Ministry of Science and Technology in India.
So I also in the DST, we had a very close interaction with him. A lot more work took place in DST in those days. The NCST thing that I mentioned, the reports of NCST are still very interesting to read. How people from 150, 200 scientists were assembled to address the various areas and write report which were put together by DST in a manner that produced some really good results by way of recommendations, and those recommendations were acted upon. The ministries that we see, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ocean Science and Technology, Environment, Ministry of Environment, Earth Sciences, all those ministries were the result of this work. It was a really remarkable period where there was a lot of churning going on. in the SNT area, science and technology area. Education, training, capability building, institution building, networking, all those things were fascinating things for us, in which we were, as young officers in Department of Science and Technology, we were immersed in it. And we really enjoyed working in the Department of Science and Technology. Today it's a vast empire. In those days it was small. They gave us this former USAID building, which is a sprawling complex next to Qutub. And we had a very interesting time.
He helped to set up the Special Instruments Laboratory and Regional Sophistication Center at IIT Madras. It was evident that he had taken a special interest in the institute when he allotted an Irish grant to IIT Madras during his time at the DST.
He was very keen on making sure the National Remote Sensing Agency to be held in, to be started under the Department of Science and Technology in Hyderabad. So I had to negotiate between the NASA and the State Department, and he made sure at that time that Mrs. Gandhi supported him on this. So he had the National Remote Sensing Agency under the Department of Science and Technology. Later on, of course, it went to the ISRO. Similarly, he was very keen on that satellite instruction television experiment. And one of the satellites, the ATS satellite, ATSF, was to be moved from the United States to be positioned over India to be able to broadcast, upload the television program and to be downloaded. Mrs. Gandhi was very keen on this because she was getting a lot of mileage. And Dr. Ramachandran was very keen to make sure that the negotiations for doing this was so went on, and I'm very happy that I had the opportunity to work with him.
The 10 kilowatt thermal solar power plant, probably the first in the country, was built in IIT Madras on top of the building sciences block with the encouragement of Professor A. Ramachandran. In terms of management, he was able to strike a balance between the staff and faculty in the terms of trust and accountability. He was known to be exceptional at delegating responsibility and problem solving. He played an instrumental role in transforming IITM into an entirely transparent organization.
The clarity of his mind was amazing. His choice of words absolutely just right when describing any situation, and his decision making was about as fast as I've ever seen. I mean, he just had to go to him, and 2 minutes later you came out smiling because your problem was solved. If it was a genuine problem, he solved it for you.
As a director, he was also actively involved in convocations, institute days, and other such events.
He brought in many innovations. He brought in the concept of doctoral committee. And in those days, he would sit as the chairman of every doctoral committee. Of course, the number of PhD scholars was not as large as it is now. And in the mornings, after his breakfast, he will get into his car, drive around campus before going to the office, and go into whichever building or laboratory that caught his fancy. Not to check whether the faculty or the students are doing their work, but just to see what's going on.
In 1968, he inaugurated a portrait of Professor Sengupta at the Institute's open-air theatre. In the year 1973, the Government of India established a new Department of Science and Technology and nominated Dr. A. Ramachandran to be the first secretary of the department. He was eventually promoted to DG CSIR, Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. He started several ventures and programs while serving in this position.
There was supposed to be a major United Nations Conference on Science and Technology for Development to be held in 1979 in Vienna. It was a world conference, and he represented India in the preparatory committee for that conference in 1978. So he will come from India representing as an Indian delegate, and I will come from the embassy to assist him in New York. And as it would happen, he was elected as the chairman of the preparatory committee for the Vienna conference. So it's a great responsibility because these were the Cold War days, and to conduct a meeting of all the nations and come to consensus, it was a very difficult job, and he did an admirable job. And Kurt Waldheim was the Secretary General at that time, and he used to meet him. He used to call Dr. Ramachandran and meet him, and he was terribly impressed, and he had heard how he was able to untangle some of the tricky issues between the East and the West at that time. And so later on, the conference did take place, and then the 79, the United Nations Center for Human Settlement was created, and he was made the first secretary. After C.V. Narasimhan, he was the second, he was a person who was chosen to be the Under Secretary General of the United Nations. He did an admirable job.
He has been honored with several accolades, such as the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Gold Medal in 1998 and the Padma Bhushan, the third highest civilian award in India, in 2003. Although his career took him worldwide, he returned to IIT Madras several times over his life.
He was certainly instrumental in changing a lot of things in IIT Madras. IIT Madras was, as I understand, very hierarchical before Professor Ramachandran came here, and he made it a completely transparent organization. I mean, they say the difficult thing in running an organization like this is having a balance between trust and accountability, and he managed that balance so beautifully that it's very hard, because faculty are accountable in their own way, and you can't hold them accountable like you have hold clerical staff accountable. That spoils their thing, but you have to trust them. At the same time, if they really go too far, you have to pull them up. And Professor Ramachandran was remarkably good, apparently, at this.
This is possibly because of his family's close bond with the institute. His father, Dr. Arcot Ramachandran Mudalya, was the first chairman, Board of Governors of the institute, and his son, Professor A.R. Balakrishnan, was a professor of chemical engineering at the institute. In 1973, he returned for the inauguration of Computer Center, even though his term had ended by then. In 1975, he returned to IITM to give a talk on energy and sustainability that took place at the Central Lecture Theatre, CLT. He also returned for the Silver Jubilee and Golden Jubilee celebrations of the Institute. In 2003, he accepted the position of chairman of the Peer Review Committee, IITM. He was 80 years old at that time. He came back yet again in 2006 for the inauguration of Heritage Center at the administration block on campus. He was actively connected with IIT Madras until 2013. Towards the end of his life, Professor Arcot Ramachandran lived in Bangalore. Great men leave their footprints in the sands of time and people's hearts. Thank you, Professor Ramachandran.
Now I call upon stage Professor Arvind Pattamata to deliver the vote of thanks.
So good morning. As the Secretary of the Indian Society for Heat and Mass Transfer, ISHMT, I take this moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone present here today. This includes the esteemed dignitaries gracing the stage, our revered former professors, the family members and well-wishers of Professor Arcot Ramachandran, as well as our colleagues and students attending both in person and virtually. A special expression of gratitude goes to our chief guest, Dr. Ramaswamy, former DST Secretary, and Professor Mahesh Panchagnula, for graciously sparing time from their busy schedules to participate in the symposium's inauguration. Thank you. So the Society is deeply thankful to the financial contributions from the family members and well-wishers of Professor Arcot Ramachandran, which have made the symposium possible. Their support extends to the establishment of the Endowment Award in Professor Ramachandran's honor. In fact, the first endowment award was given in 2021 during the ISHMT conference to Professor Polykaukos from Zurich, and the next award will be presented in IIT Patna to Professor Zoomin Zhang from Georgia Tech. So we anticipate continued backing from ISHMT members in the wider fraternity through voluntary donations for various society activities. Further details on donations can be found in the pamphlet included in today's welcome kit. We eagerly anticipate a day filled with enlightening plenary lectures and engaging panel discussions on thermal sciences by esteemed researchers. So once again, thank you all to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now let us have a tea break at ICSR dining hall for a few minutes and join back for the further session. Thank you all. To start our next session, we are honored to have with us today esteemed family members and cherished well-wishers of Professor Arcot Ramachandran. We invite you to come on stage and share your anecdotes and experiences that celebrate the extraordinary life of Professor Arcot Ramachandran. First, I would like to call on stage Professor A.R. Balakrishnan, son of Professor Arcot Ramachandran, to share a few words.
You should never ask a professor to say a few words. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Balaji and Professor Arvind Patimata for taking the trouble to organize this one-day seminar in memory of my father. It's very kind of them and the mechanical engineering department in us associating with this function. So talk of reminiscence, it's very difficult for me. I will talk mostly about his work at IIT Madras. When he went to the DST, he told me, because once he left IIT Madras, I was not living with him any time after that. But he said, as long as I was in the Institute of Science, I knew my fluid mechanics and heat transfer, and not much else. In IIT Madras, I learned all other disciplines. Because I was on the doctoral committee of every PhD student, I used to go around all the laboratories. And that helped me a great deal when I went as secretary DST. I had a better perspective. Let's start, it was mentioned in the audiovisual also, how he started his career at IIT Bangalore. When he joined, he went to meet the then director, Professor M.S. Thacker, who said, you take charge of the central workshop. It's in a bad shape. I'm getting a lot of complaints. So he said yes and came out. And some of the senior professors of the electrical engineering department, what did the director tell you? He asked me to take charge of the workshop. Go back immediately and say you won't do it. Your career will not start, it will end there. He said, what is this? I've just met the director. He's given me a job, I accept it. I cannot go back to him immediately and say I can't do it. So he took it as his first responsibility and I think succeeded in cleaning up the central workshop. That's how I suppose his managerial abilities evolved right from the beginning. I lived in Bangalore for the first 17 years of my life. And in 1967, after I completed my PU, I joined ASC College of Technology. I had a choice of joining the College of Engineering also, but my father said, go to AC College. There's some research environment there, which was not there, of course, in the College of Engineering in those days. In November, he was offered the position here
as director of IIT Madras. Nowadays, the directorship is of a 5-year tenure. It has to be renewed. But he was appointed till the age of superannuation, 60 years. When he went to DST, he went on lane from IIT Madras. When he went to the UN, again he went on lane from IIT Madras. And in April 1983, he retired from IIT Madras. So his connection was IIT Madras was very strong. And I just asked him, what happens if you go back and say, I'll rejoin as director? What happens to the director who's serving there? He said, I don't know. That's their problem. During my first year, I used to commute from Keel Park, from my grandfather's residence. Then from the second year, I moved into the director's bungalow. I've never been director of IIT Madras, but I have lived in the director's bungalow for 4 years at least. And I used to go by bicycle to AC College. Many people in the campus did not know that the director had an elder son in college, because my brother, who's 15 years younger to me, was a big noise. Everybody knew him, a young boy, between 2 and 7, I think, at that time. So they used to wonder, who's this fellow going on a bicycle out of the director's house every day? And then they concluded that it must be some kind of a servant going to buy the groceries for the day for the director's house. Because in those days, students, we used to dress very shabbily. Then somehow they found out that I was studying chemical engineering there. And then the rumor got around on this campus that the director doesn't have a high opinion of his own chemical engineering department, so he sent his son to AC College. Which was not true. The real reason, of course, my JEE rank was very low. So coming here to IIT Madras, I spent a lot of time in this area, in AC College, IIT, most of my adult life, except for the 6 years I was in Canada. So even today, when I was invited by Balaji and Arvind, get me great pleasure to come here, because for me, this is home, this area, the AC College area and IIT Madras. I'm sure others have something to say, and I will not take too much of time. And as Madam said, say a few words. I'll take that advice seriously and stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable words. I request Dr. T. Ramasamy to hand over a gift to Professor A.R. Balakrishnan. Next, I would like to invite on stage Professor V.M.K. Shastri sir to share his experiences.
So good morning to all of you, and it's an honor that is given to me to speak a few words about Dr. Ramachandran. My association with Dr. Ramachandran began for me as a student in IIT Bangalore in 1958. So I'm perhaps the oldest persons that here that I know him for such a long time. Of course, apart from Dr. Balakrishnan. So I don't know really where to begin, because two things that actually stand up so far as Dr. Ramachandran is concerned. First one, he is an extremely efficient person in taking any kind of actions, number one. Number two is essentially a institution builder. In 1970, when I came back from America, he actually invited me to come back and join the faculty. First thing he said is, I want to know, first of all, what is the kind of work that is being in the country in the area of heat transfer. So he asked me and Dr. M.V. Krishnamurthy to organize a national conference. So the first national conference in heat and mass transfer was held in IIT Madras in 1971 December. So then he said, is this because there has been no such conference so far in this area that we have received some good amount of number of papers and everything? Why don't we try to do another one? So in 1973, the IIT Kanpur agreed to host the second international Indian heat transfer. Then after that, he said, I think now it's time to start an Indian Society for Heat and Mass Transfer. So it just so happened that he asked me to draft the memorandum of association and get it registered. So I went through all that. And then, and of course, he was in DST, that is an institution, again, he built actually from scratch almost. And then he asked me, he was actually invited by the UNESCO, and there was a team of 4 members who toured the Southeast Asian countries to find out what is the extent of heat transfer research that's going on in those countries. This is under the UNESCO. So then after doing that, the UNESCO decided to have a regional center for heat and mass transfer, and that was again located here in IIT Madras. And then again he asked me to go through this process of establishing it and drafting the memorandum and get it registered and all that. I mean, what I'm trying to say is he's always looking forward to see how this area can actually become actually a very progressive kind of. So then he said, I think what we should do is this area of Southeast Asia, we should try to find out how much heat transfer work is being done. So when this center was established, of course there were several representatives from all these countries, and then he said, why don't we actually publish a quarterly journal, whereas we get information, the articles from all these areas, all these countries. So that is how the first journal of RCHMT was started. Then of course, as Dr. Balakrishnan said, he went to DST, and there also, even from there, he did not lose the interest in all these activities. Actually, he went there, I think, in 1973-74 to DST. Then, from DST, he went to United Nations. There was I think Vancouver, there was a Habitat conference. And then the United Nations Center for Human Settlements was started by him under his executive director as under Secretary General. So again, there he served for several years, almost a decade and a half, if I remember right. And he developed it extremely well. And still, all the time, as Dr. Balakrishnan said, he never lost touch with IIT Madras. So, because it was with UNESCO assistance, I used to go periodically to meet the UNESCO people in Delhi. And then he said, whenever you come here, you meet me. So I used to go to the DST office. And in DST, what he did is he told his secretary, if I am not in any other meeting, let Shastri walk in. So that is the kind of relationship we used to have. And in fact, I can tell you so many instances in my personal, professional career where he helped me greatly. So I can just go on, only they said a few words, but I can really talk about him for an hour endlessly. So I am really grateful that I had this opportunity to work with him. In fact, two of my professors, one is Dr. Hartnett, my advisor in PhD. He and Dr. Ramachandran are the two individuals, real gurus. And second thing is, one thing I noticed Dr. Ramachandran was, he's not only efficient, but he's always trying to help somebody. He never talks ill of anybody or gets really angry, very rarely, as far as I remember. So he's a unique personality. In fact, he has got a photographic memory. In the beginning, when I joined in 1970, I used to see him actually going around the campus from 8 to 9 or 8:30 to 9 before he goes to the office, visits various departments. At that time, actually, he was initiating the research activity in the entire institution. He actually initiated research in a serious sense. Then he used to go there, and perhaps, let us say, electrical engineering. He goes to the lab, talks to the student, what is the work you are doing. And then maybe after 4 or 5 months, he gets another chance to go to the same lab. He remembers what the topic of that student was for research. And he used to inquire how far you are progressing. Do you need any equipment? Because in those days, perhaps most of you don't know, don't remember, people used to have that kind of a thing, where some kind of this is my equipment, I can't really share with anybody, that kind of feeling. But he used to say, the empire building kind of thing, this turfs, they were protecting their turfs. So he used to say, look, whatever you want, I'll try to supply to you. Funds, don't worry about it. It's my job. I'm here only for that. So that is the kind of encouragement that you used to give to all the researchers in the institution. And as I said very clearly, that is always forward looking. In those days, in 1972, 73, he started he thought of having interdisciplinary centers. He was way ahead of his time. Nowadays, of course, the silos, are actually broken, and people don't have, they really interact very much. But he actually started initiating that process and thinking. So as I said, I can go on talking about it. I'm really thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to say these few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. T. Ramasamy, sir, to hand over the gift to Professor V.M.K. Shastri, sir. Next, I would like to invite on stage Professor M.S. Anand, sir, to share his experiences.
After V.M.K. Shastri and Balakrishnan, I guess I have to confess that I didn't know Ramachandran so well. But I'm really grateful to Dr. Ramachandran for giving me a job. I mean, 1972, I was going to finish in 1972, so everybody warned me in the US, apply 1 year earlier. I applied actually 1 year earlier, and the first and the only institute that responded was IIT Madras. And I'm very happy to come here. I came here in 72, and I thought it was normal for every faculty member to go and report to the director's office because he gave me a job to thank him. Turned out it was not the practice at all. And I went there, and there was our famous V.V. Natarajan in the director's office. And he said, oh, you can't see directors just like that. He said, you tell me, I will write down, I'll fix an appointment and tell you, and then you can come. And suddenly from behind a voice came, said, Professor Ramachandran said, Anand, come on in here. In fact, Vivian told me later that he thought Professor Ramachandran knew me personally. He didn't. But he called me in, and it was really very nice meeting him at that time. His clarity of thinking was extraordinary, like everybody said. And I was to discover later that his memory was also an extraordinarily good thing. he told me that teaching was a very important thing. You should do it well, but research is even more important. And you should pursue research. And he, even in those days, he said, numbers have become important. People are trying to publish a large number of papers. That's not important. What's important is that you have a conceptual understanding. You display a conceptual understanding of the subject. And so we had only, all his meetings were very brief. And there was nothing left loose. He was very clear in his thinking and very articulate. And the choice of words was so appropriate that I was very impressed. In fact, I continued to notice that even later. Then he, soon after that, you know, as an assistant professor, you don't see the director often. I mean, never, in fact. After 1.5 years after I joined, I think he left in 73, if I'm not sure. When he came back in 75 for a meeting, I think the CLT lecture or something, he gave a lecture on Naji. And I was very hesitant. I was looking at him from a distance. He said, Anand, come here. I was amazed that he even knew my name and he knew what I was working on. He said, how is it going? What have you done? What's the progress? And I was really impressed that he should remember so much because he was meeting so many people. I was sure he had somebody who would remind him that day about the people he's likely to meet and so on. But it turned out that he just had a phenomenal memory. Everybody talks about it afterwards. And after that, after I became director, first of all, I went to see him. I told him that I've got this job. So he said, so one of my selections was a good one. And I said, what do I do? He said, in the context of IIT Madras, he said, the second floor was occupied by the registrar, second floor room, and the director was in the fifth floor. He said, make sure the second floor does exactly what the fifth floor orders. That was actually a very good summary of what you're supposed to do as a director. If you allow the administration to take over, they don't have the perspective to keep faculty happy in any case. This was then afterwards when I became director, I requested him to be chairman of the peer review committee. And he said, not chairman, you be the chairman, I'll be a member. I said, sir, that is not possible. You have to be the chairman, I'll be a member. And he finally agreed. And we had a really good experience in the sense, I mean, I'm not going to talk about the details, but he said when a person should be given, when a person should not be given. It was always from an institute point of view. He said, is it good for the institute in the long run? There were some faculty who were not popular at all. In fact, very specifically, their colleague said, if he continues, I can't do any research on my own. I'll only be his postdoctoral student. And those cases were not given the emeritus professorship. And he said, don't try to explain. He told me that because I was part of the member of the group, and if somebody didn't get it, if they came and asked you, he said, don't try to explain. So I told them straight, I'm not expected to explain. But I mean, it was really a great experience. Then I requested him to come for the inauguration of the Heritage Center. You know, Professor Kolar is here. He's primarily responsible for the Heritage Center. The Heritage Center came out very well. He and an architect, Nalapath, they designed it together. And he came to inaugurate. I invited him to inaugurate it. I also invited Mrs. Ramachandran. She said, are you sure you want me to come? I said, I'm more than sure. We had heard her being a background support, a great support to Dr. Ramachandran. And they both came and we had a really wonderful time. I mean, he had a remarkable memory, as everybody said, and he could recall a series of incidents that were all very relevant to the inaugural of the Heritage Center. So I just want to share these thoughts with you, and I want to thank Arvind and Balaji for inviting me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. T. Ramasamy, sir, to hand over gift to Professor M.S. Anand, sir. Next, I would like to invite on stage Professor Srinivas Murthy, sir, to share experiences.
Thank you. I want to share a few random
thoughts about Arcot Ramachandran. I am always random, of course. There's nothing focused much about me. I came to IIT Madras December 1968 because Arcot Ramachandran started this MS degree course on the same lines as MSc Engineering in IISc Bangalore. He wanted to call it as a mini PhD. And in fact, he was there for the selections. He was there for everything connected with MS. It was his, one of his brainchilds and also very favorite things. And he was calling it as a mini PhD, and then he made sure that the degrees that were given were exactly same as the PhD degrees as far as the physically, the things were concerned. There was a leather type of thing, etc. And then, of course, that I was the first MS to get this thing in 1971. And like it was mentioned, both he was there and his father was there as the chairman, and I am one of the persons again who received a degree, first MS degree from him, and I still have that photograph. I wish I could share it with Kolar, possibly, this thing. So it is, and today also, afterwards, of course, there has been a slight change in MS degrees here, but still IISc Bangalore has got it, and they change it as MTech research, they call it, because again it was a question of job, etc. So in fact, he used to take our heat transfer classes, and then in addition to, of course, listening to his wonderful lectures, he would be teaching here, asking questions there. His hand would go like this, somebody there has to answer it. He would look, and then he is there. And we were all sitting in the front, this thing, occupying the front, this thing, so that we can impress him by answering questions. By book, Holman was his favorite book. But we used to also complain to him about our scholarships getting delayed. Like just now Anand mentioned, if our scholarships are 2-3 days delay, we would tell him in the class. And within no time, our scholarships would get ready. And then the registrar would get angry. Because why did you tell the director like that? So it was wonderful. In fact, to the extent that how he would go to the precise things. My MS degree, my MS I did in IC engines. I am keeping it secret because people still think that I am a heat transfer man. I am, afterwards, later. But I had to go to do computation in Kanpur. So he sanctioned 25,000 rupees for me to do computation. I went to Kanpur, I stayed there and did everything, but it seems that it exceeded to 35,000 rupees. So when I came back, I was afraid. And then Professor B.S. Murthy was my guide. And then it seems that he told the director and all those things. He immediately sanctioned another 10,000. Even 35,000 had to be sanctioned by the director those days. And then in the class afterwards, one day he asked me, how did your computations go? That means he remembered that, and then he remembered that he had sanctioned money like that. So this kind of things were rare. In fact, another thing I'll quickly tell, in 1971 I had a very bad back problem, and then I was in the hospital for 1 month. And then he had, it seems that every day would come and then check with M.E. Krishnamurthy, how is he doing? And one day, actually, I was lying down, and then suddenly I heard his voice in the hospital. But his elder brother, who was renowned urologist, had a similar voice. And I was closing down, and then he had come with the chief of neurology to see me, because he had told his elder brother, and then he had told that neurology chief, and they had come to see an ordinary student based on this thing. And then I remember him asking me in one of the hostel days, how is your leg now? So these are things which are small, but for me, I still remember those things. But of course, if I talk about him, I feel very emotional. But anyway, let me come back. And I will quickly In fact, that computation reminds me, in fact, there was supposed to, this Siemens computer was supposed to come. And in fact, he made sure that we get a IBM 370 because that was the thing which was coming, because we had German this thing. That is a big story which all of you know. But quickly shifting the gears to the recent times, I had the honor of joining Pradeep Datta's group, etc. And then ISER in Indian Institute of Science. And then about 10 years ago, I joined there. And then I'm still there, and they have still not thrown me out anyhow. But Pradeep is my, I should say handler, I think is a better word, so rather than my host. Because handling people like me is rather difficult, so he's a handler, and we are having a nice time. Why I am telling about it is that by the side of our building ISER, there is the CPDM is there, which was the workshop which was being mentioned, and then it is called as CPDM, Center for Product Development, etc. And then under the portico, it seems that Professor Arcot Ramachandran is the famous Vauxhall green car used to come and start. In fact, when I pass there to go to coffee, I always pass through the place where his car used to be standing once upon a time. And talking about his car, he used to drive very fast. Because in the campus, I know that not only every day morning he would go around, and every Sunday morning before he would go to his parents' house, he would go around the campus and then note down where something is out of order. Some water is overflowing or something is broken, something, etc., etc. And then before going out, he would call the executive engineer, Nagaraj Rao, because I used to go every Sunday to their house to have a free breakfast, because I was still a student and they were Kannada people who know. He used to keep a book and a pen near the phone, and then phone would come. He would say, director will be calling. Like he would have to note down that that is happening, this is happening. He would reel out everything and then go. Next week, he would go around and he has to again say, answer him if something is not been done. So to that extent, the campus, he would go around and then make sure everything is in order, etc., etc. So that was very nice. And then it so happened I could be there very close to his house in Bangalore, being in Indian Institute of Science. So sometime in the evenings, I would phone him, and then in the early days, Mrs. Ramachandran used to pick up the phone, because even now then she would answer and fix up Srinivasmurthy is coming and things like that. And then I would go and spend time with him, sitting as equals. Very rare in those days to sit in front of him and talk to him, because it was a personality which was very strong. And then now he would talk to you and discuss about various things, because even then he would read a lot of newspapers, magazines, watch this. Of course, he hated the news, etc., because he would say these are all junk, because the people, the news has become so bad, news delivery, etc. But still he would know everything that is happening. And one of the important things that he would say was regarding the solar thermal power plant which was installed here. There was a news item somewhere telling that IIT Bombay has installed the first solar thermal power plant in the country, like that it was. He shouted at me, I say, what are you doing? See, when he says, I say, it was that you are in trouble. Because when he uses two words, one is your friend, he would say, your friend, and then I say. So I say, what are you doing? And then I became a bit careful. He said, these people are climbing. The first solar thermal power plant was in IIT Madras way back in 1973-74. And then these people are climbing. You should make sure that this kind of mistakes do not happen. So to that extent, even as late as it must be 2017 or somewhere around a year before he passed away, etc. is there. And then there's a lot of things that you can say. So whenever I used to meet them, they would be sitting together, and then you could think of like two gods sitting there. In fact, I remember there was one thing, Basa or Kalidasa, I think, Jagatah Pitaro Vande Parvati Parameshwaro, like that. You could see them that they are like gods, the two people are sitting. Anyhow, so there are so many things that you can say, but in general, I should say that he was different. As a teacher, as a institution builder, as what he has done to, that one thing I would like to tell regarding the research. So before he came, if you have to publish a paper, and if you have to make so many copies and this and that, then there was a small form. In that one, you will have to fill up the address, and then it has got to be approved by the registrar if it has to go by airmail. So publishing papers, it is to be, airmail has to be approved by the registrar. He came to know because he was also one of my thesis, this thing. I had many papers with him. Then he said, what nonsense it is. Who is the registrar to approve your publications? He said, nothing doing. Anybody who wants to publish papers, they directly, it can go by airmail. That was the thing. To that extent, even small things to support research were all being done by him. So today, the younger generation, you are enjoying it, and then you should know that those days what he did to research and then to the institute. And of course, as it is clearly told, there are so many things that can be told. And then thank you very much, Balaji and Arvind, for making me to come here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite on stage Professor Ajit Kolar sir to share his experiences.
Yeah, so I think Kolar is not well, so but his blessings are always there. Okay.
Now, I would like to invite on stage Professor S.P. Venkateshan sir to share his experiences.
Good morning. I wasn't even aware that I was going to say anything today. It's just a surprise to me. But one thing I can say is that I met him first in 1968, and I was in IIT Bangalore at that time. He had just then become the director, moved over to the IIT Madras. And I used to hear about him because even in IISc there were a lot of things he had done, which probably none of you touched upon today. At the mechanical engineering department, he was the first professor and head of the department. And just I missed his headship by, then Tirunarayan had become the head of the department. And I joined when M.A. Tirunarayan was the head of the department. And in those days, we used to have that book by Jacob and Hawkins. I think that was something which Professor A. Ramachandran used to use when he was teaching heat transfer at IIT Bangalore, and subsequently other people took over that. And also I think Professor A. Ramachandran was a student of Max Jacob. Yeah, that's something which we should remember, because Max Jacob holds a very important position in the story of heat transfer. I think we started with he is a German professor who migrated to USA, and I think that is when I think heat transfer started in United States of America. So I think there is a lot of history behind the individual.
He was a student of George Hawkins at Purdue.
Yeah.
Max Jacob was at Illinois Institute.
Okay.
Once a week he used to come.
Okay. I stand corrected, but there was anyway the connection was there. Yeah, that's what I would like to say. But more importantly, I think my recollection is that he used to inspire a lot of people. basically in IIT Madras, I think the institute, the research culture started here, and he encouraged all the faculty to do PhD. I think most of the faculty at that time were either were at the master's level they had done, and they had become lecturers and so on. And I think he encouraged all of them to start to do PhD in various subjects of engineering, not necessarily only in mechanical. Throughout the institute, I think he started that culture of research. And in 1971, we had the Pakistan-India war was there, okay? And the first conference of the ISHMT, and that is when the ISHMT started actually, and the first conference was held in 1971. And I remember coming here, and it was not clear whether it would be held or not. I mean, there was a lot of uncertainty, but somehow we made it, and that is how the first heat transfer conference started. And I think Professor Srinivas Murthy used to tell me how they worked on the manuscripts, because in those days things were not like, you don't get easily printed and so on, so it had to be typeset. A lot of work was involved, and that is how the ISHMT started. And I think this today's meeting is actually homage to Professor A.R. for his contribution in terms of starting a heat transfer group or Indian Society for Heat and Mass Transfer. And also he has started other things which other people have already talked about. And I was also one of the beneficiaries, because I became Professor Emeritus when he was the peer review chairman. And I think more or less, I think I remember him as a great personality. And in our own time, we have seen him in action, and we have seen how he worked. And I think the IIT Madras today owes quite a bit to Professor A. Ramachandran's foresight and his way of visualizing what we should be doing in the future and so on. I think I don't think I can say anything more than that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite on stage Professor T. Sundararajan sir to share his experiences. I would like to invite on stage Professor Pradeep Datta sir to share his experiences.
Thank you. When I wasn't aware I'll be called here, but it's a surprise quiz. It's a great pleasure. Of course, there are these sources of waves, and from the source, there will be many ripples. So there are people who are immediately around the source, and those are my seniors who have spoken. So I am one of those who may have got the ripple of Professor Ramachandran from a distance, but I came to know about him in much more detail. Of course, I'm much junior compared to the others. So when I was an MTech student here, and I joined the heat transfer lab as a student. So there itself, I started hearing stories how that lab got built, and whose idea it was to give it that shape. And then I also came to know Professor V.M.K. Shastri changed. It was I think thermal power lab initially, and then the heat transfer was added to it, and Professor Ramachandran, of course, had his influence on adding the heat transfer. It was implemented during Professor V.M.K. Shastri when he was head of the lab, I think at that time. Not at that time, but before I joined as a student. And then of course, I started on a career in heat transfer, but of course when I went to US, I worked on other things and all. Then I came back to heat transfer when I came back to India. And just before I came back to India, I was fortunate to meet Professor Ramachandran for the first time. And that was during the ISHMT conference. It was in Surathkal, 1995. I came here mainly, I was actually looking for a job in India that I would return. And just before I returned, I met Professor Sastry also in US at that time. He was one of the ASME conferences. So anyway, I was here, and there I had a first-hand experience of how great a personality Professor Ramachandran. It was one of the plenary lectures given by, I don't want to put the name, by someone who is very well known in energy and solar thermal based in US. And he was giving a plenary lecture. And during that, and the lecture started, and Professor Ramachandran was chairing that session. The lecture started, and this eminent personality who was giving the lecture started about what is solar and energy, what is solar thermal and all. So after 10 minutes of this introduction, Professor Ramachandran interrupted him, and in very precise words, just like Professor Srinivas Murthy was saying, about those two phrases, I say like that. He just stopped him, said, please come to the point, what you want to say. Everybody knows about solar energy. In the whole hall, it was a plenary lecture, the whole hall was stunned that, someone can actually interrupt. And then this gentleman who was giving, the professor who was giving the lecture immediately, came to the point. He just, and then the lecture was focused. And then I saw that kind of a personality. Okay, later in life, when I joined IISc, of course, that's what I was talking about, getting benefited or influenced or whatever. I'll just share a story, what also shaped my academic career. And one day I suddenly get a call from Professor Balakrishnan. Not a call, it was an email, or I'm not sure, that please call my number or something like that by email. And then I called him. And then he says that I want to nominate you for INE fellowship. Then I just, how did it fall from the sky like this? Nobody else has approached me. And I was a young assistant professor at that time in IISc, just doing my work. And then he explained to me, it's my father who says he wants to nominate you. Then again, it was a surprise that how come it happened. Then apparently, it turned out that he was asking around who is doing work in heat transfer, and he's just trying to follow up. In those days, internet was also not so common. But as Professor Srinivas Murthy was also saying, he was always trying to be aware of what's going on. And he wanted to promote some things. I was doing heat transfer in manufacturing at that time, and then I think published some papers, and Professor Balakrishnan was editor of IJHMT, the flagship journal. It's just that these connections happened, and then I was asked to go and see him in his house. So I found out where near golf course, and it was my first experience, beautiful house. I go there, and there only I got his blessings, and then our personal relationship started. And every occasion, wherever I go, he would recognize me. He would ask me how things are going on. He came and saw the lab. In fact, the lab which in IISc, that heat transfer lab, also happened to be started by Professor Ramachandran. So I was a beneficiary of that, or I inherited that lab also. And also I was in the same department where he was the head. And there, of course, we have named in IISc our department, we have a separate auditorium that is also named after him. So these are certain kind of things sharing. But the kind of visionary that he has been, of course, there is no parallel I can see in my lifetime, in my profession. And I'm very thankful for his, creating so many institutions and being somewhat, influenced by his legacy. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the family members and well-wishers for sharing their memories and associations with the late Professor Arcot Ramachandran. We now begin the symposium with the first plenary talk by Professor Sarit Kumar Das, who was the Director of IIT Rupar and the Dean of Academic Research, IIT Madras. Professor Kameshwar Rao Anupindi will be chairing this session. Dr. Kameshwar Rao Anupindi is currently working as an Associate Professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Madras. He pursued his doctoral studies under the guidance of Professor Stephen Frankel in the School of Mechanical Engineering, Purdue University. His research focuses on computational fluid dynamics, biomedical fluid flow, lattice-Boltzmann constant, transition and turbulence, and aeroacoustics. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Okay, it's my pleasure to invite our first plenary speaker, Professor Sarit Kumar Das. Professor Sarit Kumar Das is an institute professor of the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Madras. He served as the director of IIT Ropar from June 2015 to January 2021. He also held the position of Dean Academic Research at IIT Madras from 2012 to 2015. His research spans a wide range of topics in heat transfer applications like nanofluids, biological heat transfer, microfluidics, and nanoparticle mediated drug delivery in cancer cells. He is the author of more than 250 peer-reviewed journal articles and several books. He is an elected fellow of the National Academy of Sciences India and Indian National Academy of Engineering. He also is a recipient of the IIT Madras Lifetime Research Achievement Award in June 2021. With this short bio, I now let's welcome Professor Sarit Das to deliver his plenary talk.
Thank you, Dr. Kameshwar, for that kind introduction. Somebody said as far as the technical part of the seminar is concerned, I am the opening batsman. Now the World Cup final is just over. You can see that the opening batsman can set up a win, but they can sink the boat also. I hope I do a better job in making this seminar a success. Now, I am one of those unfortunate people who have never met personally Professor Ramachandran. 3 times after I came to IIT Madras, Professor Ramachandran visited this campus, and every time I missed him. First time, once I was in sabbatical, and the other 2 times I was traveling somewhere. I had this desire to meet him, but I could never gather enough courage to go to meet him with no reasons. So, but as a faculty member here, I heard loads and loads of stories about him. Some of them I used when I had to do a bit of administrative job. One of which I remember very well, which I had to give to one of the faculty promotion candidates at IIT Ropar. It seems that there was a faculty member who tried for professor's job promotion and he failed. So he was very agitated and met Professor Ramachandran saying that, I have been teaching for so many years and doing so much things, and why I am not professor yet. So Professor Ramachandran, it seems, in the 5th floor, if you walk to the window of the director, you see the whole IIT Madras. So he walked in and he called him and said, look, that banyan tree is, that person said that I am teaching for 10 or 15 years and still I am not a professor. And he said, that banyan tree is here for 100 years. Shall I make him a professor? That was his answer. So the thing is not in these terms, but I told one of the candidates that this is what Professor Ramachandran said. I don't want to say that. So the thing is that as an administrator, just like everybody said, that you need to help people, but you need to hold them responsible as well. As Professor Srinivas Murthy said, that his final words, that I say that these things, you have to do that. And he could understand that. But then, before coming to my lecture, I would like to just bring out one important thing, that this is very important. Your vision, your looking at the future, nobody is born with that. That develops in course of life. As he said very clearly, that sitting in the chairs of doctoral committees, he could gain idea about other disciplines other than heat transfer. But then, to gain that, the core discipline that you come from has to be strong. Essentially what it means, academics is such a field where nobody is going to respect you because of your chair. Be sure. If you are in a company, if you are in the bureaucracy, because you occupy a chair, people will respect you. Just because you are the MD, or just because you are a secretary or additional secretary, people will, because you have lots of power. In academics, this doesn't work. Even if you are director of IIT Madras or director of any IITs, unless and until people know that you are academically good, nobody is going to respect you just because of the chair. This is a rule in academics. And where Professor Ramachandran started, was that academic, where he excelled. Now I came to know this, everyone who knew him talked about his aura, his administrative abilities and institute building. But last year, 2 years back, in the last ISHMT conference, the first Arcot Ramachandran chair was, the lecture was started, and Professor Pulikakos from ETH Zurich gave the lecture, and I was chairing the session. Now, I always have the habit of making a bit of homework. So when I had to talk about, start that one and talk little bit about Professor Ramachandran, I took materials from Professor Balakrishnan, I took from the net. But what was interesting, you can also go and find out, in the net, Professor Ramachandran's PhD thesis is still available, if you can go and find out. And I read not the whole, but parts of the thesis. Now, naturally, you can understand the kind of technologies were not there. But if you read the thesis, I read particularly the experimental part and the conclusion part. It's really amazing to see the details of the experiment, not unnecessary details, the details which are exactly required to ensure the accuracy, the credibility of the experiments, the way it is listed. I think it's an ideal thing. And how to conclude from an experiment. The conclusion part, it was amazing. So, Professor Ramachandran could do all this because his foot was grounded in academics. Whether it is ISHMT, whether it is introducing heat transfer to India, it was because of his academic stature. Somebody said his association with Max Jacob. Max Jacob is probably after the initial people like Fourier. In the modern age, probably he was the number 1 or number 2 person in heat transfer. So I decided to have a technical talk. And because first I was perplexed when I got that invitation. Of course, I had to accept it. There's no other reason. Yesterday night, 11 o'clock, I have come back from home. I came for this lecture only. But at the same time, what to talk on? And then I found that if I have to talk on Professor Ramachandran's, on the occasion of his centenary, definitely I must talk of hardcore heat transfer. And Professor Max Jacobs' greatest contribution was in two-phase. Now, two-phase is an area in which even in India, very few people work. The problem every time I have a student to graduate for PhD, when I look at the examiners, there are very few in academics. There are few in space and atomic agencies, but in the academics, the number of people working on two-phase heat transfer are very, very less. So I decided to talk on that is flow boiling in mini and micro channels. That's my talk today. Okay, so this is something all of you know. The first one is the Moore's law. Moore's law tells you about how the number of devices per chip is increasing, and it is known that according to Moore's law, in about 18 months they double. So if you take 10 times 18 months, then it will be 2 to the power 10, which is a terrible number. And that's how it has gone up. But for us, I mean, that will be the electronic engineer's perspective. But if you look at the heat transfer engineering perspective, the amount of heat flux, that's what is important to us. You look at watts per centimeter square. Now, although a chip may be of couple of watts, but the area in which that is generated are nanometer thicknesses. And so if you calculate the heat flux, actually what you get in electronics are something like rocket nozzle heat flux. You have reached that one, and it's going up and up. How to cool that? That's the really top priority. So for cooling that, there are many options people are exploring. Falling film, liquid jet impingement was a period of time that was very popular. People were working on that. Spray cooling, capillary pump, curved channel cooling, and micro channel flow boiling. These are various options that people utilized for cooling the chip. That means the chips are cooled by heat spreaders, and they want to use various technologies. Now, one thing is very interesting in these. You see, many of them are two-phase devices. For example, falling film, jet impingement, spray cooling, microchannel flow boiling. These are all two-phase devices. Phase change takes place because, you see, when the heat flux is very large, single phase is incapable of removing that. An example of that is, if you think of 5 to 10 years back, the laptops were never to be kept on lap because it was becoming so hot. So they went to the cooling device of heat pipe. And heat pipe is again a two-phase. It evaporates and condenses. So that became very important. But today now people are thinking that instead of a separate device on channel, it's on the substrate itself, on the other side of the substrate, can we cut channels? Can we have micro channels? And we cool the device. So this is how the concept of microchannel flow boiling came. So the motivation for this entire thing that I will be presenting is to elucidate the reason for the changes of surface characteristics in mini and micro channels, heat sinks. So the heat sinks which are removing this kind of high heat flux devices, what is the effect of the surface characteristics? Because the moment the device becomes small, the surfaces starts, it doesn't remain a volumetric thing, it becomes a surface dominated thing. So what does the surfaces do? And to evaluate the existing correlations and to find out whether we can find out what is happening with respect to aging. And this is what is the focus of this entire study. Not only find, because in microchannel and microchannel heat sinks over last 20 years, in fact, if you remember, there is a paper, I still remember Professor Satish Kandlikar in one of the meetings of international heat transfer conferences said, there is one paper, if you have not read that, then you are in the wrong room. And that paper is by two persons known, Tuckerman and Pace. That paper talks first time about what is microchannel and why microchannel heat transfer is so important. There are many students of heat transfer. The basic of that is very simple. This is a question we all asked to PhD entrants, and very seldom we get the correct answer. What is the heat transfer correlation, Nusselt number correlation for fully developed flow in a channel? Now, people keep on searching for Reynolds number, Prandtl number, but if it is a fully developed flow, it's not. It's a number alone. Number depends on two things. One is the shape and one is the thermal boundary condition. So for a circular channel, the number is 4.36 and 3.66 or 37 for a fully developed flow. A laminar flow, I'm sorry. Laminar flow is another thing which is very important, because microchannel getting turbulent flow is very difficult. So anyway, now the thing is, if you see that Nusselt number is a constant, that means essentially heat transfer coefficient is inversely proportional to the hydraulic diameter, which essentially means that smaller the channel, heat transfer coefficient is more. Now this is the primary inspiration of using microchannels. Now you see, that's why as I said, that's why we wanted to look at it, and thousands of people has looked at it. Now we took another part of it, that all these microchannels which are being made mostly of copper and aluminium and all that. Well, every experiment I have seen, 98% experiments maybe, are done in freshly prepared channels. And they work very well. What is going to happen if you have two-phase flow in microchannels? There are 10 times boiling has occurred, 100 times, 1 month, 1 year. Will it behave the same way? So the effect of aging on heat transfer in microchannel, and not only heat transfer, in boiling another important thing is critical heat flux, which is the point at which the wall evaporates completely and the heat transfer coefficient suddenly drops. Does it depend on aging? So these was the questions which we tried to explore. Now, as far as two-phase is concerned, this is a slide I use in my course on two-phase flow. People usually, the students, if you tell him you are going to work on two-phase, many of them after a couple of months run away. No, they say, sir, give me anything else but not heat transfer, because they have an idea that it's very empirical, it's very difficult, the prediction is poor, and it's less important. Now all of them are wrong, because yes, to some extent it is empirical, because the physics is still being discovered. Still we do not understand. Because you see, the difference between boiling and other modes of heat transfer is this, that for boiling, you can hardly write one differential equation and solve it. You cannot, because these are statistical phenomena. Every bubble is different, and you will not have bubble of one size. You will have, from micron size to millimeter size. So it's the average of that which you have to predict, which is difficult. So to some extent, empiricism will be there. It's difficult, of course, it is more difficult than single phase, but then you can still develop understanding. The third one, the predictions are poor. In fact, when the first correlations for boiling came, they were plus minus 100% like. And people were very happy, at least we got the order of magnitude. So At least we can say that it's of this order. But today, it's not so. Actually, we have come pretty close. There are correlations, you will see today in this work itself, which are plus minus 10-15%, which is comparable with single phase heat transfer. So people have gone to that level. And of course, it's not less important. Today, in the high heat flux devices, not only I am talking of electronic cooling, say lasers. Lasers are to be cooled. Everywhere, there is two phase. In fact, couple of years back, when I was in Ropar, they were talking of buying a supercomputer. And one company, I think Hitachi from Japan, they came with a model in which the whole processor is immersed in the liquid. And the processor is cooled by boiling taking place from the surface of the, of course, not usual liquids, it's a dielectric liquid. But the processor is immersed into the liquid and two-phase heat removal is taking place. So it's definitely not less important. Now, I have been talking microchannel. What is micro? Now this is, again, there are many definitions. Generally, because it should not be only by the dimension. It also depends on what fluid you are using and for what purpose. See, micro always, a micro or mini is defined on the basis of your basic length scale vis-a-vis your channel length scale. Now, the basic length scale, suppose you have gas, then the basic length scale is going to be mean free path of the gas. Now, the moment you take it to boiling, that's not the basic length scale. In boiling, the basic length scale is the bubble diameter. So, what is mini or micro there? It will be much larger because you have bubbles of the order of millimeters. In fact, people have seen the normal boiling correlations, the flow boiling correlations, they don't work below about 1.5 millimeter because your bubble sizes are 1.5 millimeter, they are getting squeezed, they are getting elongated, the flow regimes change. In fact, in microchannel, you do not get the kind of flow that you see in usual channels. There are something called slug annular flow, which is not there in usual channels itself. So, that's why which is microchannel itself is a question. So, you see, usually accepted channel nomenclature is like this, where the microchannels are here, which is probably 10 to 200. People in single phase say 1 to 10 also, but usually 10 to 200 microns, and beyond that is mini channels. Mini channels are equally important because they are parts of other sets of equipments like compact heat exchangers and so on. Now, what are the advantages? Of course, economic. I'm sorry. Economic from space and material points of view, compact design, ability to handle high heat fluxes, all these are advantages, but definitely manufacturing is a major constraint, how to make them. Some say photolithography, some say micro machining, some say nowadays people are talking of additive manufacturing, how to do that. Pressure drop is a constraint, of course. Micro channel means for the same fluid to be flown, the velocity will be high, and the relationship between velocity and pressure drop is at least linear, if not, if you go to turbulent, it will be more than that. And then scale formation, and this is where we concentrate today, that even in micro channel, you can have scales, you can have oxidation, and that may deteriorate your performance in heat transfer. So, I will come directly to our work, which is on microchannel boiling. We did on a square channel. We got this by micro machining. We didn't try other because the ones which were available to us. But the problem is, you can see, the problem here is that you cannot say, I want to have a 50 micron microchannels. I mean, particularly for experimental purpose, because it should be repeatable and all that. And we had 3 channels of 324 microns, 658 microns, and I would say this is mini channel, 1 millimeter. And we micro machined. We had, transparent top plate, and the whole assembly is quite, cumbersome. This is what I would like to tell, that, although the outcomes of these may appear to be not very deep, because still there are many loose ends in these, but doing these experiments are extremely difficult, because boiling, as I said, boiling itself is a difficult area, and then doing it in micro is another difficult area. For example, who will ensure that this 0.324 hydraulic diameter is going to be uniform? It's very difficult to make it uniformly that. I mean, even with micro machining and all that. Its roughness, nobody can ensure that it is going to be, the roughness has to be uniform. So these are difficult parts of it. And then putting the heaters and getting the exact kind of heat flux that you want is another point. So all these, you have to do lots of trials and errors by which we got this experimental setup. And the whole test rig, it contains so many components. It is the test section with so many thermocouples, and then of course you must have a condenser, a tank, degasifier, and then in these channels, normal pumps cannot be used. You use gear pumps or sometimes series pumps, Coriolis mass flow meter, because you understand your margin of error is very small. I think we have to go to Professor SPV's book to find out that how you measure the accuracy of these experiments, because when your wattage is small, flow rates are microliters, milliliters kind of thing. So to do it correctly is a difficult task. The whole setup look like this. Your experimental test section is only this much. All others are everything else. And then first, with single phase, we tried to see that whatever we are doing is fine. And here also we looked at aging. Now the effect of aging is there, but it's not so predominant, because it's almost in the uncertainty limits. But we saw that from the standard correlations, we have one Shah and London, very well known correlation. Another is Bejan's correlation and Copeland's correlation. So we found our setup had a definition of 18%, 17.5 and 40%. And you see, this is the best we could get with lots of, if I tell you the stories about how we fabricated this, you will be surprised. There was one student working with me on these micro channels. It took her 1 year to arrest the leak. These things, the setup leaking from there, how to, it should be detachable at the same time. It should not leak. It took about 1 year to address that problem. Such are the difficult things. And when we say the 18 or 17%, people said wonderful. With standard correlation, if you are getting within 18%, that's an achievement. Now, then there are other issues. See, since there is a large pressure drop, saturation temperature is also going to change. Now, how do you assume that saturation temperature? For our purpose, we have taken it linear. Now, whether this is correct or not, everybody can question. We took the inlet temperature and outlet temperature and inlet pressure and outlet pressure. So, corresponding to that, we will have two saturation temperatures, and we assume that the saturation temperature varies linearly between them. That's one assumption, because we didn't have pressure measurements in between. Because the problem with these kinds of setup is that the pressure measurement itself can disturb the flow. So you cannot measure pressures at many points. That will disturb the flow. So we have only pressure measurement at inlet and outlet, and there is only one possibility that when you have 2 points, you fit a linear curve. And then how to find out the outlet quality of the vapor. Now this is also extrapolating from that. The other way of finding out outlet pressure, see, outlet pressure, there are two ways of finding out the outlet quality. One is you do visualization. Now visualization is very difficult in these microchannels. The other way is we found this mathematical extrapolation is good enough from another indirect way, which is the vapor and liquid which is coming out, you have immediately after that the condensing section. In the condensing section, you can make a heat balance, because your fluid which is going in and coming out will give you the heat, and the one which is going out, that is liquid after condensation. So you know exactly the enthalpy. So inlet enthalpy from there, from a heat exchanger, if you know 3 enthalpies, the 4th enthalpy you can find out, and then you know the pressure, so you revert back and find out what is the void fraction. This is another indirect way of finding, and that's how we did it. And then we can find out the heat transfer coefficient by standard definitions. This is very important, the uncertainties. And uncertainties in these measurements, we have in direct measurements for temperature and for pressure and so on, which we get. But what is important, what are the uncertainties we are getting in heat flux? It's about 4.5% maximum, mass flux about 5.2%, single phase heat transfer coefficient or Nusselt number about 15%, and two phase 5 to 12%. Now this is what is very interesting, that this is the technology today allows you to have a two-phase heat transfer uncertainty which is comparable with single phase. And this is where is real achievement of the modern measurement systems. Now with that, these are our results. Your results, you can see that this is in 0 months, this is in 10 months. The Nusselt numbers, you see there is change. Definitely there is change. And this is plotted, the same thing we plotted against time. You can see for every mass flux and heat flux, this is one mass flux, this is another mass flux, this is another mass flux, and each one is a heat flux. Now here comes the question. This is where microchannels differ from normal channels. Normally, if I ask one of the stalwarts of two-phase heat transfer in India is Professor Balakrishnan, he's sitting here, he will tell me that for pool boiling, it is heat flux dominated. Mass flux has got very little influence. But for flow boiling, actually heat flux has got very little influence. It is mass flux dominated. Generally, there is a wonderful picture, I didn't give that one, in Carl Stefan's book, which says how it changes from heat flux domination to mass flux domination in two-phase flow. For pool boiling, which is external boiling, heat flux dominates. For internal boiling, always mass flux dominates. But in microchannel, people have found out that mass flux does dominate, heat flux dominates. Which essentially means, so what is the difference between pool boiling and flow boiling? Basically, pool boiling is nucleate type of boiling, whereas flow boiling is mostly annular flow, which is liquid film evaporation, no bubbles. Bubbles are suppressed. As the flow boiling begins with bubbles, but then bubbles are suppressed and you get annular flow. And that is why it's mass flux dominated. But they are saying that in microchannel, actually you never get that annular flow. you always have bubbles. The bubbles may be elongated, and that's why microchannel flow boiling is heat flux dominated, which you can see here. Very clearly we got that heat fluxes, with heat fluxes it is changing. Now, and what we could see, that they are changing with time. That means if you, in the same copper channel, you boil for number of times, tens of times, hundreds of times, the performance comes down. And we will investigate why this happens. And of course, the pressure drop is the other way. Heat transfer comes down, pressure drop goes up. Means always you are at the receiving end. As the microchannels age, its heat transfer reduces and the pressure drop increases. That means you are always paying more. Now, these are at different mass fluxes, how pressure drop changes. You can see this is at from month 0 to month 10, how that pressure drop changes. Then these are day-wise, not only months. If you just go by few days, in fact, after certain days, it stabilizes. So if you look at aging from months point of view, you won't be able to capture the problem, because whatever deterioration happens, it happens in the first couple of days. You can see day 0 and day 2 and day 4 and day 6, and then you say day 210. You can see that it stabilizes within 10 days. So aging is very fast in the first few boiling. That's why the results that we see in literature are all done with fresh channels. And if somebody builds a real heat sink for an electronic cooling and expects that those results will hold true, it won't. Because you see the way it deteriorates so fast. Within 10 days, it deteriorates like that. And that's what we have seen even of course, the pressure drop deterioration was not that fast. Heat transfer deterioration is fast. This is in mini channels. The mini channels, we found the deterioration is less, but still it is there. And of course, this is the pressure drop in mini channels. Now, if you simply look at what is happening, now, till now, the story that I said is that heat transfer deteriorates in microchannels in flow boiling. But why? Now we started looking at first the surface. The surface is definitely changed. You see, this is the fresh one at 3 different hydraulic diameters. This is the fresh one, this is the aged channel. So even from the physical appearance itself, you can see that there is a difference. Then we went to the X-ray spectroscopy analysis to find out. Now here in the fresh one, there are no oxygen peaks, but here there are oxygen peaks, which very clearly says that the surface is oxidizing. As you boil, it's getting oxidized. Now the next thing is, the other things which physically changes is the contact angle, liquid contact angle. So we used goniometer to find it out, and the weightability is found out at different surface roughnesses. We didn't find a very big correlation between roughness and contact angle, but we did find that with time, heating time, the contact angle comes down. So you can see the fresh contact angle is 85 degrees, which is on the on the boundary of being hydrophobic. Usually up to 90 degrees they say hydrophilic, so it is almost hydrophobic. 90 to 150 is hydrophobic, and more than 150 is super hydrophobic. Now if you look at 85 degree comes down to 50 degrees. So the contact angle comes down. But if you clean it with simple emery paper or something like that, you can not only go back to 85, even enhance beyond that. That's possible. So you need to clean it to keep your contact angle intact, and this is how it looks. The surfaces at different samples which are fresh, aged and cleaned. The roughnesses do vary, but the contact angles don't vary that much. On the 3 samples, you can see these 3 are the contact angles and these 3 are the roughnesses, and you can see that their boiling curve is quite different. And now we are using only the nucleate boiling because it's the heat flux dominated boiling, and we can see that this is because of the superheat requirement in the cavities, because superheat requirement in a cavity we can this is very basic. In any boiling book you will find it, that you use the Clausius-Clapeyron equation and find out. See, basically for students I would be saying this, that at normal pressure water boils, pure water boils at what temperature? You will all say 100 degrees. But if you maintain a surface exactly at 100 degree, there will be no boiling. Right? Your surface has to be superheated, because the liquid has to be superheated, because when you take a bubble, the pressure inside and outside are not same. Otherwise the bubble won't exist. The inside pressure must be higher than the outside. And because of the difference of pressure, you must have the liquids superheated. Then only you can get the bubbles. And how much superheat, you can calculate that by using the Clausius-Clapeyron equation. You can find out that superheat using this particular extension of Clausius-Clapeyron equation. You use the Clausius-Clapeyron, and then there is the Laplace equation where it says to keep that one, what is the pressure difference? So the pressure difference you can put in Clausius-Clapeyron, you can find out the temperature difference. So liquid needs to be superheated, and for that you need cavities to pre-exist. That's the reason why it's again for students. That's the reason why that it's very dangerous trying to boil water in micro oven. Never even try it. They have the warning, because in the micro oven the heat is generated within water, not at the surface. So there will be actually superheating of the liquid without boiling, even if it crosses the boiling point. Your water may be at 110 degrees, 120 degrees, and then you take out and put coffee powder, it will explode suddenly. So now never even try to do that. And that's why these cavities are very important. The roughnesses are very important for boiling. And we could find out what is the relation between this roughness, contact angles, and the microchannel boiling. These are the two-phase pressure drops for the aged surfaces. And then we tried to fit our experimental data. All these experiments which were done, we tried to fit it to existing correlations. And none of the correlations did a good job. You can see. There are existing correlations for microchannels also. Yes. And we used microchannel correlations only, not the usual correlations. We use the microchannel correlations, Q and Cornwell is one and very well known correlation is this one. I think the next one. This Kandlikas, this one. But even here, the spread is quite large. You can see from our experiments. So we had the variation of heat transfer coefficient with contact angles. And so based on all this, we realized that the roughness and contact angles are two factors which need to be brought into the correlation. Without that, at least aging channels, we will not be able to correlate properly and present the physics. So the correlations that we suggested is this, where the theta versus theta aged. That means the original theta, original contact angle by the aged contact angle, Reynolds number, boiling number, we have brought into the correlation. And if I correlate hours one within plus minus 30%, almost all the experimental data.
You wanted to include the roughness. I don't see any roughness there.
No, we didn't bring the roughness directly. The roughness came through the yeah. So the other thing I will quickly go through is the second set of experiments we did to find out critical heat flux. Now, what was surprising to us, critical heat flux didn't change much. We didn't expect it. We expected the critical heat flux to change because usually critical heat flux depends on weightability. If it is more weightable, critical heat flux will be higher. If it is less weightable, the critical heat flux will be lower. But what we saw, these are all experiments done, and the next student did. The first one was on heat transfer only, but the next student took up the critical heat flux, and you can see that the highest point, of course, in the heat transfer coefficient of, highest point is critical heat flux. Though the value of heat transfer coefficient changes, but they occur almost at the same place. If you take these at the heat flux axis, it's almost same. In fact, if you plot it, it's like this, which is almost no influence. Now, what's the reason? We still don't understand it. Let's be very frank. Because I definitely, when I saw an effect of contact angle in the heat transfer, I expected effect of contact angle also in critical heat flux. But this is science, particularly the experimental science. You always don't get what you expect. I have a small story which I will tell you. It's more for the students. When I was doing my postdoc, my very first boiling experiments, I prepared the setup. It was in Germany, and it took a couple of months, and the prepared setup and did everything, and I was putting nanoparticles into liquid and do the boiling. Now naturally, boiling, all models say it depends on thermal conductivity of the liquid. Even there are Rosenau's well-known models which are based on only conduction, not even evaporation. So my fluid is getting more conducting, so the boiling will be more. But when I did the experiment, I found the curve, instead of shifting left, which means better boiling, it is shifting towards right. I came back, I was devastated, because whatever I expected for 3 months, 4 months, preparation, the very first experiment says it's going the other direction. So I came back, and in Germany, 5 more minutes. In Germany, my daughter was in the school. She came one day jumping to, she was in 8th standard. The dad, I have seen in microscope. I said, what did you see? Bacteria. Tomorrow we are going to see metal. I said, we also saw metals during engineering. So she asked, what do you see in metals? What do you expect? I said, why are you asking me? You see yourself. In experiment, you should never ask before doing the experiment, then you will have preconceived idea. Don't expect anything. You said, what do I expect? Don't expect anything. Go and see what you find out. Now I came back after that experiment, and I was totally devastated. My wife gave me coffee. I didn't even know what I am drinking. She observed. She said, Dad, you are very disappointed. I said, yes. Why? I said, my experiment didn't go well. What do you mean by didn't go well? I said, no, I didn't get what I expected. But you told me that you should not expect anything while doing experiment, and you are saying you are not getting expected result. I said, this girl may be telling truth. The next day I went and I carried out experiments, and I found, no, this is correct. It's only deteriorating. And then I started working on it. And then I found the reason for it. Actually, the nanoparticles are, the surfaces are micro, uneven. Nanoparticles are going there, sitting into it, plugging the nucleation sites. Surface is becoming smoother, and that's why the boiling deteriorates. So I found it out, and I was very, very happy. And after a couple of weeks, I told the German professor, I am at least happy that I found out why it went wrong. So he looked at it and he said, yes, that's what. So I was leaving his room. He said, when are you writing the paper? I said, which paper? He said, this one. I said, this is, what we expected, we didn't get it. Boiling deteriorates. He said, negative result is also a result. Write the paper as early as possible. Very reluctantly, I wrote that paper. It got published in IJHMT. That's one of my highest cited papers so far. The paper has been cited nearly 2,000 times. So what I'm trying to say is, when you do experiments, you always don't get expected results. Always you cannot explain the results also. And one of them is this one. We still need to do lot more experiments, lot more different probably parameters. Very systematically we have to vary and find out what may be the reasons for critical heat flux not being affected by this. So these are, we can see there is definitely a change of contact angle. The first one is the fresh one and the second one is the aged one, but yet the critical heat flux, the variation is little random. We don't get any definite trend of variation in critical heat flux. So with this, I would like to conclude that we have seen that there is a change of characteristics of copper microchannel over a period of time, which is attributed to aging, and the change of heat transfer coefficient due to aging mainly depends on boiling during the number of boiling cycles and not entirely on the time interval between the runs. The number of boiling cycles is more important, and the whole thing goes like this. Aging gives surface oxidation, increases wettability, and inhibits nucleation. So this is the way it goes. And nucleation is important because, as I said, that in microchannel the boiling is mostly nucleate boiling. It's not the flow boiling, usual flow boiling. With proper cleaning of the surface, you can bring back the performance. And of course, the next is about pressure drop. Pressure drop is less affected than heat transfer, and there is no significant effect of aging on CHF. And this is very perplexing outcome. We don't know yet what it is for. Significant reduction in two-phase heat transfer coefficient up to 70% is observed. And with this, I must acknowledge the people who really did the hard work. My student Prasanna, he is now in postdoc. My student Rishi, he is writing his thesis now. And of course, they were guided jointly by myself and Dr. Satish Gedupudi, who is an assistant professor in our department. But what is interesting, he was the first student I guided on boiling with Professor A.R. Balakrishnan. So we two were the joint guides of Dr. Satish, who is my colleague now. And so I thought this is the appropriate thing to be presented here, because my entire the last 10-15 years that I have spent on boiling, and last year only I have written a book on boiling, and I think that's the first book on boiling and condensation from India. So all this came out of these experiences, and they are the real heroes. I am just summing up what they have done. Thank you very much.
Maybe we can take a couple of questions.
Nowadays I've been hearing a lot about age-related. Whenever I go to the doctor, they say age-related.
think people can hear. So first thing I tell them is, please don't say age related, tell some solution or not so. You have told some solutions, but two questions technically. One is that, time or the age, as a parameter I have not heard many times. Yeah. But here, because it is not a quantifiable thing, even though its time is, as you know. Did you relate it to some thickness of the scale or properties of the scale and things like that? Let me complete so that you can say. Number two is, I might have missed because of my age-related things that what fluid you might have used and what is the purity of the fluid and if it must be having some influence on your things. That's all. I might be a little bit outdated, but
no, sir. See, those are very both of them are very relevant questions. The first one is, as Professor said, these oxide layers, only their presence we have confirmed. We didn't quantify. Probably that is the thing we need to do, because still there are things unexplained. The other thing that we observed is that the time interval between boiling is not so important. How many cycles you boil is more important. Suppose you give a 2-day gap or a 5-day gap between successive boilings, it really doesn't change your results much. But whether you are doing 10 cycles of boiling or 100 cycles of boiling, that does matter. So this is the most important thing. The other thing is that regarding the, what was the second question? Purity. Oh, sir, as you know, all of you know very well. I keep on saying, if there is a God, he designed one thing perfectly, a fluid called water. It is absolutely different from all others in all respect, particularly boiling, because of basically surface tension. The organic fluids, which has got all other physical properties of similar, say density, viscosity, etc. But when it comes to surface tension of water is 3 times. And that's why the boiling correlations of water and other fluids differ very significantly. We decided to do these experiments only with water. Purity, deionized water we used. That's what. Yeah. Yes.
This closed loop, over a period of time, also the the presence of non-condensables may also come. So how would you separate the influence of that?
We have a degasifier. We have a degasifier. After every loop, if you can see at our experimental setup. Now this is very important for this particular setup. This one. We have a degasifier with a vacuum pump. So non-condensable build-up we are preventing by that. Actually, this degasification is a very important part of any boiling experiment. But here it is even more, because as you can understand in microchannel, even if a little bit of non-condensable gas is there, and water again is a great fluid for absorbing everything. So it's degasification of water is one of the toughest things, but we did it very meticulously. Yes, sir. Professor.
Yeah. I wonder whether DH changes.
Okay.
The hydraulic diameter which you are talking about.
Yeah.
How do you make sure it doesn't change? Do you measure it often or before and after?
Yes.
Those are the questions. And the other point is that if the DH will change even during the experiment,
okay,
because of thermal expansion and so on.
Sir, I didn't present it because that's a part of the student's PhD thesis. DH changes were not very significant before and after experiments, the thermal but the DH along the length does change. It's very difficult to get a uniform same hydraulic diameter along the entire length. That is extremely difficult to get. So it does change. We took a average of the, couple of places, couple of cross sections we take it and take average of that. Although the deviation is not very much, but there is deviation. But before and after we change, that means looking at the, which is related to your question, that looking at the thickness of the layer which is formed is not much. So that way, with boiling, the DH doesn't change much.
We'll stop here. If you have more questions, you can catch him during the lunch break. And let us thank our speaker once again for this wonderful talk.
I request Professor Kameshwara sir to present the memento to Professor Sarit Kumar Das sir. And I request Professor Arvind Pattamata sir to present the gift to Professor Kameshwara sir. We will now have a lunch break at the ICSR dining hall and gather around for the further session. Thank you. We'll gather around at 2 o'clock. We will now commence the afternoon session of the symposium with the second plenary talk by Dr. Sunil Kumar Sir, Deputy Director of Liquid Propulsion System Center, ISRO, and Vice President of ISHMT. The session chair for the plenary talk is Dr. Pallab Sinha Mahapatra from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Dr. Pallab Sinha Mahapatra is currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Madras. He has also received his PhD from the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Jadavpur University in 2014. His research interests include surface engineering and wettability patterning, open surface microfluids, multi-phase flow, and collective dynamics. Welcome, sir.
So welcome you all for the first afternoon session. So our speaker is Dr. S. Sunil Kumar. He is the Deputy Director of LPSC Trivandrum. He has more than 30 years of experience in heat transfer. In the field of heat transfer, he did the PhD with Professor SPV in our heat transfer lab. So after completing PhD, he was there at TERI, New Delhi, and after that he embarked on a distinguished career in ISRO, progressing through various roles from a scientist to his current positions as Deputy Director. He has led many missions, and his areas of interest include fundamental heat transfer, radiation heat transfer, heat pipes, thermal management of electronics, conductance, etc. He is the founder of the regional chapter of ISHMT Trivandrum, and he is actively supports ISHMT in all activities. So welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Pallab. My guru, Professor S.P. Venkatesan, sitting there, and all my teachers over here, and some of my colleagues who have become professors, including professors, become professors emeritus and whatnot, like Professor Balaji. And institute professor. For us at ISRO, we term everybody as professors, so we don't distinguish anyone. And specifically and specially, Professor Arcot Ramachandran sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I feel humbled to be here on this occasion of the birth centenary celebrations of the doyen of heat transfer in the country, Professor Arcot Ramachandran sir, a person who has built the first heat transfer laboratory in the country, who has drawn up the policy for DST for the first time for the country, an institution builder, a researcher par excellence, an unparalleled teacher, mentor, whatnot. I think I am not the right person to introduce him to this community. I came to IIT in July 1990 for appearing for the interview for PhD. I came here at that time. I think Professor Radhakrishnan was the HOD, and VMK Shastri was there. In the interview committee, our SPV was there, Kolar sir was there, and Vijay Raghavan sir, a lot of people were there. And after at that time I was working at Fluid Control Research Institute at Palakkad after my MTech. So after going back there, after a couple of days, I got an intimation that I have been selected for the PhD program. So I was working there, so I thought I'll take around 45 days extension. So I sent shot a letter to, I think registrar here, saying that I will join after 45 days. So after 45 days, towards the end of that, I resigned from Fluid Control Research Institute, Palakkad. It's a central government organization, research institute. I resigned from that post and I came here. I went and met registrar. He flipped the pages and he told, no, we didn't get any information from you. So that particular offer has been given to the next person. So sorry, we cannot take you. I was dumbfounded. The issue is that I have not told my parents that I have resigned a central government job. Now I have told them that I have moved to IIT Madras. Then somebody guided me and asked me to go and meet head of the department. So I went and met Professor Radhakrishnan sir. Seeing my plight, he said, you wait outside, I'll try to figure out some way. So after 1 hour, he called me back and he said, no issue, you go and join. So the beginning started off a little skeptically, but the moment I landed up in Professor SPV's room, he gave me only one sentence at that time. He said, for the next 3 years, you consider me as your parent, father, mother, everything. You be here and complete the job in 3 years. And I hope I have done justice. I completed in 2 years, 7 months, a record of sort at that time, which was broken by my immediate junior, Balaji, at 2 years, 5 months. And probably the youngsters would have broken that also, I don't know. So thank you, sir. I think it was a wonderful time. If anybody asks me which is the best time in your career or life, I have no second thoughts. IIT has been the most entertaining in both the way of regenerating your knowledge, or in the way of you moving around with the people. So thank you once again. When Balaji contacted me for giving extending a lecture like this, at that time Chandrayaan was going in the full swing, and we were also on the job of Aditya alone. So immediately I told him I'll speak on Chandrayaan. Then he said, no issue, whatever you want to, you can. Now almost 2 months are over. I think a lot of water has flown, and most of the people must be knowing now about what are the limitations of, or what are the success that Chandrayaan 3 has brought in, or what are the measurements done, what are the outcomes, what is the next plan. I think most of you are knowing. So I thought I will change the course of subject. This happened only 3 or 4 days back only. So the presentation material I have changed to suit that. Now this particular photo is very close to my heart. I know most of you will be knowing what it is. What is it? I go for bike riding almost every 6 months. We have a group. We go to places which are not seen by others, in the sense no population is there. So this is one such place. It is called Kukal, near Kodaikanal. After Kodaikanal, you have to go 18 kilometers. You have to truck. Only then you will reach this place. No habitation. Nothing is there. So one day morning around 2:30, we got up. Everybody kept their mobile camera up. In 5 minutes exposure time, this is what we got. Today, when you look at it, there are umpteen number of millions of such galaxies around in the universe, and we can't see where our solar system is there. There are millions of solar systems in this our galaxy itself. Less to say about our Earth. So solar system itself is a minuscule in this. So what it says is that there are a lot of things to be explored further in this universe. We need to know where from we are coming. Now everything in this universe is moving. Where we are going, a lot of things has to be understood. So missions beyond Earth region is very, very important. So my structure of my presentation will be slightly different. What I want to tell initially is that some of the critical and typical problems, thermal problems, which we have faced during our launches or during our development, and how we have solved them. Then slowly I will move into missions beyond Earth. What is the technology that we have to develop, or what is it that we are doing at ISRO towards this particular goal. Now if you look at ISRO, we have a series of launch vehicles available, right from ASLV, PSLV, different versions of PSLV based on the requirements of missions, payload capability. So we can prune this PSLV. Then we have the most talked about GSLV, the bad boy. Then we also have the bigger launch vehicle LVM-3, which uses indigenous cryo upper stage. Both for GSLV and LVM-3, we have a cryo stage sitting here. This is a cryo stage for the GSLV, and this is the cryo stage for, both are different. Actually, it is almost double the capacity. We are also into small satellite launch vehicle, which can lift off payload mass is around 500 to 600, which is the one of the biggest market today in the across the world. We are also into developing a next level launch vehicle which can transport around 10,000 kg of payload into low Earth orbit. That is called next generation launch vehicle. Now, if you look at the space missions over the years, probably we had somewhere around 35,000 space missions across the globe right from 1957. And today, if you look at the failure rates, it has decreased from something like 60% in 1957 to something like 10% today. The failure rate has come down drastically. And on the contrary, if you look at the manned missions, which are really coming after a testing and successful missions of unmanned flights, the heritage is there, the technology confirmation is there, so the number of failures are less. But if you are looking at the manned missions, we have around 400 manned missions, and the number of failures is less than 2% to 3%. But what, as heat transfer experts, we need to look at is 80 to 85% of the failures are one way or the other related to heat transfer problems, both in launch vehicle as well as in satellites. So as a community here, I think there is a lot to be done to address these problems, and few of which I will be explaining it today. Okay, so this is only to rekindle the interest of the younger generation to take up challenges in the heat transfer area and see that the work contributes to the growth of the country in one way or the other. Now, when we look at what are the basic reasons for this kind of failures, there are multiple reasons. One is, if you look at the design, normally we have two types of design. One is failure-proof design. When you are designing like a crew module or something, you are not expected to make it fail on its own anytime. So it's a fail-proof design. But there are systems which may fail because of something else. But if that system comes down to the Earth's atmosphere, it should not also affect them in the population here. So example is, if you are flying some radioisotope thermoelectric generator, which is there inside the spacecraft. During the launch phase, in the atmospheric phase, if the launch fails and if this comes down, because of the aero shear, aero loads and impact, this can break and the radioisotope can get exposed. Now the design of this particular RTG or radioisotope thermoelectric generator has to be made in such a way that it can withstand such failure scenarios. So they are called failure safety designs. It also to be addressed here is the quality that we are following in process as well as production. If you are not following sufficient process importance, the problem what is happening is, after all large value addition, after the item is integrated to the vehicle, we see that there are some minor things like leak. We are talking about leaks in the sense of a few SCC per second. I think our many people who have participated in the discussions for our failure analysis committee over here must be knowing one of our GSLV flight failed only because there was a small leak in a valve of the order of 1 gram per second. What has happened is the tank pressure has come down, the pumps could not maintain the required pressure and it cavitated, and the entire program failed, the mission failed. So even minor like even a crimping process, when you are crimping, they will say that okay, you crimp to some particular angle. After doing that, it will spring back. So that also to be assessed very clearly, and to see that we have leak tight joints, and because we are having large number of regulators and valves, everything. If you look at one GSLV, there are around 300 such control components available. And each of this control component is a rocket itself, because it is precisely made with the leak tightness. Liquid propulsion system doesn't allow any leak. Even minor leaks are prone to failure of the whole mission. And you also should maintain and establish what are the margins of safety. You cannot work only on the operational regime. The issue is that because of something else, the operational parameters may slightly shift. So if that is the case, then what is the result of that? That has also to be studied. Go to the now comes to the deep space missions. What is so special about deep space mission is that it needs long travel time. You know that when we went to Mars, it took around 360 days. When we went to our Chandrayaan mission also, we had around 100 days we took. So what is needed is you need to have sufficient propulsive power for a long duration. That has to be ensured. Now, if you are talking about sufficient propulsive power over the long period of time, that means the propellants has to be carried along with. So the total vessel, a total vehicle will be filled with only propellant. No payload is possible. It will go to that extent. And you should also have, because once you go beyond the Earth, sun's, domain, you don't have solar power available. So electricity is also not there. So you need to generate electricity. So these are some of the real difficulties when we go beyond Earth missions beyond Earth. And because of the untested terrains, you need complex modeling and simulations, and extended testing is needed. In fact, if you look at Chandrayaan 1 program, we had a slightly shorter life. And that is because at that time, the thermal environment that we have expected in and around the regime of moon was not as expected as we have designed it for. That is how we had ended in a problem at that time. So if you look at these things, these are all how common both for your launch vehicles as well as for the satellites. Now, if you look at ISRO, we have a series of liquid rocket engines and stages. When we say it is stages, stage means you have the engine along with the propellant, everything feed system. So you can plug and play. You can remove and put it anywhere you want. So we have a series of systems like this. I will not dwell on this. We also have liquid engines right from 1 millinewton. We are talking about, you can blow like this, that is 1 power. So 1 millinewton to 2000 kilonewton. We also have developed recently 18 millinewton, 75 millinewton, and 300 millinewton electric thrusters, which works on Hall effect principle. And this has been fully qualified, and it will be flying in one of the recent in April or May, we are having a technology demonstration satellite. In that, it will be flying. We are also into development of LOX methane engine, green propulsion, RF driven plasma thruster, which is something like Vasimir engine of US. Now, for us in LPSC, the difficult part is for the development of cryogenic engine. What is so special about cryogenic engine? So that is where the following points come in. Before the engine fires, before the propellants like liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen enters the thrust chamber, the entire feed line has to be chilled to the propellant temperature. Liquid hydrogen is coming around 20 Kelvin. Liquid oxygen is coming around 78 Kelvin. So the lines has to be insulated and chilled to this temperature. Otherwise, the problem is that two-phase flow will start coming in. If the two-phase flow enters the thrust chamber through the pump will cavitate. Then it will go into runout conditions, and the entire thing will fail. So it is essential that we chill these lines perfectly before admitting the propellants. Next thing is that you have a tank which is insulated, filled with liquid hydrogen or liquid oxygen. There will be heat and leak coming in. Because of the heat and leak, what happens is the warm liquid go to the top, and there will be a top layer which is full of high temperature liquid. This high temperature liquid, if it goes beyond something like a level of something around 23 Kelvin for our engines, what happens is this again leads to cavitation, because when it goes to accelerating flow inside the pump, it is going to cavitate. So stratified mass has to be reduced, and tank insulation. For maintaining all this, you need tank insulation. This is where there is a critical issue. The tank insulation has to be done in such a way that the pressure inside the tank should not rise during the ascent phase up to 90 seconds. If it goes to beyond conditions, if before 90 seconds, if it is needed to vent out, the problem is that the venting will cause fire in the atmospheric region. So it should not, the pressure should not rise up to 90 seconds beyond a particular limit. And then 300 seconds is the engine firing time. Till that time, the pressure should increase. And you should also see that sufficient pressure is attained at the engine ignition. So these are two contradicting requirements that we have. One is your stratified layer has to come down. Two, there should not be any venting up to T0, lift off to 90 seconds. Then at T0 plus 300 seconds, there should be sufficient pressure inside the tank. In fact, these things have been arrived at with a lot of tests, evaluation, modeling, simulations. Today, we have a very good handle on such systems. And we should also have, I think I have addressed all the point here. Now, the first point, the chilling of feed lines. So here I just want to tell that normal, in a cryogenic feed line, the chilling starts from here because your delta T is very high because the fluid enters the feed line at somewhere around 22 Kelvin and the feed line is almost at 300 Kelvin. So what will happen is you have very strong film boiling in fact here itself, and the heat carrying capacity is also very less. So what we do is we bring the feed lines somewhere around this temperature and then admit liquid so that you get the maximum heat carrying capacity into the picture because higher heat flux is available. So you should not, we are not using liquid from here. We use gaseous helium to chill up to this, then use propellant, same propellant to chill from here, and we will be operating somewhere here where the heat flux levels are higher. So this, in fact, we had come out with a lot of heterogeneous models has been developed. Even here, Professor Venkatatnam, in fact, generated a homogeneous model at that time. A transient model has been developed. Now I think we have a very good, a handle on this. Our predictions are so close to the actual measurements that we have made in the flight as well as during the testing. But here, one thing that we have found is, this is an interesting problem. There's a main engine. Thrust chamber is there. Cryogenic engine, I am talking about only cryogenic engine. The cryo engine cannot be turned or anything. It cannot be gimballed. So it needs some control. For having a control, you have two small thrusters. That is again cryogenic engines, very small thrust level. So these engines has to first fire, then only the main engine has to fire. Otherwise, there will not be any control. So this fellow can move like this in any direction you want. So when we are about to have our first indigenous flight of our cryogenic engine, we were doing our acceptance test with the main engine and the steering engine. We expected the steering engines to fire at 1.7 seconds and the main engine to fire at 2.3 seconds. So what we found was one was firing at 2.4, the other was firing at 4 seconds. So everybody said, okay, including me, thought that it is because of the improper chilling. Because there is a line which is coming to around 1.2 meters line which is coming to the steering engine which is unchilled. It will be chilled only during the first entry of propellant. Because that is a configuration of the system. So everybody told, looking at the temperature, there is a two-phase flow which is coming in, that is the reason of it is not chilled properly. So what we did, we simply increased the source pressure so that more propellant is allowed inside. And we tested. So initially we did the experiment at, test at 2 bar tank pressure. Then we increased to something like 2.4 or 2.5, I don't know. At that time, this 2.7 seconds which was igniting earlier, that fellow ignited at 3 seconds, and the other character did not ignite at all. So we have done so many experiments like this. Finally, we wanted to find out what is the reason. So in our lab, we have set up exactly similar system here, and we try to understand what was happening. It was happening, see, whenever a liquid, cryogenic liquid is entering into a warm feed line, there will be sudden surge evaporation. And this amount of quantity that is getting evaporated is almost directly equivalent, directly proportional to the amount of fluid which is coming in. So the moment you are increasing the pressure, more fluid is coming in, more is getting evaporated. There is a large pressure surge which is happening, which is creating a reverse flow. In fact, fluid is not coming to the chamber. Fluid is going back. So this was the experiment we have conducted at that time with, very costly experiment in the sense that we had done a couple of tests. After that only this was understood. And this is the reason why, if you are looking at the chilling cycle that we are having, up to T0, I told you, in the boiling curve, we will be chilling the entire feed line with the gaseous helium to somewhere around 90 seconds, so that the other things goes up whenever the liquid chilling happens only during the high heat flux regime. So first we will chill it with the gaseous helium, then 90 seconds there is no chilling, because atmospheric regime we cannot chill, no flow of these propellants can come out because it will catch fire. Then we will allow a low flow rate of liquid and gas, then a low flow rate chilling, liquid chilling, then a high flow rate liquid chilling, then at T0 plus 290 seconds we have the ignition. I think these systems have been arrived at after prolonged experiments, and today I think it is faultless, and we are having several missions without any issues. Now, not only this, it is also important, these feed lines have all sorts of different orientations. This orientations also has an important role in in controlling the effectiveness of this chilling. In fact, a couple of my PhD students are working on this, and one is about to submit on this. What we see is that when the angle of the line is somewhere around 45, he is having a best heat transfer effectiveness, and the reasons are already understood there. So I am just trying to tell you that there is an issue like this. And also, when you have one feed line, you have a thicker mass like a valve or something here, you want to chill the entire line. It is always better to put this valve at the end. At that time, you need minimum time and minimum liquid to chill the entire line. If you are putting the higher thermal mass at the beginning of the line, you need to have a larger time to chill the entire line. This was also understood, and this is the result of that. And you can see here that if the line is same dimension, then this is at this time itself we are able to chill the line. Now, if you are having a thermal mass at the beginning, it takes a lot of time up to this. If the thermal mass is put at the end, we have a much lower time to cool. Now, another point is that I already told, stratified mass has to be reduced. When we are talking about stratified mass, we should also see that the temperature of the stratified mass, if it is below 23, we are not having an issue. But if it is above 23, propellant cannot be used. So there are devices which normally we use, which will be influencing this. One is you can have venting. Simple venting will be solving the entire issue. That is one area. Another is you can have gaseous helium bubbling. These two we are still doing it in our current flights. When you are using a minor gaseous helium bubbling from the bottom, the entire layer will get mixed up, because when you are talking about 23 Kelvin fluid, maybe somewhere around 50 kg, if it mixes with the total fluid, which is around 2000 kg, the temperature rise will be only of the order of 0.1 or 0.2, which is acceptable. So that is what we are doing. And heat pipe is also another thing. You take the heat from the top layer, move it to the bottom layer, so that the entire liquid temperature is maintained within a condition. Also, you can use ultrasonics and megatronics. This is an experiment which is done at IIT Madras in the chemical engineering department, and that also can make the liquid mix. But one I am going forward or backward? Can you go to the this is one issue which we have encountered. Now, when you have a saturated liquid inside, the entire temperature will be like this. If you are having liquid hydrogen, and which is having a 1 bar pressure at GH2, the entire liquid will be at the same temperature like this. But the moment you assume that there is no heat in leak, the moment heat in leak is there, this is the initial time. Now, the moment you are pressurizing to a higher pressure, this interface temperature will correspond to saturation temperature. So there will be a shift in the curve. So the temperature here will finally end up in saturation temperature. I think it's fine for stratified layer. But when you have something like gaseous helium, which is a non-condensable gas, what will happen is, because of the heat in leak, the temperature will go to a higher temperature, but the interface temperature cannot go beyond the partial pressure of gaseous hydrogen, which is not equivalent to the saturation temperature. So what will happen? You have a highly metastable hot layer which is sitting here below the low temperature zone. This can cause sudden pressure rise, and in fact we had seen some minor failures also in this regard, and this has been now understood, and the remedial actions have been taken up. I think this is insulation. See, insulation has to be designed in such a way that the mission is successful in spite of its day launch, night launch, or whether the launch is on a rainy day. Irrespective of that, this has to be done. Only that I will tell here. The insulation material is only polyisocyanated form, which has a thermal conductivity of 0.02 watts per meter per Kelvin, very low thermal conductivity, and density is very low, around 32 kg per meter cube. So it is very, very low thermal conductivity. Now, one of the most important missions that we had is an international couple of missions called One Web India missions. Here we are supposed to inject 36 satellites. This is an international mission, 36 satellites into the orbit, different orbits. Here we didn't have any velocity trimming module or anything. So what we had was, because we were we were planning this particular launch not for this satellite, we are planning for indigenous satellite mission. At that time we found that this particular requirement has come, and we were wondering what to do, because we have only cryogenic stage last. So once it is over, we have no other firepower available in the system. What we did was, we have to launch 36 satellites. Each of the this is again previous. Yeah. So each of the satellites is stacked like this. Here 8 numbers, here 8 numbers, 8 numbers, 8 numbers, 32, and the top you will have another 4 numbers. So the cryogenic engine, cryogenic stage will finally be like this, with the satellites like this. The issue is that satellites cannot be ejected like this, because it will go into all different orbits. So what has to be done is, this has to go like this, then it has to be slowly moved up like this, then it has to be released here. Once it is released here, again bring it here, give an additional delta V addition, then take it another set of things, put it in another orbit, leave it. So it has to be done very, very precisely. And we had no engine sitting there, because all engine is already exhausted, and our cryogenic engine, even if some liquid is there, that engine cannot be operated, because it is going to give a large thrust. It will go into some other orbit. So an indigenous method has to be identified. We always have roll control mechanism thrusters are there, minor engines are there. It will allow gases or liquid. We are not making any combustion inside. So chairman came out with a very, very indigenous idea, Sri Somata. He said, we will use the thermal mass of the tank, we will use the evaporated gas, we will use the remaining liquid and vent it through. We will put only 2 additional, a couple of draining valves or draining nozzles. But the criticality is for heat transfer people. We are supposed to find out, in the microgravity conditions, when it is rolling in all different directions like this, because you cannot lift, when the system is like this, you cannot just lift it like this. You have to rotate and lift it, otherwise the control will be lost. So under these conditions, how the fluid behaves, what is the kind of heat transfer that is taking place, what is the amount of evaporation that is taking place, what is the amount of condensation, because it will fall back into the liquid, what is the amount of condensation taking place, and during the thrust phase, whether liquid is available or vapor is available, or what is the vapor quality that is there. I think it was a tremendous challenge for the heat transfer experts at that time. And to the credit of the young team over there, I think they had come out with a real piece of work there. You can see, can you operate this? The entire modeling, this is for one cycle. This is lifted like this, it is rotating and lifting, and the fluid motion, entire fluid motion was captured. So at this moment, the 4 numbers will be released here. then it will be brought back. And after coming to the same position, the axial thruster will be fired to get that delta V to push it to another orbit. So at that time the entire fluid will come down, So simultaneously we had to do the heat transfer analysis. Along with this, for each moment we were trying to find out what is the evaporation that evaporation that quantity that is coming out, and the location where the thrusters are kept, what is the fluid available, whether it is gas or liquid or how much it is available. All these things were calculated. In fact, the predictions are this is for one cycle. Predictions are closely matching with the test data, measurements that we had subsequently, the tank pressure and evaporation rate. Sorry. Can you go to? So another point that we are worried about, not now, earlier, was that multiple plume impingement and the reverse flow that is happening. And this we had a problem only when we started off with the GSLV, where we had 4 engines like this which will be firing simultaneously, and there will be, because of the at higher atmosphere, the plume will diverge like this and will interact with each other, and there will be a reverse flow which is happening. And these are very detrimental to the electronics and other things which are sitting here, and the base plate and burn through can happen. But I know our SPV sir was also a party to this at that time during our early days of finding out what is the kind of radiative heat transfer which is coming in, as well as the convective heat transfer. But this problem is solved. But when we go into the Chandrayaan mission, we should really understand what is the kind of flow of this dust particles on the lunar regolith, because when we are about to land, lot of dust will be coming in. This dust will come and sit in, it will obscure the cameras, because the camera is the one thing which is identifying, okay, this location is good. So if the camera is obscured, then we have no way of understanding that there is a good place to land. So this has to be done, and this is not amenable to continuous approach. So a detailed DSMC simulation was done prior to the launch itself, and this experiment, the launch, and we found that the most of the dust is going like this to something like 10 to 15 degrees angle. So it's not really lifting up and touching. So that was a real happy time at that time. But one thing that we have to look at is that we subsequently, after this mission successfully over and towards the end of the mission, after landing, we did a hop experiment, because already landed, rover has gone out and did all the experiment. We lifted this fellow from here and dropped it at some other point. This is called hop experiment. Even at that time we had a problem, because we are sitting on the lunar regolith. The engines are very close to the lunar regolith. When we are firing it, we wanted to take it to some, let us say, 10 meters. We wanted to know to what level the engine has to be fired. We have 800 Newton engines are sitting there, 2 engines. To what level it has to be fired? If you are firing at 800 Newton both, it will go to some other place. So that we are trying to identify. Because it is very close to the lunar surface, there will be reactive forces which are coming in. And we finally found that if this is the kind of reactive forces which are going to come in. If you are firing something like 1400 Newton, thrust is developed, additional 280 Newton is coming because of the reactive forces if it is very close to the ground. And this was exactly matching with subsequent whatever test that we have done, because this test is very important, because the next mission is a sample return mission. So if a sample return mission has to be effective, all this analysis has to be precise, so that our mission goes successfully. This is one another Mars orbiter mission long back, when we had transmass injection orbit. That means once you are away from this normal orbit, normal transfer orbit, and we are getting into the Mars orbit. This is done by a small engine called LAM, liquid apogee motor, which uses UDM, MMH and N2O4 as the propellants. This will be working on blowdown mode. During blowdown mode, what happens is both the propellants are just coming out through the regulator. The internal pressure will be coming down drastically. If the internal pressure comes down drastically, there is a possibility that some amount of freezing can happen, because the liquid is to be kept somewhere around 18 to 20 Kelvin. So to keep this at 18 to 20 Kelvin without freezing, we have heaters like this too. This kind of heaters are available inside the tank. Somewhere away from the heater, we have kept a temperature sensor. So towards the trans-Mars injection orbit, we are looking at this data. What we see is the temperature at the location is going on oscillating like this with a specific frequency. So this gave us a lot of difficulty. We were trying to understand what is it. So whether the entire system is going correctly and all. We had only 2 days. We had only 2 days to analyze and understand why this is happening, whether it is detrimental to the mission. That only we had to understand. Because if the temperature changes, your thrust changes, a lot of things changes. And we also didn't have a clue. We went through a lot of literature. We made some analysis, and finally we have found that it is because of the Marangoni motion only that is coming. Because wherever the heater is there, the temperature is higher, your surface tension is lower. Wherever the surface tension is higher, this is pulling it. That's all. Because of that, because we were able to clearly predict what is the frequency at which it is moving. That was a wonderful study which was carried out at that time. So these are the studies which I wanted to tell you, that typical examples of what we have, what the kind of work that we are doing, and which has to be pursued further, because this is not the end of the study. But now I will specifically touch upon the missions beyond Earth. So as I said earlier, for power and propulsion, we cannot rely on chemical engines for missions beyond Earth. If you want to carry a good payload, or if you want to carry man to such distant objects, because we don't have so much cushion on the propellant availability, we don't have electric power available. So for achieving these things, probably we have to look into areas like radioisotope heater unit. Why I have brought in this point is, we all know that Chandrayaan 3 program, the entire success was there. We have designed it for 14-day mission. The 14-day mission is because of something very attributable to this kind of units. 14 day is nothing but the lunar 1 day, daytime. So you have power only during daytime. Once the night comes, it is another 14 Earth days. There is no solar availability, no power can be generated, and all the electronics, everything will go below 50 Kelvin. None of the electronics is validated for that kind of operating temperatures, so it can never come back. But if these boards and everything was placed with or distributed with some amount of this radioisotope heater units then and there, what will happen is the entire temperature can be maintained, which we didn't have. But we have a system now in place, we are going to do that. So that is the one point. Next is that for getting the electric power, what we can have is, you can have radioisotope thermoelectric generator, which can again, using the Seebeck effect, they can still generate the electricity. I will come to each one of that. Then nuclear, electric or thermal propulsion, and electric propulsion devices. This is the current one that we are very actively involved in. When I am talking about radioisotope heater unit, it is nothing but you have a small isotope caged inside the cladding of plutonium, rhodium inside. It can be plutonium, it can be americium or strontium, anything. But plutonium is the best because the energy density is very high. It gives out a lot of heat energy. So if you are looking for 1 watt RHU, it needs around 2.4 grams of plutonium. And if it is americium, it needs 10 grams. And for plutonium 1 watt, it will be 50 grams total weight, because I told you it has to be failure safe design, because failure safety design, because if the mission fails and this radioisotope is going to fall into the earth, then it has to withstand all the aerodynamic loads, heat loads and impact loads. So it has to be designed like that. For that, you need to have insulating layers and high impact load resistance materials and all these things. In fact, it has to be validated and qualified through a large number of tests. And we can, but only thing is, during qualification you don't need any of this radioisotope. You can use a simple heater of 1 watt inside, and you do all the vibration, shock and impact test can be carried out. Like that, if you are using radioisotope thermal generator, what you have is, inside you have radioisotope which is at a very high temperature, and you have outer space which is at low temperature, you design in such a way that some thermal barriers are kept inside. You connect thermocouple, one lead here, one lead at the lower temperature, it will generate an EMF. Now this is reverse Seebeck effect. Now only problem is that normal thermocouples will not work. You need to go into development of silicon germanium thermocouples, or you can also do you can also carry out using lead tag also can be used. So here the development of thermocouples is very, very important. The only thing I want to tell is that both these developments, here also you can use americium or plutonium based on the availability, but only thing is americium means it will be little larger in size. But ESA is working on americium, and Americans and the Russians are already using plutonium because they have plutonium enough quantity available, so they are working on that. Only thing here what I want to tell is that the technology for this, the entire development of radioisotope heater unit and radioisotope thermoelectric generator is available with ISRO today, and anytime we can realize this and we can fly it in our systems. So this part of the whole story for the missions beyond Earth is very clear on us. And second part is because our propulsion power, we cannot depend on chemical energy for beyond Earth missions. So we need to go into something more sustainable. I am putting that sustainable within quotes. I don't question that. Now, nuclear energy is one of the best. The reason being that nuclear energy, what we are trying to do is you use the nuclear energy heat in the nuclear plant, use it to heat the gaseous hydrogen and eject it through the nozzle. The advantage that we are having is when we are having the best liquid engines with the hydrogen and oxygen, the maximum ISP, that is specific impulse, which is a measure of your performance, like mileage that you call in your scooter. If you are looking at that, the best mileage that you will get is only 455 seconds, 465 seconds. You cannot tell it as mileage. It's a rocketry term as impulse, specific impulse. So you have something like 465. So because ISP is directly proportional to the combustion temperature and inversely proportional square root of molecular weight. So if you are using hydrogen oxygen, the mixture will have a molecular weight of around 10. Now when you are using hydrogen alone in a nuclear engine, we will have only 2. So square root of 5 times you can have the advantage. So if you take that advantage for a Mars mission like this, you see that if you are using a chemical rocket, you need around 269 days to reach Mars and another 269 days to come back. If you want to manned mission, you have to plan for another coming back. So this is almost like more than 1.5 years the person has to be away. But on the contrary, and this is not possible. I will tell you why. Because if this has to be possible, the mass fraction has to be as low as 0.075. When I say mass fraction, it is a mass of the structure divided by mass of the structure plus the propellants. That means the mass of the structure is so small, it is not possible. Such a mission itself is not possible. But if you are looking at nuclear thermal rockets, because ISP is 900, the mass fraction maximum permissible is 0.275. Even if you are taking something like 0.175, you can reach Mars in 160 days. There is a huge advantage in taking. This is for a specific study because we are using Hoffman orbit, because it's a direct orbit we are going in. So this is the range of positiveness that we have if you are using nuclear rockets. There is also possible that you can generate electricity using these nuclear rockets and use this electricity to fire electric propellers, electric thrusters like Hall thrusters or iron thrusters or Wassemer engines like that. So this brings us to the new domain of electric propulsion thruster, which is very, very important. The advantage of electric thruster, if you look at, if I have a vehicle of LVM3, this is the largest vehicle today operationalized we are having, we can have 3.5 tons to geostationary orbit. Now this 3.5 ton, most of it is only propellant. But when we are using electric thruster, a system of electric thrusters, then this total weight can come to 2.4 ton. The advantage is then if it is 2.4 ton, we can use the GSLV and launch it. So you have a very good around 1000 kg of saving which is coming here. The same way, if you are looking at a 5.5 ton satellite is to be launched, we have to go to procured launch. But if this 5.5 ton satellite is equipped with all electric propulsion thrusters, then this weight will come to 3.5 tons only, which can fly in our existing LBM-3. Large amount of exchequer we are saving here. This is the system that we are having, and as I said earlier, we are going into the launch of such a system in maybe July next year, and the thrusters are getting developed at an rate things are possible. Now, if you are looking at the type of thrusters that we have developing, one is actually 18 mm thruster, which is already developed, and we have flown in one of the not yet flown, and it is qualified, it is ready for flight. 75 mm already we have flown in one of our missions earlier, and 300 mm is for all electric propulsion system. See, when I say all electric propulsion system, there won't be any chemical thrusters in the satellite. Only electric thrusters will be there. These thrusters will be used for orbit rising as well as for station keeping. Both the things will be happening with the help of this particular thrusters. So, pardon, sir? So actually, there is no limit for the thrust, but the problem is that you need power, electric power. So for us, satellite, you can't have large powers available. So probably today we are having 10 kilowatt is the maximum. So if 10 kilowatt has to be used, we cannot have remaining power for any other purpose. So largely we are looking at 5 kilowatt thrusters. This 300 millinewton correspond to 5 kilowatts. The rest of the 5 kilowatt can be used for other purposes, payload operation and things like that. So another area where we are very seriously working on is that RF driven plasma engine. The thruster that we have told till now, everything will have a fixed thrust and fixed ISP, so that it can be used either in the ground or in upper atmosphere only. But this particular engine, it has two antennas. One is called helicon RF power, another is the ICRF, that is ion cyclotron antenna. What it will do is, the first one will generate the plasma, the second one will heat, and with the magnetic field it will be accelerating it out. The advantage here is you can control the power here to generate sufficient amount of plasma. If you want less plasma, that means less thrust, then you can control it and you will have more ISP. So this is variable ISP and thrust formation is possible here. We are actually, you can see here, we have already generated the plasma. This is in our lab itself, and the system is already in place. This is the engine. This has got all the superconducting magnets, everything, and the RF powers are available here. And probably we are looking at next year end as the demonstration completion of this particular project. So mostly I have covered what I wanted to. Probably this may be in a jigsaw manner I have presented, because I was also not very clear what to present. Now probably it has given you a hint of what we are doing currently at ISRO for missions beyond Earth. I have not told about the actual missions beyond Earth, because that is a different topic. It comes under different level. Yeah, LPS. Whatever I have presented is going on at LPS, and especially in my lab. So I have limited to that extent. So as heat transfer experts, I think there is a need to evolve new technologies, both in domains of propulsion as well as in the area of space energy requirements. So why I am telling this is that if you want to utilize nuclear power for propulsion, the first and foremost and most critical part is the design of the heat exchanger. You have enough heat source in the power plant, in the nuclear power plant, but how to extract it? How can you extract it? The remaining will be going as heat contained, so it is going to elevate the temperature of the material inside. So that particular system design is very, very difficult and very complex, and we are thinking of working on this. At least on the design phase we want to work on it. And as I said earlier, heat transfer challenges are multifold, and I think none of you need to think that whether heat transfer is bigger or thermodynamics is bigger. And I think even when you are breathing in and breathing out, heat and mass transfer is taking place. Whatever oxygen that you are taking in, it goes into your blood. Am I right? When it comes out at a slightly higher temperature. So both heat transfer and mass transfer is happening even when you are breathing. And it is very essential that we move into all electric propulsion systems to have viable economical launches. And I feel personally, this may not be the angle at which ISRO is looking at, but I feel nuclear energy is essential for deep space mission. In fact, NASA has put in a very large funding now. Once upon a time, they don't want to do any nuclear-oriented propulsion systems. Now there is a big money which is coming in for nuclear propulsion research. So with this, earlier they are using, but they have put a closure on it, cap on it. But now they are funding it. Some $300 million have been pumped in for this particular research. So with this, I will close my presentation. I thank the organizers, specifically my own friend Balaji and Aravind, for having me invited here to give this lecture. I know it's not a good time to give a lecture after stupendous lunch. So, but nevertheless, my voice and noise made some of the people sleepless. So that way, I think I'm happy. Thank you. Pardon, sir? That is the crux of it. That is the crux of it. That heat exchanger design and the controlling of the thing. Yes, sir? Yeah.
I got a simple question. Is there any global warming implications of your launches?
Currently, yes, sir. Currently,
are they being considered, or it is?
That is why we are moving into all chemical engines. We are moving into green propellant scheme. In the first slide, I was showing it. So currently we are working on green propellants, so that particular effect will be coming down drastically.
Second question.
And again, when we are going into electric thrusters, that again will be bringing it down. So we won't be having that.
Second is a non-technical. What about the commercial aspects of your launches? Because they are going commercial, all these people, in particularly US, including having a next nice trip to the space and all that. What is the commercial things?
So here, when I explained about OneWeb, it is fully commercial. It is launched for US and UK together. So 72 satellites have been launched in 2 missions. And there are several launches which is happening nowadays with the commercial thing. And we are in a good forum today. And with this small satellite launch vehicle, I told you, with only 500 kg payload is possible. That is where a lot of demands are coming in. That is why we specifically now configured a small satellite launch vehicle. We already had 2 missions. So I think we have to move in that direction. Economically, it should be viable.
There will be ISRO public issue of shares and all those things?
Sorry, sir, I am not the person to answer that question.
If it is there, I would like to buy.
Money goes to in space. If it is in space made launch, money goes to in space.
But ISRO, I don't think, because you're granting it, you cannot receive direct cash from.
That is why I go to in space.
So I have a question about your radioisotope thermoelectric generator. So you're generating electric power, and again using this to power a Hall thruster, is it? So it looks like
it is two reasons.
Right.
Normally, radioisotope thermoelectric generators are not used for firing electric thrusters. It is only for the satellite use. Because now in Chandrayaan what happened? There is no power when it is night.
Right.
So that time for generating the power, we are using it. If you are using thermoelectric generator for the electric thrusters, the efficiencies are going to come down very, very drastically. So electric thrusters will be fired only for during the solar regime, so that you have solar power available. But beyond that, you should have what is that?
Okay.
What is that? I lost that name.
Hall thruster.
No, not Hall thruster. You should have nuclear energy.
Nuclear energy.
Nuclear direct energy is needed. There you convert into electrical energy. by
so
a-
you're basically converting nuclear energy again into
electric
we're using temperature difference electricity again using the Hall thruster to
fire it.
So there were a lot of research in NASA using nuclear propulsion maybe in the 70s and 80s, and now they have given up. So is there any international space treaty or something that you have to sign to make sure these are functionally viable?
Actually, UN has come out with a resolution
Yeah.
on what are the aspects that we are supposed to address if we are going to
Use
get into
nuclear
anything into space.
Space.
With related to nuclear material.
Right.
So that we have to adhere.
Okay.
So we have to take it to the nuclear safety of the country, and we have to get it vetted there.
Any other questions?
For this deep space mission, what is the status of Stirling engines, nuclear based?
Stirling engines we have not yet started, though I have put that there. We have made a prototype which is currently working, but we are not using any radioisotope for heating there. We are using electrical heaters for demonstration purpose. As far as we are concerned, we have not yet developed that. Only I can tell. We have not used
NASA
it.
developed.
Yeah, they have developed. They have developed. In fact, we have developed this with the help of IIT Bombay, and one with IIT Bombay. Another in-house we have made. So that is a condition. But we have not used it till now, and it is one of the most effective systems that we have. Thank you, sir.
We have to stop now. Yeah.
We are, I think, in the initial phase, I have told you, we are using UDMH and MMH, which are called air storable engines, propellants, because it can sustain as liquid in the ambient conditions. So that also we are using. But you will not get that ISP, which performance index we will not get, because there the combustion products molecular weight is much higher. So here we are getting around 450 for a cryogenic engine. There you will get close to 315 only. So that disadvantage is there. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Pallab Sinha Mahapatra, sir, to present the memento to Dr. Sunil Kumar, sir. And I request Professor C. Balaji, sir, to present a gift to Dr. Pallab Sinha Mahapatra, sir. The next agenda of the symposium will be a panel discussion moderated by Professor C. Balaji, sir. I now request the panel members, Professor T. Sundararajan, sir, Professor Pradeep Datta, sir, Professor Sarit Kumar Das, sir, and Professor C. Balaji, sir, to occupy the dais.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon. So now we'll have a panel discussion on the future of heat transfer education and research. So Professor Sundarajan is out for a doctor's visit, so I hope he's back. So Professor Karya Anis has to join online at 4 o'clock. So we'll try to close this session by 3:55. Okay, so that there's 5 minutes time for them to set up the Zoom and all that. So the way I propose is three panelists will talk about 5 to 7 minutes each, and then we'll have more inputs from the audience. Jittu, PhD scholar, just raise your hand. Jittu and Pratik, PhD scholars, will be the rapporteurs for this session. So what we are planning to do is, they will take down notes and they'll also look at the videos and they'll come out with some document. So we will, Professor Arvind and I, and also we'll send it to Professor Das and Pradeep. We'll just clean it up and then we can put it on the website. Then we'll see later what to do with this. All right? Okay. So, all right. Okay. So good afternoon. So whenever there is a symposium or a workshop or a conference, this future is whether there's a future for that and all that, and if so, what kind of future, how it will be different from the present. So this question is always uppermost in our minds. So I'll just give a quick 2 or 3 minute summary of how the field itself has evolved and what, in my opinion, are some of the important questions which we would like to answer. And then I will ask Professor Das, my colleagues, and Professor Pradeep Datta to join in. And then we will have this hand mic, and then we will it will go around, and then we'll get some live two-way interaction from the audience. Okay, so this is based on my preamble is based on the article I wrote for Current Science last year. Professor J. Srinivasan asked me to write this. In fact, S.K. Satish asked me to write this. I called it as Thermal Science and Engineering Quo Vadis. That means, where are you headed? Okay, so if you look at some of the recent things like, why are so many electric scooters catching fire? It's an important question. Okay, then can we get potable water directly without using any energy source? Okay. Why is the Earth's climate so favorable for human life? If it was just 10 plus or minus 10 degrees this side or that side, the Earth wouldn't have been an habitable planet. And what is the science behind the quick screening of millions of passengers during COVID? What technology was used? If eclectic as they sound, the answer to all these questions is there is some heat transfer principle underlying all this. Whether it's conduction, convection, radiation, there is some heat transfer principle behind each of this. Okay, so actually if you look at trace the history of heat transfer, it started as an empirical science. Basically it was a cousin to thermodynamics. I continue with the arguments in the morning. So you should be able to get the heat transfer so that you do you're able to get the difference between the change in energy and Q so that you get the work done. And you want to do it as efficiently as possible. So the field started out the development of rate laws, with which using temperature gradient or temperature difference, they're able to calculate the heat transfer rates. Okay, it was Newton's law of cooling, Fourier's law of heat conduction, and Stefan Boltzmann's law were first. Some are still empirical, some you can have a theoretical proof and all this. Okay, so it looked like everything is, so heat transfer is settled. Okay, so it could have stopped there. But it didn't stop there. Basically because it was so time consuming, it was so expensive to do experiments to repeatedly get this information for so many materials and for so many situations and so on. So finally, therefore, from empirical, it became analytical. So we needed to get the temperature field. Once you get a temperature field from our dear friend Fourier, it is possible for you to do k dt by dx, k dt by dy and pull out the heat transfer rate. And this was like this basically in IIT language, what we call is RG. You can RG the experiments, and then from a theoretical basis, you can get the heat transfer rate. Okay, but suppose you extend the whole thing to convection, it was not possible to solve your simple conduction equation. Now you encounter a big roadblock where all these things, all the equations become formidable, nonlinear, partial differential equations. So these equations were set up in the 1850s when Navier and Stokes got stuck because nobody would dare to go near that. Okay, so simultaneously hydrodynamics was developing and all that. Then Prandtl entered the picture, and 1907 he found out that don't worry too much about these equations, only in a few millimeters close to the wall, which he called as a boundary layer. And then he cracked the problem, and then his brilliant PhD student Blasius first gave the solution for the boundary layer thickness, and then that was a game changer. There's a series of students of Prandtl who then worked on the momentum integral, von Karman, Paulhausen, all this, and then simultaneously they figured out that the energy equation looks very similar to the momentum equation. Okay, let's crack that also. Then you get the gradients and all that. Now you get the heat transfer coefficient. The important relationship came that Q is equal to HA delta T equal to minus K dt by dx at the wall. In the first layer, it is only the conduction, and the conduction is equal to the convection. Therefore, the heat transfer specialists cracked this problem of getting the information on convection by actually getting the conduction near the wall. Right. So then it starts, so then how do we solve these equations? Came finite difference, finite volume, finite element. Then the big process Spalding and all his disciples developed this simple C and algorithms and all that. And then Jayati Murchi developed all this, and the ANSYS fluent came, and the rest is all history, right? So the post World War II saw a tsunami of analytical, numerical, and semi-empirical techniques which are used to solve the heat transfer equations. Okay, now methodologies, I mean, we have got state of the art. We've got very good techniques to solve heat transfer equations. Now you feel that alongside experimentally also, we've got infrared cameras, we've got sophisticated thermocouples, this thing, traversing micro thermocouple, this thing, you have facilities to view infrared camera, all that. So now looks like heat transfer is settled again. Okay, then where is the scope? But now what has happened is the applications of heat transfer has spread far and wide. So for any engineering application you can think of, there is some underlying heat transfer phenomenon which is taking place there. Okay, at a fundamental level, my colleagues Arvind, Pallab, they are all working on surface engineering. The marriage of surface engineering with heat transfer can lead to incredible results. Okay, so where we are trying to conquer, it is not only, see, basically, as Professor Bejan says, you study heat transfer only for three things. You want to know heat transfer so that you want to decrease it in some situations, you want to increase it in some other situations, or you want to control the temperature. So most of these applications will fall under one of these three categories, right? So the surface engineering, which originally, I mean, so it can start from a surface chemist, a metallurgist, and finally, along with the heat transfer engineer, there is a possibility to get very, very exciting heat transfer coefficients, which can approach very high limits, 20,000, 30,000 plus watts per meter square per Kelvin. Okay. Now, if you look at the highly cited research topics in heat transfer and thermal science in the last few years, which I looked up in Scopus, so you can see that the highly cited fields include combustion, propulsion, computational fluid dynamics, multi-phase flows, supercritical carbon dioxide cooling, gas turbine cooling, heat transfer and porous media, adsorption, experimental flow visualization and diagnostics. Advanced strategies to model turbulence, including stretching the capabilities of direct numerical simulation. Kamesh, what is the maximum Reynolds number you have reached? Reynolds number maximum is 20,000, but we have got applications are there up to 10 to the 6. So the DNS has got a long way to go. So, and also simultaneously there is a paradigm shift to sustainable technologies. So there is an increasing focus on thermal energy storage. So hydrogen, Professor Srinivas Murthy is a doyen of this. So even the ministers are talking about hydrogen will be the next oil source, great source, will be the next oil, and so on. Boiling and condensation and so on. All these fields are also, I mean, gaining a lot of traction. Okay. From the point of view of application, phase change material based cooling techniques, which have got the capacity to absorb thermal shocks, can be used for transients, even in a battery cooling or a data center cooling and so on. So you don't have to design your thermal system for the peak load. You need, so the phase change material latent heat application can serve as what is called as a thermal flywheel. It can so it can just absorb the shock, but eventually it has to be dissipated either to the water or to the air. But for that time being, you can take in the shock, that you exploit the latent heat, and then you'll have to figure out how it resolidifies and all that. That anyway we'll figure out. All right. So let us look at India. India is now on its path to becoming a net zero carbon and net zero water nation. Okay. So I'm not kidding. Thermal science specialists have a great role to play in water, right? Desalination, not only thermal desalination, you can have a desalination with solar energy assisted desalination. So there's a membrane, there's an evaporation, there's plenty of heat and mass transfer which is going on. Okay. So day before yesterday also I was in Kanpur for Professor Murali's student's thesis. So the thesis again about solar water distillation with high level calculations and high level experiments with max MZI interferometer and so on, where they are trying to get to the roots of the problem. All right. So now if you look at coming back to the question of electric scooters catching fire. So basically we need more scientists and engineers who understand lithium ion battery cooling. at the next level, we require these labs be set up and standardized in several institutions. At a national level, I think there should be, I don't know who is going to talk, at a national level, we should have some standardization laboratory where you just give the best practices, because electric vehicles anyway are going to flood the market, okay, whether it's 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers and so on. Therefore, at a national level, we should find standards have to be set up for setting up the laboratories, right? So, as I already told you, zero carbon, zero water targets will shift the focus of research, okay, to heat transfer enhancement techniques. So, they're going to occupy a pride of place along with energy conversion technologies, right? So, the future trends in thermal science will lie far beyond engineering and improvements in existing macro systems. So, basically the understanding of thermal sciences should lead to sustainable and better life on this planet. So, the recent effort in this direction is from Professor Polikakos and his group in ETH Zurich, where they got potable water directly without using any high-grade energy and so on. All right, so water will be, somebody said the next world war will be on water. Okay, so water is big time. In fact, even Professor Das's good friend, Professor John Leonard from MIT, so he completely switched from conventional heat transfer to water. I met him a couple of years back, he came to the lab. What happened, Professor Leonard? You have completely shifted to water. He said, Balaji, there is money only in water. So they roll out a red carpet welcome to Leonard in Saudi Arabia, right? Because the water problem is so critical in Saudi Arabia, right? So as I said in the morning, in almost all conceivable endeavors of man, so heat generation in one form or the other is inevitable. Okay, therefore heat transfer and thermal sciences will continue to occupy its preeminence, right? So even if you look at initiatives like AA for India, Digital India, additive manufacturing, there are so many heat transfer issues associated with additive manufacturing. So Professor Pradeep Datta is an expert on heat transfer in manufacturing. I know his work and collaboration with Tatas and so on. Okay, so even Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, in all these things, in all these projects and these things and visions and dreams and missions of Government of India, so there will be an underlying heat transfer and thermal system. So the juggernaut will roll on. So I'll set the stage and stop here. I'll request Professor Das to share his ideas.
You see, it says about heat transfer teaching and research. I'll come to the teaching part first. I'll tell you an incident which was a shocker to me. 2007, I went to MIT as a visiting professor, and I was supposed to teach. So I was very proud. I'm going from IIT Madras. We know a lot of heat transfer is being done. At that time, in our undergraduate courses, I remember 7 to 8 thermal courses were taught. Thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, heat transfer, advanced thermodynamics, IC engines, R&AC, power plant engineering, turbo machines. All these subjects compulsory to every undergraduate students were taught. And I expected something like that. I went to MIT. They said, yeah, we have 2 subjects, thermofluids 1, thermofluids 2. That's over. I was asked to teach thermofluids 1, which is a mixture of thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, heat transfer, everything at one level. The next level is thermofluids 2. When I was teaching here, we were teaching 8, maybe 7 or 8 subjects. It was only 2. So I said, how is that? I talked to Leonard. Leonard said, we have decided one thing. See, what is the diameter of an orifice for spraying fuel to a cylinder? Why does everybody need to know that? If there is a person who is interested in combustion engines, he will take one elective in combustion engine. What we teach is how a combustion engine works, the basics, 3 hours of teaching. This is the basic cycle, this is how it works, this is the principle. All the details of that is available in a course. If someone wants to take that, let him take. If someone doesn't want to take that, instead of that, he wants to take a turbo machine special, let him take that one. Even the heat transfer, they never taught to the details that I taught. Only few. I had In fact, I struggled to teach that course because it was a bit of everything. Now, that is as far as teaching is concerned. Even this semester I taught heat transfer. The semester we have just sent the, this thing, grades, and in which almost up to the second quiz, we are still struggling with conduction. This circular one, this one, heat generation, without heat generation, variable conductivity, and so on. And I was wondering myself, do we really need to teach that? I feel that the approach itself must change. And then there is repeatability. I mean, in chemical engineering, previously they taught one course on heat transfer, one course on mass transfer. The basic equations, principles are exactly same, just small changes here and there. Why? Then, of course, chemical engineering also has got the tradition of teaching transport phenomena, where everything is taught together. That famous Bart Stewart Lightfoot book. So I think as far as teaching is concerned, we need to consolidate, because I felt many of the things I am repeating. For example, generally we should start teaching heat transfer assuming that the students know fluid mechanics. They have taken a full course of fluid mechanics. But if you make that assumption after teaching for 28 years at IIT Madras, you will be making a terribly bad assumptions, because you will find that they have already forgotten all the fluid mechanics which has been taught. So I feel a subject like, as far as teaching is concerned, we need to consolidate these subjects, and instead of putting all the things together, we put only the basics together in 2 or 3 subjects, and then come out with the, as Balaji said, there are expanding applications. If somebody, after learning heat transfer fluid mechanics basics, wants to look at electric vehicle only, the thermal management of electric vehicle, let him take a course on that. If somebody else is interested in combustion part of it, let him take a course on that, him or her. So that's what, as far as teaching is concerned, there is always going to be, but there needs to be much more application-oriented courses. And there needs to be a consolidation of the basic courses. That is what I feel. And obviously, not everybody, even at undergraduate level, should know everything. They need not know. The second thing is, for example, the time has changed. The reason for this is very simple. At our times, people said power plant is very important, because power plant was one of the major employers. Please forget, please understand. Power plant, industries like pumps and so on, they are major. Today, if you ask how many students go to those kinds of industries. So what is the point of putting, now there is a question, how do you know beforehand who will go to what? Now if you know the basics, picking up will be not a problem. Even those, we have learned a full course on turbo machines. If we really want to work on turbo machine with the industry, does that knowledge suffice? No, not at all. We have to read once again, we have to re-equip ourselves. The students will do that. So this is what, as far as the courses are concerned, we need to look from a different point of view. Probably 2 thermofluid courses, 3 thermofluid courses, and then a lot of contemporary electives through which the students should learn. The next part is research, and that is a bit tricky. As if you, this discussion is very correctly posed, because just before this, Sunil Kumar showed us what kind of issues are there. Now, the issues are very deep. And most importantly, most of the issues are multi-physics issues and multi-mode issues, not even multi-physics alone, multi-mode. Where you need to understand heat transfer, but along with that you need to understand other things also. For example, if he's saying we have to spin it, so how the Coriolis forces, etc. is coming, unless you understand, if you just understand heat transfer, you can't do anything. So I think a deeper level of heat transfer research is going to stay. But then, I don't think it's going to stay the same way. I think the new generation of people who are coming today to heat transfer, we have Pallav, we have Kameshwar Rao, should not do heat transfer the way we did. We means our generation or previous generation, because that was a different phase when heat transfer understanding was developing. Now the basic understanding is already, it's developed, it's understood. Even simulation, I can say that in research, the things have become such that 25 years back, the problem by solving which people got PhDs, writing programs, debugging them and all that, that's an undergraduate assignment today. Students of undergraduate will take a software, solve it. Well, you can always ask whether they do understand to the extent that, how to use the numerical schemes, etc., etc. I think those are more fine-tuning. But that's a very, elementary problem today for undergraduate students. So, really, I don't think the things on which we, spend times, you should spend time on that. I think you should spend time on complex, difficult problems, multi-physics, multi-mode, real-time applications and so on. Now, does it mean that basic heat transfer will not be there? No, it's not like that. It will come from applications. Because the basic things that people thought these are important, they have been solved. But now, suppose while solving we find that just now what was said, that in a particular problem they found Marangoni effect is very important. They may come back and revisit basics of Marangoni convection. In another problem they found, the bubble population is very important in a particular heat transfer process. So they may come back and revisit some basic two-phase flow. So I would think that the basic research will happen more that way, rather than driven by a set format of basic research. This is what I look at future, at least the future for next 8 to 10 years. But in science, 8 to 10 years is a very long time. Beyond that, we really don't know. We need to get prepared that anything comes, we should be doing that. For example, personally, I am now involved more in mass transfer than heat transfer because I am handling the biological systems. Thank you. I think Professor Datta can take over from here.
Yeah, thank you, Swarit or Professor Das. People who are already in heat transfer, we kind of understand, or we know to the extent we don't understand what it is. But for people who are outside the field or not yet into the field, it's not easy to understand, what is heat transfer. So, I just want to mention something which one of my professors, when I was doing my PhD at Columbia University, one of the professors mentioned that in any phenomenon, there are just two things happening. One is chemistry, the other is transport. Now, first I didn't realize what is the essence of this meaning. Then I thought a little deeper and I understood what he meant by chemistry is something that is happening at the molecular or at the atomic level. It could be a chemical reaction, it could be some other phenomenon like, it could be just some phase transformation, could be anything, which can either generate a species or it can also generate heat. Now that is at that level, at the atomic or the molecular level. And the rest is, this has to be now carried out, taken away somewhere. So at the very local scale, the transport is diffusion, but at longer scales, it is by convection, with the fluid flow or radiation. So in one small phrase, the person summarized, every phenomenon that is happening. And if you really look at anything, it is like that. So what does it tell us? It just tells us that the subject of heat transfer, although it evolved the way Professor Balaji described, so many different things, from boundary layer to heat diffusion by Fourier, everything came. It is time, now it is time, when people cannot learn all the subjects in all the great details, as Professor Das has also mentioned. It is time to consolidate and maybe generalize that what is it that is there. So I would, the first generalization is something which chemical engineers have done over a long period of time. They never separately say heat transfer or mass transfer. They say it's transport phenomenon. And I think it's time, when it is becoming interdisciplinary, we are all shifting. I am also shifted to mass transfer to a large extent, thermochemical heat storage and all. So it is time that we need to consolidate and look at in a more generalized manner. It will help us. The second point I would like to make is that, what is the future of heat transfer, or to be more precise, what about the future of heat transfer engineers? See, if we do something, we are very good at cooling or removal of heat or supplying of heat and all these things we are doing. But always, if you see that many of the applications we are doing at the service, as a service level, as service to some other technologies. So whether it is cooling of electronics or any other type of applications, you generate heat, there will be some janitors like us to remove the heat and dispose it somewhere. So that is the way it is being treated over decades. And we've been debating about this for quite some time. It is time now that we move from being only service to people who create or generate something. And to a large extent, earlier years, power plant engineering and all were basically creation of something in which heat transfer is there. But gradually, when the subject of heat transfer got evolved, we became more like service. So we need to again look at ourselves and see how do we do that. So it's just morning also example, like who built Taj Mahal. People will remember only Taj Mahal, but they won't remember the finer things that have gone into the design on making of it. Right? They see ultimately the product. So we need to go as so it's a good time now to create and make products which involve fundamentals of thermodynamics, heat and mass transfer. And there are many such examples, whether it is medical or whether it is energy system. Today's symposium, I'm very happy to see it is not just heat transfer, it is also energy systems. And in this era of sustainability and new forms of energy, all these things, global warming, there's a lot of scope, and plus healthcare and many other applications, lot of scope for making products. Now that's one thing. In that case, people will remember us, and money will never be the problem. Even water is actually a product. That's why that is something very attractive. And okay, coming back now. Now, having said that, see, if we do only applications, again, now who will do the fundamentals? Because in any application we do, every time a new application we hit a roadblock, and then we have to come back and solve at the basic level. So that is why what we need is, we need all of us to apply, to work on applications and create something, but at the same time have a forum like this, and that is where a society like ISHMT is very important. Right. It is a society which will bring us and hold us together, and all of us together we can address what fundamental problems we can solve, both bring it at the teaching level and also at the research level. So that's how I would like to summarize how we coexist and exist and also survive and do and flourish, is by having applications and at the same time have a forum like this to address the fundamentals and live with it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Das and Professor Pradeep Datta. Now the floor is open. So we first request our senior members to share their views, and students, scholars, no difference. So whatever you want, any doubts you can ask. If you know the answer, we'll answer. Otherwise, we'll put a question mark and keep it.
I think I can stand for some time. I will hold it. Yeah. See, there are a few things. One is this is a heat transfer education and research we are talking about. See, there are some, we are talking about institutions like ours, because there are institutions where only teaching is done, you know. And there are institutions, there are only research is done. But we are education and research. So there is a link between the two, and then they are to be together. But of course there are some other pressures like how many papers you have published, this and that kind of things are there, because it goes towards more emphasis towards research, if you want to call it. Second thing is, we used to have very good teachers. Only a lot of, they wouldn't have many publications, hardly 1 or 2 or 3 maybe, but very good teachers, and they could make the students understand the concepts and everything very nicely. So in this forum which you are trying to bring it up is education and research both has got to be interlinked. The advantages of the undergraduates from IITs have got is that the teachers are experts in their fields, whereas in a lot of other places, unfortunately, they also get undergraduate degrees in engineering, etc. Many of the teachers, they teach so many unconnected subjects also. They are supposed to teach anything and everything. So that is the major advantage, which is the undergraduates of IITs and IISc, very little of course undergraduate is there, are having, because the teachers know. Even in our course, which we teach, renewable energy technologies as a course, we take only the people who have worked in that area to give those parts of the courses. Because I can also teach something else, one wind or something, this, or photovoltaics or something like that, but we wouldn't do that. We get a person who is a specialist in it. So it's a very important thing that a research background and the knowledge background that is in the professor's knowledge base, that is the brain, is also imparted to the students, because they will understand better if it is taught by an expert. So we have to make sure that our these two are linked. That is number one. And any efforts to undermine that has got to be, this thing. Otherwise, nowadays, because I also even now go for interviews or, faculty positions and things like that, we find that some understanding of the fundamentals is lacking in there. Very good, lot of publications, very good knowledge about what they have published, what kind of research they have done. Very basics are not known either in thermodynamics or fluid mechanics or heat transfer. So like Professor Das has told, we have to condense it and then give only the important things, and their significance of it is very important. Not just knowing what is Nusselt number, what is Prandtl number, etc., but what exactly do they mean. But we don't have to give the topics that we used to teach, like earlier, I don't know whether you will agree, like heat, conduction, convection, radiation, this and that, like that. So many topics, but they could be made together. Then coming to the research part of it, it's very important that we should go what is important. For example, I used to teach what is known as food processing, thermal processing of food products course. But unfortunately, it was very important because I did my PhD when, Arcot Ramachandran, his first thing he was telling is that food processing and food is a very important topic. So we did it. And then my course was very popular due to various reasons, including grades, maybe. But a lot of students used to come, and then even there was no seats in the R&D lab seminar room. And I come across some of the students who have finished there, and then they have done PhDs in MITs and Stanfords, etc., etc. They have joined IISc, sometimes in the faculty club, 1 or 2 of them have come and then, sir, I took your course on food processing. But that has been stopped. So the applications of very important topics like food, biological sciences, very, very important. Because I know now, because body is full of membranes. It is only either osmosis or reverse osmosis is taking place all over the place. Either this fluid has to go there, that fluid has to go here, or it has got to stay there, or I think you know better, the things have got to be moving, etc. It's all heat and mass transfer. And then there is heat transfer in biological systems, either teaching or a special course and also research, food processing, and it should be a very important thing, both teaching and as a elective course like that. There are many, like atmospheric sciences and even hydrogen itself, and then hydrogen and fuel cells, and then thermal energy storage is itself, or energy storage if you want to call it, put other forms of storage like that. You have to make both for teaching things and also for research groups like that. And then the students can be encouraged and then enthused to say that these are the things which are there, because ultimately everybody looks for a good job and then money and things like that. So what kind of opportunities do exist and all these things. And we should never forget, while formulating for the future this thing, the pluses and minuses of AI, because there was Google, and then that took away a lot of things from the students, because then nobody would remember what is Avogadro's number or whatever it is. They will Google and find out. Then similarly today, even many things, even possibly a lot of things will come in AI, this thing, because I have myself tried it. But so what is the implication of AI on the future of teaching and also research, etc., is to be done, and these things have got to be taken much into this thing. Otherwise, I've got a lot of things to say. I think I don't want to take too much of time. Thank you.
Basically, what I've experienced is that we don't look at things in a holistic manner. You look at it piece by piece. We don't realize what the student needs. We try to teach what we know. That attitude has to change. Also in research, very often what happens, I'm talking about Indian PhDs, not IIT PhDs, Indian PhDs. The student has done excellent work, has got excellent publications, and this happened. I was on the interview committee in IIT Bombay. You ask questions on their own topic and they're not able to answer. So the then director, who's my good friend, he said, what are we doing as educationists? This happens again and again. It happened more recently at NIT Bhopal also. Excellent. On paper, I would say, select him, he's absolutely good. But you talk to him, nothing comes out. So somewhere we are failing. I have no doubt about that. And the way forward, I really don't know. But the thing is, we have to think about it holistically, look at it at what the student wants, and provide that for him, both in teaching and in research. And as Professor Das rightly said, we have to consolidate the courses, absolutely. In fact, I was on the committee at IIT Roper. We have only one course on heat and mass transfer. Combined it all together. For chemical. He started a new BTech chemical at that time. So reduce the load, because if you cram the student with information, he is not going to remember anything. The fundamentals must be there, and that's it. And we should leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
I think at the present, many of the things in heat transfer have been settled, as I think already mentioned, and therefore it's probably necessary to consolidate and put in concise form the important things, not to pad it up with all sorts of applications and so on. I think that is one thing which we can think of, is to consolidate and make it a short summary of whatever we know in heat transfer and teach it to all the students when they start IIT, for example, in BTech. First, only one course we can have as was suggested, which can comprise of that. And if they want to learn more than that, they can certainly take other courses related to their own interest instead of telling them everything about all possible things. And I think, for example, many applications are new now. These applications were not known when we were students. So I think you have to branch out to those applications which are currently important, not teach the same thing which was taught. For example, we learnt about steam engine, valves for steam engines and so on. I don't think, anyway, it naturally died. Those things are never, many people even don't know that there were steam engines and they had valves in them and so on and so forth. For example, IC engines also now, a lot of things have changed, and computer is controlling the engine.
No, IC engine is a core course to drop.
What I mean is that's what, it's also become one application of thermal engineering. Basically, we should look at it as thermal engineering with heat transfer as one core and a little bit of energy conversion as another core, which can be combined together in one course. And the rest all, in fact, in Australia they are already doing it. In fact, I taught a course there. It was called heat transfer and energy conversion.
So we are also having energy.
Yeah, we have done that in 1994. And there was one course on measurements. I think these two courses were really basically what they were taught at the BTech level. All other things, they will learn. And so Professor Srinivas said, a lot of other avenues are there to learn. You can always talk to people who know about it and find out. Or go to, now I think all the references are available online, and library resources are available. So it's not impossible. And I think I agree with Dr. Balakrishnan. He said that many of the fellows who do research now are lacking in lateral knowledge. They know only about one thing, and if you ask anything connected with that or slightly away from it, they are not able to answer. This experience I have experienced for the last 15 or 20 years or even longer. Even now that is always there, but I think nowadays I find it even worse. In fact, in one of the sister institutions, when I went for some interviewing candidates, they were not able to answer any fundamental question, no. Anything that is connected to their thesis, only that much they will know and not beyond that. I think we should try to improve the general knowledge, give them basic ideas in a compact fashion, and allow them to learn other things and have a wider base of knowledge for their thing. I think that should help. And research is very important. I think, as Professor Srinivas said, research and teaching should go hand in hand, at least wherever it is possible, especially like IITs. And otherwise, our brand value will be zero. It's already going down or gone down. We should not allow it to go down further.
Any quick comments? Reman, in fact, in most of the places where I went for interview, I could not go up to second law of thermodynamics because everybody failed within first law.
So, just want to put my perspective a little bit because now I've been here for 14 years.
You're organizer.
Yeah, of course. I'm just talking to the research scholars probably who are interested to see what is the future direction of pursuing a PhD in heat transfer and how are you going to apply it. So, I mean, already many of the panel members have said it in different ways. I'm just going to probably summarize it in one way. Heat transfer is actually a multi-scale, multi-physics problem. If you really want to exploit the research prospects in this area, you should look at it in that aspect. For example, the classical heat transfer, as Professor Balaji summarized, looking at the continuum perspective of heat transfer is already probably been well established. But if you look at the subcontinuum aspects, so what gives shape to these so-called diffusivities that you see, momentum diffusivity, mass diffusivity, thermal diffusivity, where does it come from? So what is the source of these so-called magical constitutive relations of Fourier, Newton and so on? So there is actually a subcontinuum perspective. So these are all basically behavior of molecules and particles which are defining these transport by conduction or the transport by convection and so on. So there is right now still a discontinuity between what we see at subcontinuum and what we have known at continuum scales. So there is still a bridge that is still to be, there is still a bridge required to bridge this gap between these two, subcontinuum and a continuum perspective. There is still a discontinuity there. I feel there is a tremendous scope still exists to bridge this discontinuity. For example, we face this problem even in phase change heat transfer, where we do boiling experiments. We assume that nucleation has already happened, and then we go about and look at the empirical models of nucleation and so on. But then how does the nucleation happen in the first place? This is again something that happens at the molecular level, and there is some surface forces which are acting. There are forces between the surface and the fluid, and between the fluid, and all these forces are actually something happening at the subcontinuum scale, and thin film evaporation, for example, the van der Waals forces. So all of these are subcontinuum which people try to struggle to understand. How do we bridge this to understand the large scale evaporation that we know in a phase change heat transfer? There are still models which are trying to integrate these subcontinuum scale models into the conventional classical CFD models, and in many solvers like OpenFOAM, and people are seeing there is a lot of scope for improvement in these areas. The other area is the molecular dynamics, for example. So you are simulating, for example, a droplet sitting on a surface. So how do you define its contact angle? Because what we measure as a contact angle is an apparent contact angle. But when you zoom in microscopically, there is a precursor film, and you will see that you will never see a contact angle there. But there are just 1 or 2 layers of molecules just sticking to the surface and so on. So these are all perspectives that you can understand only if you go to the subcontinuum and then go to the continuum back and then see the two faces of the same coin. The other tremendous possibility of research is, of course, in the multiphysics front that many of them have said. For example, you have to understand more than one subject, you know, not just heat transfer, but if you want to apply in biology, you need to understand a lot of biological sciences. If you want to integrate it with surface phenomena, if you want to play around, engineer the surfaces, you have to understand something about material. So it's now an interdisciplinary subject also. So conventional silos should be broken, and you should be open to interacting with material scientists, with biologists, with people who work with chemistry and so on and so forth, so that you understand, for example, in battery how the electrochemistry happens. So we need to know that before we go into the heat transport, cooling techniques and so on. So just to summarize this, therefore you should understand that heat transfer right now in contemporary science should be treated as a multi-scale, multi-physics problem, and you should learn to see where are all these places where you can bridge these gaps between different disciplines and different scales. Even within the continuum scale you have turbulence where you have a multi-scale problem again. So these are all potential research scopes. This is what I just want to emphasize because we are running out of time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Dima, we have a couple of minutes.
Comment to make. In IIT Madras, for example, we have changed the courses as Professor SPV knows, and we do not have, we have only 2 courses in thermal, which is for the undergrad, which is heat transfer and energy conversions. But I do have a question to all the panelists and also Professor Balakrishnan and Professor SPV, who commented that if they see the interviewing during interview process, the candidates know their publications but not the broad area. So if we do away with the courses, are we not doing a disservice to these candidates if they just do their research? Is my question to them.
No, but that fundamental, can I answer?
Yeah, all the panelists.
Yeah, so there is a fundamental assumption that everything has to be taught. So of course the SPV also says, now various, when you're so smart, you can get a Q1 publication, why can't you learn all these things? So I think the idea of self-learning should be promoted. Yeah, but I think self-learning is, basically in Germany there's no coursework. There's no coursework for PhD. So everything cannot be spoon-fed. Somebody at a PhD level, so that self-learning, see, will you find out your ignorance only when you go to an interview? I mean.
I think that those consolidated courses, like you said, they cover those things. They say
Professor Dhiman said that there should be consolidated. Already we have consolidated, but I think more is required. For example, fluid mechanics and heat transfer. There can be one subject, very surely. Then repetition will go, and actually we can bring out exactly what is required.
Energy system all go together, one course.
Yes, yes. Balaji said I am not setting the syllabus for that.
But students, any final comments? Has Professor Karyanis joined? Has he joined online? Or? Okay. Yeah, so you'll be waiting. So sorry, we have to close this session. Thank you. I think we had a nice session. So we will ask our rapporteurs to write it up. We'll just clean it up and it will come up on the ASHMT website very soon. Okay. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, audience.
We should ask Professor Karyanis what discount he is going to give us for attending the UK conference, which is 8 or 7 years from now.
I have to give.
They got the 2030 conference. After Rio, the next conference they got IHTC. IHTC.
I request Professor C. Balaji sir to hand over the mementos to the panel members.
Interesting enough, last time when we had a beat from India, that was also inspired by Professor Ramachandran only.
To the panel members.
Professor Tassos. Professor Tassos, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Professor, can you just tilt down your camera a little, please? In the top portion, yes. Slightly down.
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct.
Now it is too down, too much down. Yes, Professor. Very good, very good. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you, Professor. Do you have any slides to present, Professor? Can you get it? Just one slide, any slide that you would like to present?
Yeah, let me share the screen.
Yeah. Yes, Professor. Make it full screen, Professor.
Sorry?
Make it on the full screen, please. Full
Yeah,
screen.
yeah. Can you see it all right?
No, Professor. You can click on the screen mode there, bottom of your.
Thank you, sir.
On the right side.
No.
No, Professor, not yet.
How about now?
Yeah, on the extreme right of the computer, on this computer screen, on the extreme right, you will see. We are able to hear you clearly. Now I'll close my camera and you can see the auditorium there.
Okay. Can you see the cursor?
Yes, Professor, perfect. Yes.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Professor. Auditorium, you can take over.
Okay.
Now we have a final plenary talk of today's event by Professor Tassos Karyanis sir, Professor at Brunel University, United Kingdom. He will join us virtually, and the session chair for this plenary talk is Professor Satish Geddupudi from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Dr. Satish Geddupudi sir is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Madras. He has received his PhD from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. His current research interests focus on experimental investigation and modeling of flow boiling heat transfer and instabilities in micro and mini channels, pool boiling heat transfer, heat exchangers, natural circular loops, and heat transfer in buildings. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to this plenary session. It's a well-known fact that owing to latent heat, and higher heat transfer coefficients associated with phase change, boiling finds wide-ranging heat transfer applications. A growing need for higher heat fluxes, compact devices, and reduction of refrigerant inventory demand enhancement of heat transfer coefficients and critical heat fluxes. And boiling is a complex phenomenon with many influencing variables. We now have a plenary talk on the pool boiling heat transfer enhancement to be delivered by Professor Tassos Karianis, a distinguished professor of thermal engineering at Brunel University, London. His main research interests are in the areas of boiling and condensation heat transfer in micropassages, and heat transfer enhancement techniques in heat transfer. He has been a research group leader for two-phase heat transfer, two-phase flow and heat transfer, and research director of the Center for Sustainable Efficient Energy Technologies at Brunel University, London. He's the current chairman of UK National Heat Transfer Committee. Let us welcome Professor Tassos Karianis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this special invitation to give this lecture on this occasion. I trust you can all see the slides and you can all hear me.
Yes.
Okay, we will be talking about pool boiling fundamentals and heat transfer enhancement. This is research that we currently do at Brunel University. My research collaborator was Dr. Mahmoud, and the research was funded by the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council of the United Kingdom. In 1955, Foster and Joubert made a statement that modern technological developments in, for example, nuclear reactors would require very, very high heat transfer rates. Therefore, we should be interested in boiling heat transfer, and that was in 1955. Since then, we have maintained interest in boiling in the international community, and you can see here the number of papers published per year in boiling has been growing every year. In the period 1955 to 220, there are about 2,000 papers published, and most of these papers, as you will see, were in heat transfer enhancement, some in heat transfer models, and some work was done in numerical work and bubble dynamics. In the last 3 years alone, in this area, there were 550 publications, which means that for any young researcher interested in this area, if you were to join research in pool boiling, you would be in very good company. Applications, as Satish mentioned, there are numerous applications in pool boiling from the power industries. In this example here, cooling of nuclear reactors, renewable energy, evaporators that are used in the desalination systems, refrigeration, heat pumps, chemical industries, and lately cooling of electronics. For example, some companies are considering putting their electronic equipment in a pool where pool boiling occurs on the surfaces, and thereby taking the high heat flux away. If we look at recent developments, for example, in geothermal power, and here is a schematic of a geothermal power plant. Cold liquid, usually water, will go into a heat exchanger, which could be 5 kilometers deep. The water picks up the heat, comes up, and then goes into the evaporator of an organic Rankine cycle. The difference between this and the gas supplied heat for the power stations is that this temperature here is actually very small. So the heat source and the heat sink are actually very close to each other. This could be 150 or 100 degrees Celsius. And in this case, 2/3 of the exergetic of the exergy could be lost simply in the heat exchanger. So the design of these heat exchangers, the efficient delivery of heat transfer, is quite important. What is the challenge? Well, this is the heat flux plotted versus the temperature difference between the wall and the saturated temperature of the water, the temperature of the wall and the saturated temperature here. And this is the boiling curve. We start with natural convection. Then we have the onset of nucleate boiling. We then have established boiling, nucleate boiling, and then we reach the critical heat flux. Going beyond that point will be catastrophic as the equipment will burn out. The engineers are usually interested from the green point going towards the left. In other words, we want to work in this region, and we want to not to reach the critical heat flux, so we would be operating below the critical heat flux. So it's quite important to understand nucleate boiling and also understand critical heat flux. As far as heat transfer enhancement is concerned, the number of papers published every year is quite significant, as you see, and it's growing exponentially. So the international community has a significant interest in heat transfer enhancement. Looking at the onset of nucleate boiling, things might appear are very complex. If you take fluid A and surface A, boiling might start at this temperature difference and then continue up the boiling curve. But if you take a different surface and a different fluid, there could be a temperature overshoot, and boiling would be delayed and start at this temperature, then falling back to follow the curve again. So even the beginning of the boiling process is very complex. The onset of nucleate boiling would depend on fluid, surface material, and surface topology, for example. Just to verify this point, we plotted data for water, and you can see that water will boil at very low wall superheat and then follow the boiling curve. This is data from two research groups. But FC72, for example, will have an overshoot, and boiling might not commence even at very high temperatures. For example, these will require 36 and these require 48. Applications of this phenomenon in flow boiling is very important, and it needs to be understood. This is from our research in flow boiling, and we tested one rough surface, which is the blue line. And you can see that boiling occurred at very low degrees of superheat. But when we tested a similar fluid in a smooth surface, there was a degree of overshoot up to 18 degrees before boiling commenced on this surface. In flow boiling, especially in small tubes, this could cause what we call explosive boiling, and it could lead to flow instability. So it's quite important to understand the initiation of boiling. To help us through this, I have sketched here what we call the hydrophobic and hydrophilic surfaces. If you put a drop on a surface, if the surface and the fluid combination create a hydrophobic setup, then the angle would be greater than 90. But if the fluid is hydrophilic, in other words, if it wets the surface, then this angle would be less than 90, and you're looking at the fluid that is spreading along. There are some additional definitions that we are not using in these lectures. There is the dynamic advancing contact angle compared to the static when the liquid is actually expanding along. There is the receding contact angle when the liquid is moving towards the center. And if the surface is not smooth, as is this case, we have the static apparent contact angle, which is defined as the cos of the angle being equal to a constant sigma, the actual over the projected area of the enhanced surface times the original theta there. The first thing we did in trying to understand the heterogeneous boiling on surfaces is to study the effect of wettability. What you see here is a case of low wetting, e.g. water, something like this one here. And as the water is advancing in a cavity, if it is non-venting, then eventually when it touches this surface, it will trap the vapor. But if it's a wetting, e.g. a refrigerant, as it's advancing, it will actually touch the surface and it will not be able to trap vapor. So Van Gogh, as early as 1958, and Lawrence in 1972 said that for this to happen, if this would happen, then gas would be trapped, and this would be good for boiling to start. There were some follow research that was done in this area that produced very similar equations. And we plotted this on this graph. It shows the static contact angle, as we described it, and the cavity aspect ratio, the height of the cavity, the depth of the cavity versus the diameter. And you can see the plot of Van Gogh. So if you would like to design cavities that are good for boiling, in other words, they would boil, boiling would be initiated at low degrees of superheat, you need to be designing in this area. When we plotted the other criteria, actually they fall above the Van Gogh criteria. So if you're designing surfaces, if your target is to have surfaces that provide boiling at low degrees of superheat, if you design based on the Van Gogh and Lawrence criterion, you are okay to start boiling at low degrees of superheat. Once boiling occurs, you really would like the boiling to be maintained from that cavity, the bubble ebullition to be maintained. And there was a criterion by Marto and Rosecno published in 1966 to actually tell us that if a cavity generates the first vapor bubble, it will continue to generate the bubbles. And this criterion actually satisfied that by the Van Gogh. So one takeaway message from this slide is that if you're designing surfaces that and you would require boiling to start at low delta T's, then you should design them based on this Van Gogh criterion. If your fluid is water, water can produce cavities can produce boiling in shallow cavities. But if you are designing for refrigerants, for example, where the contact angle is about 15, you will need very deep cavities for boiling to occur. This graph is a bit busy. I will try and simplify my explanation. If we plotted the Lorentz equation, and this is a cavity radius, and this is a wall superheat. So if you want boiling to commence, you must be designing in this region and not in this region. So if you solve the equation, and for example, you take the contact angle to be 40, which resembles low, highly wetting fluids, the cavity must be deep. But if you use water, for example, where the theta is 60, less wetting fluid, the cavity can actually be shallow. And if you are going to design cavities for boiling that are nanostructures, have nanostructures, for example, very small cavities, these may require very high degrees of superheat for boiling to commence. The next thing we assessed in trying to understand the question that we were trying to answer was for industry. Really, my industrial colleagues kept asking me, how can I design good surfaces for boiling? In this graph, we used the old equation from 1962 from Shu, and we plotted it here. And we also compared it with more recent proposals from Han and Griffith and from Satish Kandlikar in 1997. And if you are to design cavities that are surfaces that are good for boiling, you have to design them in this region. The original proposal does not disagree at all with the more recent proposals at the small cavity region, but there is some disagreement in the high cavity, in the high radius cavities. We then use this model to understand how to design better cavities. This is the effect of pressure. And you can see that for water, you can see that as you increase the pressure, the range of active cavities increases. So at the beginning, for a pressure of 0.5 bar, these cavities will not be participating in the boiling process, but as you increase the pressure, these cavities will become active, which tends to indicate, and we have verified that using our experiments, as you see here, this tends to indicate that if you want to enhance the heat transfer rates by using special surfaces, if the pressure is very high in your system, then maybe the enhancement will not be needed or will not be so effective. So enhancement of heat transfer in boiling is recommended, especially for low pressure applications. Here, what we assess, we try to understand the effect of fluid. And you can see that based on the minimum cavity size, water requires cavities that are 8 times larger than the refrigerant. So if you're designing a surface where you would like to have a good boiling process, effective pool boiling process, and if your boiling fluid is water, the water will require higher, larger diameter cavities to be designed. If we fix the radius, we see that water will require a higher degree of superheat for boiling to occur on the small cavities, but on the contrary, on the larger diameter cavities, boiling will occur firstly with water. We also assessed the effect of subcooling because this was something that was not properly discussed in the literature. This is the boiling surfaces, this is T-wall, and the subcooling is defined as the temperature of the fluid, the difference between the temperature of the fluid, which in this case is below the saturation temperature. And we can see that as we increase the degree of subcooling, the number of cavities that become active shrinks. When you go from 5 to 20, these cavities are no longer active when your degree of subcooling is 20. This is very important, especially in small areas where you have less spread of the ranges of the cavities available on a boiling wall. We don't have time to discuss the work that we did on modeling, but any of the colleagues who is interested, we did a lot of analysis on the fundamentals of boiling on bubbles, and I can send you these papers if you need the fundamental work on boiling. But what we did plot in these graphs is the bubble radius and the time it takes for growth, and we compare all the predictions from past literature, and you can see that we disagree almost by seven times. For example, at about 10 milliseconds, people reported that the cavity radius, the bubble radius, could be between 4 and 2.7. And here is another comparison of the bubble departure diameter. What is the diameter of the bubble when it actually departs? And we plotted it versus the wall superheat. You can see again a significant disagreement, almost 38 times, with some people saying that the departure diameter would depend on the wall superheat in a strong linear fashion. Some say that it does not depend at all, and some say that it will even decrease. So there is no agreement generally, and this is an area for further research. There is no agreement on the bubble growth mechanisms and the bubble departure diameter for smooth surfaces. Therefore, if we cannot understand properly as yet boiling on smooth surfaces, it will be much more difficult to understand boiling when we do boiling heat transfer enhancement. In order to help us a bit here, we used the model of Zheng 1993, and we modified it. We added the surface tension force to calculate the possibility of bubble growth on surfaces. And for refrigerants, the bubble grows in this fashion, where it stays anchored to the cavity and it just grows out. But for water, if you solve the equations again, the water vapor spreads out. So you can imagine that the heat transfer mechanism for this setup is very different for these setups. There is a larger contribution from what we call the micro layer, which is the layer underneath the vapor there. And we use this analysis to understand the effect of wettability of bubble dynamics. So talking about the effect of wettability on the bubble dynamics, this is a bubble departure diameter versus the heat flux. And you can see that if you have a low weighting fluid like water, the bubble departure diameter is much higher than what you have for refrigerants. And here, if we assume that we modify the wettability of water by modifying slightly the surface, you can see the effect of the angle. So conclusion here is that the departure of bubbles for non-wetting fluids is the bubble diameter is quite large. In this graph, we analyze the diameter versus the time, the growth, and you can see that for the bubble growth time to departure increases as the contact angle increases. In other words, when we have less wetting for water, so the bubbles grow at a faster rate for water compared to the dielectric fluids that we have. Try to understand the bubble frequency, how quickly are the bubbles being generated. This is the frequency of bubble generation for the refrigerants, which are wetting fluids. The theta is very small, and you can see that they have a very sharp growth in the bubble frequency. The less wetting fluids, like water, have a lower frequency of bubble generation. What was confusing in the literature, and we tried to clarify this, and this affects also flow boiling work, is the effect of pressure on the bubble departure diameter. So here, again, we used the same modified model from Zheng, and we plot the bubble departure diameter versus pressure, and you can see that if the angle is small, like theta, in other words, the fluid is wetting, the bubble departure diameter drops with pressure. But for higher angles, if the fluid is less wetting, the effect of the pressure ceases to exist when you go from the subatmospheric pressures and into the higher pressures. As far as the frequency, and this has eluded a lot of researchers, the frequency of bubble generation is a very complex function of the wettability, and you can see that here it increases in a monotonic way. But if the fluid becomes less wetting, there is an optimum, and then the frequency drops as we increase the pressure. This can explain some inconsistencies in the reports on the effect of pressure in pool boiling, but also in flow boiling. If we move now to our next part of the talk, here's a boiling curve again. And in research, we spend a lot of time understanding what's happening at this point, at the onset of nucleate boiling. But the onset of nucleate boiling in the region only constitute less than 10% of the full boiling curve. We need to be able to understand and predict the nucleate boiling region and the critical heat flux. This point here, we try to understand how long it persists, and what you see here is what happens once the bubbles begin to generate from the surface. They will coalesce vertically. They could coalesce in a horizontal fashion, or they could coalesce at an angle. We did a lot of experiments between us and the University of Edinburgh. We did modeling work at Brunel, while in Edinburgh they did experiments. And we found that when the delta T is only 2 degrees, vertical coalescence will occur, and when the delta T is about 8 to 9 degrees, the vertical coalescence will occur. So this confirms that this region is actually quite small. Sorry, this is vertical coalescence, and this is horizontal coalescence. Takes a bit longer, but you can see that this delta T is very small. the region of interest for design purposes, not for the onset of nucleate boil, is this part here of the boiling curve. So we did a review and we did some experiments to see where we are with this one. This is the heat transfer coefficient and the heat flux, whether we can predict the nucleate boiling curve properly. And you can see that there are differences up to 5 times in the past reports. Our own experiments were in the middle. We are very pleased with that. We used a nicely well-defined surface, but the scatter is significant. Also, when you try to predict the critical heat flux, we see that there is a scatter of almost 2 times. So if you design the critical heat flux based on these values down here, you will be safe based on the literature, but the scatter is quite significant. Therefore, again, much more challenging to agree on the mechanisms and correlations for boiling heat transfer enhancement. And I challenge the international community to spend a bit more time on this. For the last part of the lecture, I will talk about heat transfer enhancement. And what we are trying to do here is, if this is a boiling curve again, you've seen it many times this morning, we are trying to move this towards the left. We want to increase the critical heat flux, and we also increase the nucleate boiling in relation to the delta T. And there are 2 main categories of enhancement techniques, the active and the passive. We'll talk about the active enhancement very briefly because we did a lot of research using electric fields, and then we will spend some time on the passive enhancement techniques. What we did at Brunel, we applied an electric field. This is an electrode at high voltage, and this is 0, and boiling occurs in between. Research in this area was started a long time ago by NASA when they wanted to assess heat transfer in space where there is low gravity, and they wanted to replace the gravitational forces with the electric forces, which is here. A very complex vector of forces occurs when you apply the electric field. We did a lot of fundamental research, so we analyzed and calculated the electric field in the 2-phase domain, and we were able to calculate the forces on the bubbles. We also did a lot of experimental work. I'll show you this slide in a minute. Where you have boiling that occurs in tubes, and unfortunately the slide doesn't play. It's very unfortunate. Okay, I can very well explain it here. You have flow boiling inside tubes that occurs here, and this is without the electric field. And you can see boiling occurs at very discrete locations. When you apply the electric field, you produce boiling all over the surfaces. When you apply 20,000 kilovolts, you can also induce boiling at very low delta T. This is a superheat for bubble ebullition, and this is the application of the electric field. And you can see that the delta T required for bubbles to start drops. EFC enhancement in condensation was at the same time being carried out in Japan. In Japan, they designed an electrode, which is shown here, and this surrounded the tubes. And when they applied high voltage and zeroed the electrode, what they saw was that the electric force removed the liquid from the surface, and the liquid was thrown out. This was part of their project that they had at the time in the design of superheat pump energy accumulation systems. If you go to passive heat transfer enhancement, the boiling heat transfer depends strongly on the number of and the density of active nucleation sites. It depends on bubble dynamics, bubble growth, departure size, and frequency. And early attempts focused on surface modification. The sole purpose at the beginning was to increase the number of cavities on the surface. What I do here, I list the possible thinking behind the heat transfer enhancement. So they started by increasing the heat transfer rates, the number of cavities to increase boiling and hence the heat transfer rates. Then some people decided to put a wick on the surface where float can flow laterally and bubbles are generated and the flow coming in. Later, this group of researchers here, they decided that it's best to separate the flow of the vapor. So if you put a hydrophobic part on your surface, then that will generate bubbles first, as we have seen. The hydrophobic surfaces will start boiling first, and then you have the vapor moving up and the liquid coming down. And these are different combinations of these. They had used a modulated porous structure where boiling occurs and the liquid comes down. Some people used a surface that was smooth, and maybe it had some pins, and the pins will start boiling first, and with the vapor going up and coming down. And some went into a bit more complex designs where they put a plastic fixture here to stop the boiling. Where boiling occurs here, the vapor goes up and the liquid comes down like that. At the same time, some used channels which were coated, which boiling commences in the corners of the channels, and the liquid and the top and the liquid is forced to travel this way, therefore enhancing the heat transfer rates. One of the common mistakes that happens when we are assessing heat transfer enhancement is shown in this slide, and I'd like to mention it because it's quite important for in our opinion, that is, for the international community to agree with this one. This is a heat transfer coefficient versus a heat flux, and if you're checking an enhanced surface to assess the effect on the critical heat flux is quite easy. You locate these 2 points, and then you can get the ratio. But if the question is how much is the heat transfer coefficient increased, this is not such an obvious relationship, because if the maximum heat transfer coefficient for the enhanced surface is 50, and the reference surface produces a maximum heat transfer coefficient of 22, and you divide these two, you're going to get a very misleading result. What we propose to the international community to do is, for the reference, for the surfaces that they test, they get the average heat transfer coefficient over the entire heat flux that they study, for example, from here to here, and then from here to here, and then they calculate the ratio. That way, we will have more consistent heat transfer enhancement publications coming through in our journals, and therefore we should be able to assess the heat transfer enhancement techniques in a more correct way. Before we talk about heat transfer enhancement, we plotted here all the results that we could find for smooth surfaces. We have updated this to 2021-22. And what you can see here is that if these are the smooth surfaces that are available in literature, the report from international, very high quality laboratories, some of the authors here, I know them personally quite well. They are very, very good researchers. You can see that there's a scatter almost 8 times. So we cannot agree on the results of a smooth surface. Some predicting at 16 to be 200, and some predicting to be 1,400. This is quite a difference from very established laboratories. So if we do not know what is a benchmark surface, it's very difficult to evaluate our heat enhancement technology. We need to be comparing it to something standard. And then we compare here the enhancement reported in the literature for what we call simple techniques. A simple enhancement technique would be to take a smooth surface produced by a milling machine, for example, and then roughen it with sandpaper, or use some electric discharge or some simple laser technology. If we do that, we have found that we could increase, for example, for water on metals, we could increase the critical heat flux by more than 2 times. We could increase the critical heat flux, the heat transfer coefficient, by almost 3 times. And for the refrigerants, we could increase again the critical heat flux by 1.5 times and the heat transfer coefficient by almost 3 times. So simple techniques in enhancement can actually give us quite significant changes in the enhancement process. Before we move into the techniques that other people showed, I'd like to show you one of the techniques that we have used. This was research that we did in collaboration with TWI and Boyd, based in the UK, their section based in the UK. You use a high-intensity electron beam, and you move the surface along, and because of the energy of the electron beam, the metal surface will melt, and as it moves along, it will protrude, creating very enhanced, typically enhanced surfaces. And you can change the direction of the electron beam to produce any surfaces you like. When we tested this simple technique of producing enhanced surfaces with other techniques, we found that for R123 that we tested at the time, you go from this boiling curve for a smooth surface all the way to this enhanced surface. So significant enhancements can be obtained by this technique that we have used there. If we now look at the performance of water on silicon, because this will have some applications in small-scale heat exchangers, we see that if we plot the heat flux versus the wall superheat, we see that researchers are now proposing what we call mixed wettability surfaces. So they have a superhydrophobic part and a hydrophilic part. So boiling will commence on the superhydrophobic parts, and superhydrophilic will allow them to go to higher heat fluxes, higher critical heat flux. And you can see that if we plot them here, and we also plot the critical heat flux on a plane surface, some of the proposals are falling short. So not every enhancement technique is actually good. Some are producing significant enhancements at this point here, and these are the mixed wettability surfaces. But what you need to worry about in actual design is how much is the allowable wall superheat. So if the allowable wall superheat is, let's say, about 20, most of these techniques would not be available, should not be used for cooling of electronics, for example. If we look at water on copper surfaces, again, we plot the same graph, heat flux versus wall superheat, and we plot the critical heat flux from a simple manufacturing process, just use a rough surface, will get you this line here. And most of the people that have examined enhanced surfaces, their results actually, when you look at it under this microscope in this assessment, they fall short of the heat transfer enhancement that is possible using rough surfaces. The surfaces that produce very good results were produced by the group of Kandliger, where he used the channels and he actually coated them. So that way, Professor Kandliger was able to achieve good significant heat transfer enhancement. This kind of surface produces significant high degree of superheat. Therefore, although it produces high heat transfer rates, it will be difficult to apply in practice. If we now look at some more non-conventional manufacturing techniques to enhance metals, we plotted all the proposals that we could find, and they fall short of the rough surfaces. So all of these surfaces that were recommended, when you compare them with this idea that can I produce something very quickly, very cheaply, that would do the job, only one surface produced better. That was a surface by Wu and all. But however, This surface, if you are using it with water, it is prone to foul very quickly. So that would be difficult even to actually use in industry. More research is done lately on coatings, and we have assessed the coatings here, again, based on the same criteria. Very few coating surfaces will perform better than the rough surfaces. We found examples of two, which is this complex shape here that gives you this result, and this complex shape of Mori and Egerald, which is a honeycomb porous structure that will give you these results. Again, for water, if you are using water, fouling and the degradation of the surface using water will maybe probably not make this so effective. So again, should somebody in industry consider simply using loafing or rough surfaces to get the heat transfer done? Finally, if we look at the performance of FC72 on silicon, I thought I include this because of the applications in cooling of electronics. The critical heat flux for silicon on a smooth surface is given here, and some of these techniques can improve from the smooth surface on silicon, can produce high heat transfer rates. But some of them are indeed very, very complicated to use. And the second point that we can make from this slide is that regardless of the enhancement method, they all seem to behave the same. So all of these surfaces seem to be behaving the same. But please do notice that these are very complex shapes. Finally, on FC72 on enhanced cobalt, lots of proposals are available in industry of sintered pin fins, etc. We plotted them here. We found that these kind of surfaces can produce high heat transfer coefficients. This surface by Wu and Liu here can produce high heat transfer, but we believe that the area enhancement will be a significant factor there. Conclusions. We have spent in my laboratory a significant time on pool and flow boiling, and we are still progressing in this area. We came to the conclusion that now we know what we don't know. So what I do not know, I do not think I know either. So there is still, the message there coming back from 339 BC is that we still have a lot of work to do in boiling. And I would encourage the younger researchers to contribute. Some interim recommendations, if you like, is that if you're designing cavities for enhanced boiling, to promote boiling, you have to use the Bancroft criterion. There is a significant discrepancy on models predicting bubble growth and bubble departure on plane surfaces. So still further work to be done by the research community. One of the deficiencies we found when we are comparing results is that some of the results published in literature were not very well validated before they started their experiments. We recommend that people use natural convection correlations to validate their experiments before they start boiling. The wettability affects boiling in a very complex way. Uniform hydrophobic surfaces, we do not recommend them due to their low critical heat flux. Further work is needed, plus validation. When we are doing experiments, one other criticism that we should place ourselves is that we should use surfaces that are significantly bigger than the number of bubbles that we'll expect. We need to consider the size of the test section. A small hydrophobic surface, because the bubbles are large, e.g. water, it could be flooded by just one or two cavities. There is wide scatter in the performance heat transfer coefficient on the reference surface, and there is scatter on the reported enhancement factors and the conclusion on the enhanced surface. We need to agree on the definition of the reference surface, so some cleaning up needs to be done. At the same time, before an industry considers spending a lot of money on enhancing the boiling heat transfer, you need to consider all the resistances in the system, because the boiling resistance is already low. So if you have metal or single phase resistances in the line, This could be the controlling, so you might want to consider the whole set and not just the boiling. So we need to consider the enhancement approach needs to be considered very, very carefully, and enhancement techniques are better at low pressure. Surface characterization is some ongoing research that we are doing. The cavity geometry and the number density and the dependence on temperature and fluid is still one of the big challenges, and this is some of the research we are doing. I'd like to finish by showing you what we are also currently working on. We have a significant support now from the Engineering and Physical Sciences Council of the UK, and we are studying spray cooling. Spray cooling is a mixture of single-phase boiling and fluid dynamics. It's a very complex process. It has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 transition boundaries. So if you are ever visiting us either here at Brunel or in our collaborators in Edinburgh, in the next few months, you might be seeing us building a facility to study the effect of spray cooling on boiling heat transfer. Chairman, I'd like to thank you very much for your patience, and happy to answer a question.
Interesting talk on the pool boiling heat transfer enhancement, focused on the influence of surface characteristics and surface modifications. Questions from the audience?
Hi, Professor Karayanis. This is Arvind Patamatta here.
Hi. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. Yeah, sure. So very interesting talk. You have given a very broad perspective of boiling in terms of modeling the nucleation and also the enhancement of boiling through different methods as a overview. So I just have a question regarding the boiling enhancement. So do you recommend, I mean, is there from the number of studies that have been conducted and the summary that you have presented, is there a clear direction that we can follow or recommendation that you can suggest, which will give a very positive or clear enhancement? For example, the using fins, you showed the fin structures are one method, and then of course, you can use wettability modifications, biphilic substrates, and then the coatings you talked about. So any clear methods which could be durable also thermally, over a period of time? That's another question that we have,
If we, thank you. If we're using, the first thing we need to consider is the overall resistance of the system, and how much is the resistance due to boiling compared to the other resistances. Then, if your question is for metals, I think my conclusion and what we are studying also in my lab now, we are working on these shapes. So if I had to be asked for one shape to actually recommend, I will be recommending these shapes. And there is some optimization to be made. How close are these low fins? You can consider them low fins if you like, but you can also consider them channels. So in my laboratory right now, we have made surfaces like so. I know Satish Kandigar quite well. We talk about this at various meetings, and I believe from the surfaces proposed, this simple design, whether you code it or you don't code it, this simple design would be very good. The others that we examine are not so much better compared to a rough surface. So if you have, I mean, this was the news to us. This was new to me and my researchers. When we plotted all of these recommendations, they were not performing much better than rough surfaces. So if you're designing this for water, I would say it's not going to work, for example. First, water will foul it. It will eat it away if you put it in plain language. But simple structures are working better for water. For silicon, and for water again, there is no reason to go for these complex structures. They are not going to survive. For silicon, what this graph shows is that enhancing the surfaces in any sort of way gives you a bit better results, because silicon, the smooth heat transfer result for silicon is quite lower than water. So this kind of surfaces will produce better. I would recommend something simple like pins, for example. So that's the direction. And again, if you come to our labs, you will find us studying the pins as well. It's very difficult to convince people to design these very complex surfaces, for example. And there is no reason. This graph shows that there is no reason to do that.
In terms of the thermal degradation, I think the wettability modified surfaces have always this kind of a problem. So how you are going to make this biphilic surfaces, for example, and whether these are going to be thermally durable or stable for a repeated number of cycles of heating and cooling when you want to apply in devices. So what is your comment on this thermal durability?
The mixed wettability surfaces is still very new research for the community, and I share your concern that how long will they last being of dual sort of surface structure. I would consider a simple modification of the surface, something of this nature again, to actually produce that, especially if you have refrigerants which would not foul the micropins. But to actually be coating surfaces differently, I have some reservations on the long-term viability of such a surface. So I do share your concern there.
Professor Karyanis, this is Sarit Das.
Hi, Sarit.
Yeah. So my question is that, depending on fluid, because from fluid to fluid, the surface tension and the bubble sizes, etc., will change. Shall we have to make changes in the patterns?
The changes in the
pattern of your special surface.
If you we can look at it from this image here as well. If you are using water will produce very large bubbles compared to the refrigerant. So what has not been optimized, and maybe some research needs to be done, is if you are using water, these bubbles would be large, so this distance between them should be bigger. This distance should be bigger. If you are using the refrigerants, the frequency of bubble generation is higher, but the bubbles are smaller, so this distance can then change. So I think if from my presentation, from your research, you come up with a conclusion, you're going to study one of these surfaces, some optimization depending on the fluid should occur, and the characteristic dimension there is the bubble departure diameter, and it's much bigger for water.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Professor Karyanis, I have a question. If you see the literature that you have presented, there are essentially two types of modelings. One is based on the surface roughness or cavities, the predictions, and the other based on the wettability. And as you can see, there is a large disagreement in the literature with regard to the predictions made by different models. And basically, I feel that what is lacking is the combined effect of the surface roughness or cavities and wettability. An increase in roughness need not necessarily increase or decrease the wettability. So the modeling, considering the combined effects of surface roughness or cavities and wettability, is what is needed. I think that can explain to some extent the disagreement in the literature. That is my doubt.
You are correct, Satish, in the sense that the modeling work is still lacking behind. We have not agreed on the modeling. If I can share, if there is time, I'll share one or two slides. The bubble mechanisms that have started in 1936, we are still doing research in them. So we are still not clear what is the actual mechanism. And in heat transfer textbooks, we still use work that was published in 1945 from 1948 or 1952 from Rosechno, Kutatelatzer, and Joubert. And then this work continues. There is significant disagreement on the bubbling, on the actual heat transfer mechanisms that prevail on bubbles, and we tried to understand it. We took a lot of time to understand it, and bringing this interaction of wettability, surface roughness. And the disagreements unfortunately continue with all the modeling work that needs to be done, Satish. So the only work that we saw from the literature that tries to bring things together is this one. Here, they try to model the whole lot. So they model a surface with bubbles in it. And unfortunately, they still need some experimental work. They still need the nucleation site density that can only come from experiments. We cannot predict it as yet. Therefore, your question of bringing the wettability in with the surface roughness is important. My personal belief is that we need to understand the active number of nucleation sites, and that depends not just on surface roughness, but it depends on the material itself and the fluid itself. So this process, this modeling, as I very quickly try to answer your question, is very complex. You're right, it requires a lot of research, and I would encourage the younger generation of researchers to start spending some time. I'll be happy to share my thoughts on the modeling that we have done at Brunel. There are 2 papers that we published just on these ideas of modeling and how to bring wettability, surface roughness, and cavity size together. So it's a very good question. Thank you for asking that.
And one last question. On the recommendations you have made, you insisted on validation. But there is also one more important thing, that is repeatability of the boiling. Repeatability may not be an issue for refrigerants that have higher, lower surface tension or higher wettability, close to 0 or 10 degrees. But when it comes to water, right, boiling on copper, this is a serious thing. Repeatability is a serious thing. The boiling heat transfer coefficients can vary by as much as 70 to 80%. This is what we have observed. So repeatability of the boiling results is also very important, and there has to be repeated experimental runs. I think that is also, I mean, one of the points that need to be considered, I guess.
That's a very valid point, Satish. I think I examined a PhD from India. It probably was your student where the oxidation that was occurring on the copper surfaces was not considered until that PhD came and said it affects the results quite significantly. So repeatability, first you have to validate them using not the Rosechno equation, because the Rosechno equation contains a constant which depends on the surface. You have to validate it using standard natural convection equations. Once you do that, then you have to assess the repeatability of your surface, especially for water. It might not be so important for refrigerant, but for water, we have found up to 60% differences after 1 or 2 months compared to the clean surface. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to analyze what has happened to the surface. We are trying to find the material that is on the surface and how it affects the surface structure. So that's a very valid question. In a lot of research in the past, they have not considered it. I'm very glad I examined that PhD from India, where your researchers have actually took very good care of this phenomenon especially in a stress that, especially for water. So it's a very important aspect, Satish.
Okay, thank you, Professor Karyanis. I hope there are no further questions. Thank you. Let us thank Professor Karyanis once again for an important talk, taking his time to deliver an important talk. And I thank all those who joined the talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a great honor to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor C. Balaji to hand over the gift to Professor Satish Gaddepudi, sir.
And Professor Karyanis, we have actually will be couriering a memento to you, the address that you have given us. We'll be receiving it probably sometime by next week. Yeah. Okay.
As the symposium draws to a conclusion, I kindly request everyone to rise in honor of the national anthem.
मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone for commemorating Professor Arcot Ramachandran Centenary and joining the Symposium on Heat Transfer and Energy Systems and making this event a huge success. We now conclude the symposium with a high tea. Thank you all.